Hello, my friend, and welcome. Take a deep breath. Let the relentless noise of the world outside gently fade away, and step into the quiet sanctuary we have built together here at Stories of Crime. I am so deeply grateful you have joined me tonight. There is a rare and beautiful intimacy in sharing a story, in letting our minds connect across the digital ether as we prepare to venture into the captivating darkness together. Tonight, we are embarking on a journey unlike any other. I am thrilled to introduce you to a masterpiece of psychological wonder and exquisite suspense, The Dream Detective. This is not merely a tale of mystery. It is an invitation to cross a threshold. We are about to step into a realm where the rigid boundaries of our waking reality dissolve, and the surreal, shifting sands of the subconscious take hold. Have you ever wondered what happens to the secrets we try so desperately to bury when the sun goes down? Where do our deepest fears, our unspoken desires, and our most haunting sins go when we close our eyes? They wait for us in the dreamscape. They whisper to us in the dark. The Dream Detective explores the fragile, beautiful, and sometimes terrifying tapestry of the human condition. It dares to ask if the truths we seek are not hidden in the physical clues left behind at a crime scene, but in the phantom shadows of our sleeping minds. It is a story that bridges the light of reason with the profound, hypnotic mysteries of the soul. As you listen to this audio journey unfold, as my voice guides you through the labyrinth of the human mind, you will find yourself caught in an irresistible web of intrigue. Every whisper, every pause, and every revelation is a piece of a puzzle you will feel compelled to solve. I promise you, once you begin this descent, the waking world will seem a little more distant, and the pull of the mystery will become impossible to resist. So, adjust your headphones, let the shadows lengthen around you, and promise me you will stay with me until the very last word is spoken, and the final veil is lifted. Let us slip beyond the waking world, and begin our journey into the dream. Introduction. Whispers from the etheric border. Have you ever awakened in the dead of night, your heart hammering against your ribs, with the absolute certainty that someone, or something, had just whispered your name? It is that fleeting, crystalline moment between wakefulness and sleep, a state of being where the logical mind begins to dissolve and the vast, uncharted ocean of the subconscious rises to meet us. In that fragile, twilight space, the walls of our secure, rational world grow thin, almost transparent, and we are forced to confront a truth we spend our daylight hours desperately trying to deny. We are not alone in our thoughts. Our minds are not sealed vaults, but rather open windows, constantly exchanging whispers with an unseen world that hovers just beyond the edge of our perception. This is the etheric border, a silent, shimmering shoreline where the waves of human emotion crash against the physical structures of our reality, leaving behind a residue that only the truly sensitive can perceive. Welcome, dear listener, to the threshold of a journey unlike any other. If you have found your way to this recording, it is not by mere coincidence. Perhaps you are seeking an answer to a question you have not yet found the words to ask. Perhaps you have felt a strange, inexplicable pull toward the mysteries of the unseen, a persistent feeling that there is more to this life than what can be touched, measured, and sold. Over the course of the next 268 minutes, we will walk together through the shadowed corridors of the human psyche, guided by one of the most eccentric, brilliant, and misunderstood figures in the history of psychic investigation. We will step into the world of Maurice Clore, the Dream Detective. To understand Maurice Clore, one must first understand the atmosphere in which he lived and breathed. Picture, if you will, the cobblestone streets of London at the turn of the 20th century. It is an era of profound contradiction, where the cold, metallic march of industrial progress exists side by side with a feverish, almost desperate yearning for the spiritual. The air is thick with the yellow, sulphurous fog of coal fires, a damp mist that rolls off the River Thames and clings to the stone facades of Wapping and Whitechapel. It is a city of secret alleys, of gaslit taverns, and of quiet, dusty shops where the treasures of forgotten empires are sold for a pittance. In one such shop, located in a narrow, winding lane where the sun rarely seems to reach, sits Maurice Clore. He is a man who defies easy categorization. To the casual observer, he is merely an antique dealer, a seller of oddities, relics, and old books, surrounded by a chaotic labyrinth of grandfather clocks, tarnished silver, and faded velvet drapes. He is a physical giant of a man, with a high, dome-like forehead, a mane of wild, snowy white hair, and eyes that are almost always concealed behind large, blue-tinted spectacles. He speaks in a soft, purring whisper, his accent a strange, untraceable blend of Eastern European tongues, and he carries with him a small, battered tin oil can, with which he occasionally lubricates his own temples, claiming that the delicate machinery of his brain requires constant oiling to prevent friction. But beneath this eccentric exterior lies a mind of terrifying sensitivity. Maurice Clore does not seek clues in the manner of traditional detectives. He does not search for muddy footprints, dropped matchsticks, or fingerprints on a window pane. To Clore, such physical evidence is nothing more than the crude, superficial shell of an event. He understands that every human action, every intense burst of passion, fear, hatred, or love, leaves behind something far more permanent. It leaves an imprint on the very atmosphere of the room in which it occurred. This is the foundation of his work, the core concept of the oddly active dream mind. To grasp this concept, we must open our minds to a philosophy that is both ancient and revolutionary. Maurice Clore believed, with an unwavering, scientific conviction, in the existence of the odic force. First theorized by the German scientist Baron Karl von Reichenbach in the mid-19th century, the odic force is described as a subtle, pervasive energy that permeates all things in the universe, from the stars in the heavens to the stones beneath our feet. It is the life force, the etheric glue that binds mind to matter. And most importantly for our journey, it is highly sensitive to human thought. When we experience a powerful emotion, when we harbor a deep, obsessive desire, or when we suffer a sudden, violent shock, our brains do not merely process these events internally. They act as powerful transmitters, broadcasting these emotional states into the surrounding environment. These thoughts, charged with the electrical energy of our nervous systems, become physically projected into the space around us. They saturate the wallpaper, the floorboards, the furniture, and the very air of a room, leaving behind a permanent, photographic impression. The room itself becomes a camera, and the objects within it are the photographic plates, forever holding the silent, invisible record of what transpired there. For most of us, these impressions remain completely invisible, locked away in a frequency we cannot perceive. But when we sleep, our conscious minds, with all their defenses, rationalizations, and distractions, are temporarily laid to rest. The analytical brain goes dark, and the oddly active dream mind is allowed to awaken. In this somnambulistic state, Our subconscious mind becomes incredibly sensitive, acting like a highly developed photographic plate that can absorb and reconstruct the hidden memories of a room. This is the secret of Maurice Claw's investigative genius. When a mysterious crime is committed, when a life is inexplicably snuffed out in a locked room, Claw does not pace the floor with a magnifying glass. Instead, he brings his pillow. He lies down upon the very spot where the tragedy occurred. He closes his eyes, and he allows himself to fall into a deep, receptive sleep. He submits his own mind to the otic atmosphere of the room, allowing the latent, photographic impressions left behind by the victim or the perpetrator to print themselves directly onto his sleeping brain. When he awakens, he does not merely possess clues. He possesses the memory of the event itself, experienced as if it were his own. This concept is both beautiful and deeply unsettling, and it invites us to look at our own lives through a very different lens. Let us pause here for a moment and consider the implications of this theory. If our thoughts and emotions leave a permanent imprint on our surroundings, what kind of atmosphere are we creating in the spaces we inhabit? What are the walls of your bedroom whispering to you as you sleep? What are the offices, the living rooms, the cars, and the streets we frequent absorbing from our daily anxieties, our unspoken resentments, and our secret joys? Let us explore this first key point, the thin line between reality and dreams, through a cinematic journey into a real-world story of human struggle. Consider the case of a young woman named Clara, who lived in London during the very years Maurice Claw walked its streets. Clara was a woman of quiet refinement, but her life had been shattered by a sudden, inexplicable tragedy. Her husband, a respected bank clerk named Arthur, had been found dead in his study. The room was locked from the inside, the windows bolted shut. There were no marks of violence upon his body, no poison in his system, and no note left behind. The official verdict was heart failure, but Clara knew, with a deep, intuitive certainty that only a spouse can possess, that there was a darker truth waiting to be uncovered. In her grief, Clara found herself unable to enter the study. Whenever she stood at the threshold, she was overcome by a wave of cold, suffocating dread, a sensation so physical that it made her chest ache and her breath catch in her throat. She felt as though she were stepping into a heavy, stagnant pool of water, a place where the air itself was thick with an invisible, weeping sorrow. Desperate for answers, she sought out the eccentric antique dealer in Wapping, having heard whispers of his strange, nocturnal investigations. When Maurice Claw arrived at the house, he did not ask Clara about Arthur's financial affairs, nor did he inquire about any potential enemies. He simply walked to the door of the study, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, as if tasting the very flavor of the air. He turned to Clara, his blue spectacles reflecting the dim light of the hallway, and said, in his soft, purring voice, "The atmosphere, my dear lady, is heavily charged. It is wet with a great, unspoken despair. We must let the walls speak." That night, Claw entered the study alone. He carried with him nothing but a simple, feather-topped pillow and his battered tin oil can. He placed the pillow on the heavy mahogany desk where Arthur had been found slumped over. He sat in the leather chair, closed his eyes, and applied a drop of oil to his temples, his long, pale fingers massaging the skin in slow, rhythmic circles. Within minutes, he had surrendered himself to the deep, receptive silence of the room. As Clore slept, his mind began to navigate the etheric border. In his dream, The study was no longer empty. The physical objects in the room began to glow with a faint, luminescent light, radiating the emotional energy they had absorbed. The desk, the books, the heavy velvet curtains, all began to hum with a low, vibrating frequency, releasing the photographic impressions of Arthur's final hours. Clark saw Arthur sitting at the desk, his face pale and twisted with a quiet, agonizing conflict. He saw him staring at a letter, a document that revealed a devastating betrayal by his closest friend, a betrayal that would ruin his family name and leave them in poverty. Arthur did not die of a physical disease. He died of a broken heart, a sudden, overwhelming surge of grief and shock that stopped his heart as surely as any poison. The letter had been burned, its ashes swept into the fireplace, but the emotional impact of that moment, the shattering of a man's soul, had been permanently engraved upon the room. When Clore awakened, he was able to describe the contents of the burned letter in precise, excruciating detail, leading to the exposure of the corrupt associate and bringing a quiet, bittersweet peace to Clara's tortured heart. This story is more than a Gothic mystery. It is a profound psychological illustration of how the boundaries between our inner and outer worlds are constantly overlapping. Let us analyze this classic dynamic. Why does this concept of the thin line between dreams and reality resonate so deeply within our subconscious? It is because we all, in some way, carry our own locked rooms. We all have spaces in our minds and in our lives that we are afraid to enter, places where we have locked away our unexpressed grief, our unspoken traumas, and our deepest fears. When we refuse to confront these emotional realities during our waking hours, we do not destroy them. We merely push them out of our conscious awareness, projecting them into our environments and our subconscious minds. They become the ghosts that haunt our sleep, the inexplicable anxieties that grip us during the day, and the invisible barriers that prevent us from moving forward. We believe we are keeping these secrets safe behind locked doors, but in truth, they are constantly radiating into our lives, coloring our perceptions, influencing our decisions, and shaping our reality. This psychological holding back is what prevents so many of us from achieving true peace and self-actualization. We are constantly running from the chaotic residue of our past, afraid that if we slow down, if we enter the quiet study of our own souls, we will be overwhelmed by the sorrow or the anger we have spent a lifetime avoiding. But as Maurice Clore demonstrates, it is only by entering these spaces, by willingly submitting ourselves to the quiet, receptive state of listening, that we can decode these messages and find release. How then can you, the listener, apply this profound truth to your own life? How can you begin to navigate your own etheric border and heal the invisible wounds of your past? The first step is to practice what we might call environmental mindfulness. I invite you, when this chapter concludes, to walk through your own living space, not as a resident, but as an investigator. Choose a room, perhaps your bedroom or a quiet corner of your home, and sit down in absolute silence. Close your eyes. Take a deep, slow breath, letting go of the thoughts of the day, and simply pay attention to the sensation of the space. How does the air feel? Is it light, open, and breathing, or does it feel heavy, stagnant, and restricted? What emotions arise within you when you sit in this space? Are they thoughts of peace, creativity, and love, or do you feel a subtle, persistent pull toward anxiety, regret, or exhaustion? Understand that the spaces we inhabit are the mirrors of our internal states. If your home is cluttered, chaotic, and filled with tension, it is highly likely that your internal world is reflecting that exact same state. Begin the process of audit cleansing. This is not merely about dusting shelves or sweeping floors. It is an intentional, energetic act. As you clean and organize your physical space, do so with a conscious intention of releasing the old, stagnant emotions that have accumulated there. Open the windows, let the fresh air and sunlight sweep through, and consciously declare that you are releasing the anxieties of the past to make room for peace, clarity, and new beginnings. This leads us to our second key point, the unique and eccentric figure of Maurice Clore himself. To truly appreciate Claw's perspective, we must look beyond his bizarre habits, his blue spectacles, and his oil can, and recognize him as an archetype of the ultimate seeker. Claw is a man who has made peace with his own shadow. He does not fear the dark, nor does he shrink from the grotesque or the terrifying aspects of human nature. He understands that in order to find the truth, one must be willing to look where others are too afraid to cast their eyes. Let us journey into another story that illustrates the profound depth of Claw's character and his unique relationship with the unseen. It was the middle of a freezing winter, and London was gripped by a series of strange, somnambulistic thefts. Valuable, deeply personal relics were disappearing from the homes of wealthy aristocrats, yet there was never any sign of forced entry, and no security measures seemed capable of stopping the intruder. The public was terrified, believing that some supernatural phantom was walking through walls to steal their most prized possessions. Maurice Clore was called in by a wealthy patron, Lord Harrington, who had lost a priceless, ancient signet ring that had been in his family for generations. The ring had been kept in a heavy, steel safe in Harrington's private library, a room guarded by 2 armed watchmen and a fierce mastiff. Yet, in the morning, the safe was found open, the ring gone, and the guards and the dog had slept through the night without a sound. When Clore arrived, he did not examine the safe lock or question the guards. Instead, he spent hours walking around the library, touching the spines of the old books, feeling the texture of the wooden desk, and watching the way the firelight flickered against the dark oak paneling. He noted the heavy, suffocating atmosphere of the room, a space saturated with an intense, long-standing familial resentment and a desperate, clutching greed. Claw turned to Lord Harrington and asked, "Who in this house is the most unhappy?" Harrington was taken aback by the question, dismissing it as irrelevant, but Clore insisted. He knew that the thief was not a professional criminal, but rather someone who had been drawn to the ring by an irresistible, psychic pull. That night, Claw did not sleep in the library. Instead, he slept in the room of Lord Harrington's teenage son, a quiet, frail youth named Julian, who had been confined to his bed for months due to a mysterious, paralyzing illness. Clore placed his pillow on the floor beside the boy's bed, closed his eyes, and allowed his dream mind to connect with the sleeping boy's consciousness. In his dream, Clore felt a wave of profound, suffocating helplessness. He felt the sensation of legs that refused to move, of a voice that could not speak, and of a young soul crying out for freedom and validation from a cold, demanding father. But then, as the dream deepened, Claw saw a strange phenomenon. He saw Julian's astral form, his somnambulistic self, rise from his paralyzed physical body. This double, fueled by a desperate, subconscious desire to break free from his father's tyranny and reclaim his own power, walked silently through the house. The guards and the dog, sensing no physical danger or hostile intent, did not awaken. The astral double opened the safe, not with physical tools, but with a pure, concentrated force of desire, took the ring, and hid it within the hollow space of an old, neglected grandfather clock in the hallway. When Clore awoke, he walked directly to the grandfather clock, reached inside, and retrieved the signet ring. He did not expose the boy to his father as a thief. Instead, he took Lord Harrington aside and explained, with a quiet, fierce authority, that the boy's physical paralysis was the result of a crushed spirit, and that the theft was a desperate, unconscious cry for love and autonomy. He warned Harrington that if he did not change his ways, the boy's spirit would eventually break completely, leaving nothing but an empty shell. This psychological analysis reveals a powerful truth about the human condition. We often project our deepest, most desperate needs outward, creating physical circumstances that reflect our internal, unexpressed conflicts. The things we steal, the things we hoard, the addictions we cling to, and the patterns of self-sabotage we repeat are rarely about the physical objects or behaviors themselves. They are the unconscious attempts of our spirits to find balance, to reclaim power, or to cry out for help when our conscious minds are too terrified or too powerless to do so. When we look at Maurice Clore, we see a man who does not judge the symptoms of human suffering. He does not see Julian as a thief or a liar. He sees him as a wounded soul navigating a difficult, painful reality. This non-judgmental, deeply empathetic perspective is what allowed Clore to see the truth where others saw only crime and chaos. To apply this to your own life, you must begin to adopt the Maurice Clore perspective toward yourself. How often do you judge your own failures, your anxieties, your anger, or your self-destructive habits with harsh condemnation? How often do you look in the mirror and see only a flawed, broken individual who cannot seem to get things right? The next time you find yourself falling into a negative pattern, or when you are overwhelmed by an emotion you do not understand, I ask you to pause. Do not judge yourself. Do not push the feeling away or try to analyze it with your cold, logical mind. Instead, apply a drop of metaphorical oil to your temples. Soften your gaze. Ask yourself, with deep, gentle curiosity, what is this part of me trying to say? What is this anxiety, this anger, or this sadness trying to protect me from? What deep, unfulfilled need is crying out for attention beneath the surface of this behavior? By shifting your perspective from one of judgment to one of curiosity and compassion, you begin to dissolve the internal conflict that holds you back. You allow the hidden, repressed parts of your subconscious to come forward into the light, where they can be understood, healed, and integrated into a whole, healthy self. Let us now turn our attention to our third key point, the 268-minute orbitary journey that lies ahead of us. This is not a journey to be rushed, nor is it a simple collection of entertaining tales to be listened to in the background while your mind is occupied with other tasks. It is designed to be a deeply immersive, transformative experience, a systematic exploration of the etheric border that will challenge your perceptions, expand your awareness, and guide you toward a deeper understanding of your own subconscious mind. To illustrate the importance of active, dedicated listening, let us consider a story from the ancient traditions of Eastern mysticism, a story that Maurice Clore himself would have appreciated. There was once a young disciple who came to a wise master, seeking the secret of enlightenment. The master sat the disciple down in a quiet forest and told him to listen to the sound of a distant stream. The disciple listened for a few minutes, then became restless, complaining that he heard nothing but the simple rushing of water. The master smiled and told him to listen more closely, to listen not just to the surface sound of the water, but to the silence between the splashes, to the rhythm of the current, and to the way the sound changed as the wind moved through the trees. The disciple sat in silence for many hours, letting go of his impatience, his expectations, and his analytical thoughts. As he did, a profound transformation occurred. The sound of the stream was no longer a monotonous noise. It became a complex, beautiful symphony, a living language that spoke of the eternal flow of life, the birth and death of stars, and the deep, silent peace that resides at the heart of all creation. This auditory journey you are embarking upon is much like that forest stream. If you listen only with your physical ears, if you let the words wash over you while your mind wanders to your daily chores or your digital screens, you will hear only stories of old London and eccentric detectives. But if you choose to listen with your heart, with your imagination, and with your deep, intuitive mind, you will begin to hear the subtle, underlying frequencies of this work. You will begin to recognize the patterns of your own dreams in the cases Maurice Clore solves. You will feel the weight of your own emotional residue in the rooms he cleanses. And you will begin to sense the gentle, reassuring presence of your own inner detective, guiding you through the labyrinth of your own mind. This active, conscious listening is a powerful psychological tool. In our modern, hyperstimulated world, our minds are constantly bombarded by fragmented, rapid-fire information. We have lost the ability to focus deeply, to sit with complexity, and to allow ourselves to be truly moved by a narrative. This constant fragmentation keeps our nervous systems in a state of chronic, low-grade alertness, preventing us from accessing the deep, restorative states of consciousness where true healing and creative inspiration occur. By dedicating this time to this journey, you are making a powerful statement to your subconscious mind. You are saying, I am ready to slow down. I am ready to listen. I am ready to explore the deeper mysteries of my being. This act of sustained attention is itself a form of meditation, a way of training your brain to move from the chaotic beta waves of daily survival into the calm, receptive alpha and theta waves of deep relaxation and insight. To apply this practically, I encourage you to create a ritual around your listening experience. Do not listen to this in a hurried, distracted state. Instead, find a quiet time, perhaps in the evening before sleep, or in the early morning before the world awakens. Dim the lights. Turn off your notifications. Find a comfortable position, whether sitting upright or lying down. Let your hands rest easily in your lap or by your side. As the narration begins, allow your breath to slow down and deepen. Imagine that with each breath in, you are drawing in the calm, clear energy of the etheric border, and with each breath out, you are releasing the tension, the noise, and the worries of the day. Let the sound of my voice become a guiding thread, a steady, warm light in the darkness, leading you deeper and deeper into the quiet sanctuary of your own mind. Now, let us delve into our fourth key point, the scientific and philosophical heart of Clore's work. The concept of the eidetic force and how thoughts leave permanent photographic impressions on their surroundings. This is a concept that bridges the gap between science and mysticism, suggesting that our thoughts are not fleeting, insubstantial things, but are in fact physical forces that shape the material world. To understand how this works in a modern context, we can look at the fascinating field of quantum physics. Scientists have long known that at the subatomic level, matter is not solid. It consists of tiny, vibrating packets of energy. Furthermore, quantum experiments have repeatedly shown that the act of observation itself can change the behavior of these subatomic particles. The observer's mind, their focus, and their intention have a direct, physical impact on the quantum field. If this is true on a quantum level, is it not possible that our thoughts, which are themselves complex patterns of electromagnetic energy, can influence the physical structures of our everyday lives? When we live in a home for years, filling it with our daily thoughts, our arguments, our laughter, and our tears, we are literally projecting our personal energy signature into the physical materials of the house. We are painting the walls with our emotions, creating an invisible, energetic palimpsest that records every moment of our lives. Let us explore this through a suspenseful, deeply touching story. In a quiet suburb of London, there stood a beautiful, old Victorian house that had been abandoned for years. It was known by the locals as a cursed house, a place where no family could stay for more than a few months. Every tenant who moved in reported the same experience, a sudden, overwhelming sense of grief and despair that would settle over them within days of moving in. Peaceful couples would begin to argue bitterly, children would suffer from terrifying nightmares, and a deep, heavy melancholy would descend upon the household, driving them to flee the home in search of peace. The owner of the house, desperate to sell the property, begged Maurice Clore to investigate. Clore agreed, recognizing that the house was suffering from a severe case of otic contamination. He entered the house on a stormy autumn evening. The wind howled through the bare branches of the trees outside, and the rain lashed against the windows, creating a somber, lonely symphony. Clore walked from room to room, his blue spectacles catching the flashes of lightning that illuminated the dark interiors. Finally, he reached the master bedroom. Here, the atmosphere was almost unbearable. The air felt cold, damp, and thick with an agonizing, silent weeping. Clore set up his simple bed on the floor of the room, placed his feather-topped pillow under his head, and applied a drop of oil to his temples. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to sink into the deep, receptive sleep of the dream detective. In his dream, Clore was pulled back in time, 50 years into the past. He saw the bedroom as it once was, beautifully furnished, with a fire crackling in the hearth. In the bed lay a young woman, her face pale and wasted by a terminal illness. Beside her sat her husband, a man whose heart was breaking in slow motion. Clore felt the husband's agonizing grief, his furious, helpless anger at the heavens, and his desperate, clutching refusal to let his beloved wife go. For months, this room had been the crucible of an intense, concentrated tragedy. Every day, the husband had sat by the bed, his mind radiating a powerful, agonizing despair, saturating every corner of the room with his grief. When the wife finally died, the husband had locked the room and left the house, never to return. But the emotional imprint of his grief remained. It was locked in the plaster of the walls, the wood of the floorboards, and the metal of the fireplace. For 50 years, this energetic residue had remained dormant, like an undeveloped photograph in a dark room. But whenever a new family moved into the house, their own living presence would activate the latent impression, projecting the old husband's grief directly into their subconscious minds and driving them to despair. When Clore awakened, he did not perform an exorcism in the traditional sense. He understood that this was not a demonic haunting, but an emotional wound that needed to be healed. He spent several days in the house, utilizing a unique process of odic neutralization. He brought in large quantities of fresh, living plants, which naturally absorb and transform stagnant energy. He played soft, harmonious music that resonated at a frequency of peace and healing. And most importantly, he spent hours in the bedroom, consciously projecting thoughts of love, acceptance, and release into the space, effectively overwriting the old, tragic photograph with a new, peaceful impression. The house was soon sold to a young family, who lived there for many decades in peace, joy, and prosperity, completely free from the shadows of the past. This psychological analysis is of profound importance for our own lives. Many of us are living in spaces that are energetically contaminated by our own past struggles, or by the struggles of those who lived there before us. We buy old houses, rent old apartments, or inherit family homes, completely unaware of the emotional history that has been engraved upon the walls. We wonder why we feel anxious in certain rooms, why we cannot sleep in our bedrooms, or why we feel a sudden drop in our mood when we step over the threshold of our homes. We must understand that we are highly sensitive, energetic beings. Our subconscious minds are constantly reading and reacting to the odic atmosphere of our environments, even when our conscious minds are completely unaware of it. This constant, subliminal stimulation can keep us trapped in old, negative states of mind, holding us back from growth, healing, and happiness. How can you apply this practical, life-changing knowledge to your own life? How can you cleanse the odic atmosphere of your own home and create a sanctuary that supports your well-being? First, you must conduct a thorough energetic cleansing of your living space. Begin by opening all the windows to let the fresh air circulate, carrying away the stagnant energy that has accumulated. Next, use the power of sound. High-frequency sounds, such as the ringing of a brass bell, the vibration of a singing bowl, or the playing of classical or ambient music, have a powerful disrupting effect on stagnant odic fields. Walk through your home, allowing these sounds to fill every corner, breaking up the old, heavy energy patterns. You can also use the natural power of elements to cleanse your space. Burning high-quality incense, dried sage, or sweetgrass has been used for thousands of years by indigenous cultures to purify environments and minds. As the smoke rises, imagine it binding to the stagnant emotions in the room and carrying them away out the windows. Additionally, placing bowls of natural sea salt in the corners of a room can help absorb negative energetic residue. Leave the salt for 24 hours, then discard it outside, far from your home. Finally, and most importantly, practice the art of conscious emotional projection. Once you have cleansed your space of old, stagnant energy, you must fill it with new, positive impressions. Walk through your home, and in each room, take a moment to stand in silence. Close your eyes and visualize a warm, golden light radiating from your heart, filling the entire room. Consciously project thoughts of love, peace, safety, and abundance into the space. Say to yourself, and to the room, "This is a sanctuary of peace. Only love, joy, and clarity may reside here." By doing this, you are actively developing your own home, printing a new, beautiful photograph upon the walls of your life. You will find that as the energy of your space shifts, your own internal state will shift with it. You will sleep more deeply, think more clearly, and feel a profound sense of peace and support in your daily life. As we bring this introductory chapter to a close, let us look back upon the path we have walked together. We have explored the deep, mysterious waters of the etheric border, understanding that the line between our waking reality and our dream lives is thin, fragile, and constantly overlapping. We have met Maurice Claw, the dream detective, an eccentric guardian of the threshold who teaches us to look at our shadows with compassion, curiosity, and deep empathy. We have prepared ourselves for the 268-minute auditory journey that lies ahead, understanding the vital importance of active, dedicated listening. And we have discovered the scientific and philosophical reality of the audic force, learning how to cleanse and reprogram the energetic atmospheres of our own lives. This introduction is but the threshold, the first step into a world of profound mystery and self-discovery. As we prepare to cross this border, as we prepare to dive into the first official cases of Maurice Claw, I invite you to let go of any remaining skepticism, any lingering worries of the day, and any fear of the dark. Allow yourself to sink into the deep, velvet folds of this narrative. Let your mind become like a highly developed photographic plate, ready to absorb the rich, atmospheric stories, the psychological insights, and the healing transformations that await you. Listen closely, dear traveler. The wind is rising, the fog is rolling in off the Thames, and the door to Maurice Claw's quiet shop in Wapping is slowly creaking open. Step inside. The dream detective is waiting, his oil can at the ready, his blue spectacles reflecting the soft, flickering light of a candle. In the next chapter, we will embark on our very first investigation, a case that will test the absolute limits of Claw's psychic abilities and lead us deep into the heart of a mystery that has baffled the finest minds of Scotland Yard. It is a story of a silent, locked room, a priceless, ancient relic, and a whisper of terror that echoes from the very depths of the past. Do you hear it? It is the soft, persistent whispering from the etheric border, calling you forward, inviting you to discover the secrets that lie hidden in the quiet spaces of your own soul. Let us step through the threshold together. Chapter 1: The Case of the Greek Room. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into the deepest, darkest corridors of the human mind, where the line between the physical world and the realm of dreams becomes beautifully, terribly blurred. Sit back, close your eyes if you are in a safe and comfortable place, and let the warmth of my voice wrap around you like a heavy velvet cloak. Take a deep, slow breath in, and let it out. We are about to step across the threshold of time, into a place of shadows, ancient stone, and forgotten whispers. Have you ever stopped to wonder if the walls of your home, the streets you walk upon daily, or the objects you touch with casual indifference hold a secret memory of their own? Is it possible that the physical matter of our world acts as a silent photographic plate, capturing the intense emotions, the terrors, the joys, and the dying gasps of those who came before us? This is the profound philosophical question that lies at the very heart of our exploration today. Nothing is ever truly lost. Every scream of terror, every sigh of love, leaves an invisible, indelible mark upon the atmosphere. And sometimes, if the conditions are just right, and if a mind is sufficiently sensitive, those silent records can be replayed, like an old wax cylinder spinning in the dark. Let us journey together to the heart of London, to the solemn, echoing halls of the Menzies Museum. By day, it is a sanctuary of learning, a place where school children laugh and scholars whisper over glass cases filled with the relics of ancient empires. But by night, when the grand oak doors are locked and the cold London fog presses against the high stained glass windows, the museum transforms. It becomes a vast, silent mausoleum of forgotten gods and dead civilizations. And of all the rooms within this monumental structure, none is more shrouded in a heavy, suffocating dread than the room known simply as the Greek room. In this room, surrounded by fragments of shattered friezes and headless marble statues of deities whose worshippers have been dust for millennia, stands the magnificent and terrifying Harpy Tomb. It is an imposing monument of ancient Lycian stone, brought to England at immense cost, carved with the haunting figures of half-woman, half-bird monsters carrying away the weeping souls of the dead. But the Harpy Tomb has recently acquired a far more modern and sinister reputation. Within the span of a single month, 2 strong, healthy night watchmen have been found dead at the foot of this ancient monument. There were no marks of violence upon their bodies, no poison in their veins, and no signs of a struggle, yet their faces were frozen in a mask of such absolute, bone-chilling horror that those who found them could barely look upon their staring eyes. The doctors spoke of heart failure, of sudden aneurysms, of the mysterious failures of the flesh. But the staff whispered of a curse. They whispered that the Harpy Tomb, dormant for thousands of years, had begun to hunt once more in the dead of night. Let us pause for a moment and contemplate the sheer, paralyzing terror of those final moments. To understand this fear, we must examine our first key point: the eerie, suffocating atmosphere of the Greek room after dark. Imagine, if you will, a young man named David Harris. He was 24 years old, robust, cheerful, and entirely practical. He does not believe in ghosts, and he smiles at the superstitious dread of his older colleagues. It is his first night on the sole watch of the Greek gallery. As his heavy boots click against the polished parquet floor, the sound echoes through the empty corridors, sounding strangely detached from his own feet. He carries a single lantern, its warm, flickering yellow light casting long, dancing shadows that stretch and warp across the cold marble walls. He enters the Greek room. The air here is different. It is colder, smelling faintly of damp stone, dry dust, and some ancient, unidentifiable incense that seems to have soaked into the very plaster over the centuries. As David walks past the row of silent, pale statues, he feels an uncomfortable sensation at the base of his neck, a prickling of the skin that tells him he is being watched. He turns his lantern toward the Harpy Tomb. The carved faces of the harpies, with their cruel, beautiful female features and their powerful, predatory avian bodies, seem to shift in the dancing light. Their stone eyes, empty and blank, appear to follow him. He tries to laugh at his own imagination, but the sound dies in his throat, swallowed instantly by the heavy, dead silence of the room. The silence is not merely the absence of sound. It is a physical weight, pressing against his ears, making his own heartbeat sound like the muffled beating of a distant drum. Hour after hour, the night drags on. The cold intensifies, a biting, unnatural chill that seems to seep through his thick wool uniform and settle deep within his bones. He sits on a wooden bench directly opposite the Harpy Tomb, determined to prove his bravery. But as the clock strikes 2 in the morning, the lantern flame begins to flicker and die, gasping for air in a room that suddenly feels entirely devoid of oxygen. In the gathering gloom, David hears it. A sound so faint, so subtle, that he hopes it is merely the settling of the old building. It is a soft, wet rustling, like the scraping of heavy feathers against stone. His breath hitches. He tries to stand, but his legs feel like lead. The darkness presses in, and from the deep shadow of the tomb, Something begins to emerge, something that is not marble, something that breathes with a dry, ancient rasp. Why does this classic dynamic of the haunted, dark space terrify us so deeply? What is it doing to our subconscious, psychologically? The dark museum, filled with ancient artifacts, represents the vast, uncharted territory of our own collective unconscious. The museum is a repository of humanity's past, of our forgotten myths, our primal fears, and our repressed desires. When the lights go out, the conscious, rational mind loses its grip on reality, and the ancient, mythological archetypes of our ancestral past rise to the surface. The harpy is not just a stone carving. She is the manifestation of the predatory shadow, the terrifying feminine force that devours the soul. When we are placed in absolute silence and darkness, we are stripped of our modern distractions, and we are forced to confront the unresolved terrors that lie dormant within our own minds. We fear the dark because it acts as a mirror, reflecting back to us the monsters we have spent our lives trying to ignore. To apply this to your own life, my dear listener, consider how you react when the storms of life strip away your distractions. When you are faced with a period of silence, of isolation, or of emotional darkness, do you panic, running to the nearest light of distraction, of entertainment, or of superficial comfort? The next time you feel the creeping shadow of anxiety or unexplained fear in your life, do not run from it. Sit with it, just as David Harris sat on that bench. Take a deep, slow breath, and ask the shadow, what ancient part of myself do you represent? What forgotten memory or unhealed wound are you asking me to look at? By shining the gentle light of your conscious awareness upon your fears, you strip them of their power to terrify you. You realize that the monster in the dark is often just a part of yourself crying out for integration and healing. But our story does not end with the tragic death of young David Harris. His body was found the next morning, his hands clenched so tightly into his chest that his fingernails had punctured his skin, his face a silent scream of ultimate terror. The museum authorities were desperate. They were on the verge of closing the Greek room forever, of burying the harpy tomb in some deep, forgotten basement. It was then that they sought the help of a man whose name was whispered only in the most unusual of circumstances. A man who did not call himself a detective, but rather a dream detective. This brings us to our second key point, the introduction of Maurice Claw and his peculiar, deeply eccentric method of investigation. Maurice Claw was a man who defied all conventional expectations. He was not a sleek, sharp-eyed sleuth of the Sherlock Holmes variety. Instead, he was a massive, lumbering figure of a man, with a large, yellow, oil-shining face, a monumental forehead that seemed to bulge with the sheer weight of his thoughts, and a pair of large, watery blue eyes hidden behind thick, rimless spectacles. He wore a ridiculously baggy, grease-stained frock coat, and he smelled perpetually of a strange mixture of cheap cigars and stale verbena. He was the proprietor of a dusty, chaotic antique shop on Beak Street, where he lived with his beautiful, dark-eyed daughter, Isis, who acted as his assistant and his psychic anchor. Maurice Claw did not look for fingerprints, nor did he analyze cigarette ash with a magnifying glass. He believed that such physical clues were mere superficialities, easily faked and often misleading. To Claw, the only true record of a crime was the psychic imprint left behind by the perpetrator and the victim at the moment of maximum emotional intensity. He called this the otic force. He believed that the human brain, when under the influence of extreme fear, anger, or despair, projects strong, etheric waves that saturate the surrounding atmosphere and objects. His method of detection was as bizarre as it was poetically profound. He would carry with him a small, flat, feather pillow, which he called his odic condenser. He would spray this pillow with a special perfume of his own creation, a pungent scent of verbena, which he claimed acted as a psychic sensitizer, opening the delicate channels of his brain to the etheric vibrations of the past. He would then lie down at the very spot where the crime had occurred, lay his massive head upon the pillow, and sleep. He would dream the crime. He would allow his subconscious mind to become a photographic plate, capturing the lingering thoughts and terrors of the dead. Let us paint a cinematic picture of this extraordinary man preparing for his night of vigil in the Greek room. The museum curator, Mr. Cornell, a dry, skeptical man of science, watches with a mixture of amusement and disgust as Maurice Claw arrives at the museum. Claw is carrying his stained leather bag, from which he extracts his flat feather pillow and a small, brass spray bottle. Do you really believe, Mr. Claw, that sleeping in this room will reveal the identity of a murderer? Cornell asks, his voice dripping with academic condescension. Maurice Claw pauses, his large, yellow face turning slowly toward the curator. He speaks in a soft, rumbling, purring voice, with a strange, undefinable foreign accent. My dear sir, he says, waving a flashy, yellow hand, the human mind is a clumsy instrument when it is awake. It is cluttered with logic, with prejudice, with the foolish illusions of the senses. But when it sleeps, the doors of the temple are thrown wide. The spirit goes forth, untethered by time or space. The stone of this tomb is a book, Mr. Cornell. It has recorded the final, frantic thoughts of the men who died here. My pillow is the plate that will receive the print. I do not think, sir. I dream. Claw then begins his preparations. He places a simple camp bed directly in front of the harpy tomb. He sprays the air with his verbena, the sweet, heavy, old-fashioned scent instantly clashing with the cold, dead smell of the ancient Greek room. He lies down, wrapping his massive, bulky body in a threadbare traveling rug. He adjusts his thick spectacles, places his head upon the odic condenser, and closes his eyes. Within minutes, to the astonishment of the watching curator, Claw is snoring softly, his massive chest rising and falling in a slow, hypnotic rhythm, while the sinister figures of the harpies loom over him in the shadows. Let us analyze the profound psychology behind Maurice Claw's method. Why does this concept of psychic dreaming hold such a powerful grip on our imagination? It is because, deep down, we know that our analytical, cautious minds are incredibly limited. We spend our days trying to solve our problems through sheer force of logic, analyzing, strategizing, and worrying, yet the answers we seek so often elude us. It is only when we surrender our conscious control, when we let go and sink into the mysterious waters of sleep, that our subconscious mind is free to synthesize information, connect the dots, and present us with a truth in the form of symbols and dreams. Claw's odic condenser is a metaphor for the receptive mind. It reminds us that sometimes the best way to solve a complex problem is not to think harder, but to stop thinking altogether, to quiet the intellect, and to listen to the whispers of our intuition. How can you apply this beautiful, intuitive wisdom to your own life? When you are faced with a difficult decision, a creative block, or a painful emotional conflict that you cannot seem to resolve with your logic, try practicing your own form of dream work. Before you go to sleep at night, write down your problem or your question on a piece of paper. Read it over several times. Then, spray a relaxing scent that you love, perhaps lavender or chamomile, on your pillow, creating a sensory trigger that tells your mind it is time to transition from analytical thinking to intuitive receptivity. As you close your eyes, consciously hand the problem over to your subconscious mind. Say to yourself, I am letting go of the need to figure this out with my conscious mind. I trust my deeper self to show me the truth. Keep a notebook and pen by your bed, and the moment you wake up in the morning, before you do anything else, write down whatever dreams, feelings, or sudden thoughts arise. You will be amazed at the profound, creative solutions that emerge from the quiet depths of your own sleep. Now, let us return to the dark, silent Greek room, where Morris Claw lies sleeping beneath the cold gaze of the harpies. The hours tick by, the silence growing heavier, more pregnant with anticipation. And then, as the clock of a distant church strikes 2, we come to our third key point, the dramatic, heart-pounding moment of Claw's awakening and his first psychic breakthrough. The air in the room suddenly changes. The sweet smell of verbena is violently overpowered by a thick, suffocating odor of ancient corruption. The smell of damp earth, rotting wood, and something metallic, like dried blood. Morris Claw's breathing becomes shallow and ragged. Under his closed eyelids, his eyes are moving rapidly. In his dream state, he is no longer in the Menzies Museum. He is standing in a barren, sun-scorched valley in ancient Lyshire. The sky above is a bruised, violent purple, and before him stands the Harpy tomb, not as a gray museum relic, but in its original, vibrant, terrifying colors, painted in shades of blood red and black. In his dream, he sees the young watchman, David Harris, standing before the tomb. But David is not alone. A figure is emerging from the stone, a figure that is at once exquisitely beautiful and unspeakably hideous. It has the face of a cold, pale woman with long, dark, wind-whipped hair, but its body is that of a monstrous vulture, with massive, slate-gray wings and sharp, yellow talons that scrape against the rock with a sound like iron on bone. The creature stretches its wings, its empty, black eyes fixing upon the helpless watchman. David stands paralyzed, his mouth open in a silent scream, his heart bursting with a terror so absolute that it stops his pulse. The creature leans forward, its cold breath washing over his face, its talons reaching for his throat. With a sudden, violent gasp, Morris Claw sits upright on his camp bed. The dream shatters, but the physical sensation of terror remains. His forehead is drenched in a cold, oily sweat, and his heart is hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. But Claw does not panic. He is a seasoned traveler in the realms of the subconscious. He immediately reaches for his brass spray bottle and vigorously sprays his own face with a verbena. The sharp, refreshing scent cutting through the psychic miasma of the room, grounding him back in his physical body. He sits there in the darkness for several minutes, breathing deeply, his large blue spectacles catching the faint, cold starlight filtering through the high windows. He looks up at the Harpy tomb. It stands silent, cold, and inert in the shadows. But Claw's eyes are no longer looking at the surface of the stone. He has seen the imprint. He has felt the vibration. He has achieved his breakthrough. He speaks aloud to the empty room, his voice a low, triumphant rumble. The picture is clear. The camera of my mind has caught the negative. It is not our spirit of the air that kills, my dear harpies. No, no. It is something far more tangible, yet far more devilish. The terror is real, but the hand that guides it is a hand of flesh and blood. The dream showed me the shadow, but it also showed me the light that cast it. We must look closer, yes, much closer, at the physical mechanism of this curse. What does this dramatic moment of awakening teach us about our own psychological breakthroughs? In our lives, a breakthrough rarely comes in a gentle, peaceful whisper. Often, it comes in a moment of intense discomfort, of sudden, painful realization, or even of acute anxiety. Just like Morris Claw waking up in a sweat, we are often shook awake by our life circumstances. We are forced to confront a painful truth about our relationships, our career, or our own self-destructive patterns. The key to navigating these moments of breakthrough is not to run from the discomfort, but to ground ourselves, just as Clore did with his verbena. When a painful truth is revealed to you, do not sink into despair or anger. Ground yourself in the present moment. Take a deep breath, look at the situation with clear, objective eyes, and say, "Thank you for showing me the truth, no matter how painful it may be. Now that I see it clearly, I can begin to heal it." This leads us to our fourth and final key point: the psychological and supernatural tension of the historical curse, and this uncovering of the true, terrifying mystery of the Greek room. Morris Claw begins to examine the Harpy tomb with a light of absolute, scientific focus, yet with a deep reverence for the psychic forces at play. He calls Mr. Cornell, the curator, into the room, along with his daughter Isis, who has just arrived, her dark eyes filled with concern for her father. "Look here, Mr. Cornell," Clore says, pointing a thick, yellow finger at the intricate carvings of the harpies on the side of the monument. "You see these beautiful, cruel faces? They were carved by a master hand, thousands of years ago, to protect the resting place of a royal house of Lyshire. The ancients understood things that our modern science has forgotten. They understood the power of suggestion. They knew that if you carve an image of terror with sufficient intensity, and if you surround it with a legend of death, that image will acquire a life of its own in the minds of those who look upon it." "But, Mr. Clore," Cornell protests, his voice shaking slightly, "suggestion alone cannot kill a healthy man. It cannot stop a beating heart." Morris Clore smiles, a slow, sad smile that does not reach his eyes. "My dear sir, you underestimate the power of the mind over the body. A man who believes with absolute certainty that he is about to die of a supernatural curse can indeed die of it. His brain, flooded with adrenaline and terror, can command his heart to stop. But in this case, the curse had a helper, a very human helper, who knew how to play upon the strings of human fear like a master harpist." Clore steps closer to the tomb, his hand tracing the edge of one of the large, carved stone wings of a harpy. He presses a small, almost invisible protrusion in the stone, a detail that had escaped the notice of every scholar and archaeologist who had examined the monument. With a low, grinding sound, a secret panel on the side of the tomb slides open, revealing a dark, narrow cavity within the ancient stone. And there, huddled within the dark recess of the tomb, lies the true source of the horror. It is not a supernatural monster, but a device of chilling ingenuity. It is a highly sophisticated, mechanical apparatus, designed to release a concentrated, deadly stream of an ancient, vaporous poison, derived from a rare lichen plant, whenever a specific pressure plate on the floor in front of the tomb is stepped upon. The poison, when inhaled in the cold, enclosed space of the Greek room causes instant, terrifying hallucinations, paralyzing the nervous system and causing the heart to seize in a spasm of absolute agony. The killer was not our ghost. It was a disgruntled, brilliant former assistant curator, a man who had been passed over for promotion, and who had discovered the secret mechanism of the tomb during its excavation. He had set the trap, knowing that the superstitious fear of the staff would point the finger at a supernatural curse, allowing him to exact his revenge on the museum administration without ever being suspected. But let us look deeper, beneath the surface of this mechanical plot, to the profound psychological truth it reveals. What is the real curse here? It is the curse of the unexpressed shadow, the curse of resentment, jealousy, and bitterness that we carry within our own hearts. The killer, consumed by his feelings of inadequacy and betrayal, allowed his mind to become a toxic breeding ground for hatred. He literally constructed a physical mechanism of death, matching the psychic poison that was already consuming his own soul. He became the very monster he sought to unleash upon others. This dynamic of the hidden curse, of the secret poison we carry, is something that affects us all. How many of us are carrying old resentments, unspoken grievances, or unhealed traumas from our past, hidden away in the secret chambers of our hearts, just like the poison mechanism inside the harpy tomb? We think we are keeping these things hidden, that they are not hurting anyone. But the truth is, this emotional poison slowly leaks out into our daily lives, coloring our perceptions, ruining our relationships, and quietly destroying our physical health. It causes us to react with irrational anger, to push away the people we love, and to live in a state of constant, low-grade anxiety and dread. My dear listener, let me guide you with a gentle, loving hand through the process of clearing this inner poison. It is time to open the secret panels of your own heart. Sit quietly, close your eyes, and ask yourself, what old resentment am I holding onto? Who have I not forgiven? What secret pain am I keeping locked away? Do not judge yourself for these feelings. It is entirely human to feel hurt, angry, or betrayed. But realize that by holding onto these negative emotions, you are not punishing the person who hurt you. You are only poisoning yourself. Take a deep breath, and as you exhale, make a conscious decision to release the poison. Say to yourself, I forgive those who have hurt me, not because what they did was right, but because I deserve to live in peace. I release this old pain. I open the doors of my heart to the fresh, clean air of love, acceptance, and healing. Feel the heavy weight lifting from your chest. Feel the warmth returning to your cold places. You are no longer a victim of the past. You are the master of your own present. Let us now summarize the beautiful journey we have taken together through this first chapter of our exploration. We have stepped into the dark, echoing halls of the Menzies Museum, feeling the suffocating, eerie atmosphere of the Greek room after dark, where the cold marble statues whisper of ancient terrors. We have met the remarkable, eccentric Maurice Clore, the dream detective of Beak Street, who teaches us that the answers to our deepest questions are not found in the noisy logic of the day, but in the quiet, receptive dreams of the night. We have witnessed his dramatic awakening and breakthrough, learning how to ground ourselves in the midst of life's sudden, painful realizations. And finally, we have uncovered the physical and psychological truth of the Harpy Tomb, realizing that the most terrifying curses are not supernatural entities, but the unresolved resentments and emotional poisons we keep locked within our own souls. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us feel a deep sense of peace and clarity washing over us. The shadows of the Greek room have been dispelled by the light of understanding. The harpies have returned to mere stone, their power to terrify forever broken. But our journey is far from over. As Maurice Clare packs his Audic condenser back into his stained leather bag, and as the first golden rays of the London sun begin to pierce through the high stained glass windows of the museum, a new, even more intriguing mystery is already beginning to take shape in the distance. A mystery that will take us from the cold marble of ancient Greece to the whispering sands of ancient Egypt, where a silent, golden mummy awaits, holding a secret that could shake the very foundations of what we believe about life, death, and the eternal power of the human soul. So let us take one more deep, peaceful breath together. Let us carry the wisdom of the dream detective with us into our own daily lives, knowing that we have the power to face any shadow, to solve any mystery, and to heal any wound. And when you are ready, let us gently turn the page and step together into the next captivating chapter of our journey. Chapter 2: The Tragedy of the Headless Beast. It is said that we do not merely inherit the wealth of our ancestors, but also the unresolved weight of their silences, the unwept tears of their tragedies, and the lingering shadows of their unatoned sins. We are, each of us, walking archives of the past, carrying keys to doors we have never seen, and fleeing from monsters we did not create. When we close our eyes at night, we do not always enter a sanctuary of peace. For many, the bedroom becomes an arena where the ancient, unhealed dramas of our lineage play out in the theater of the subconscious. Welcome, dear listener, to this journey into the deepest, darkest corridors of the human mind, where we shall explore the mystery of the ancestral shadow and the triumph of the conscious soul over the terrors of the night. Close your eyes for a moment, or let your gaze soften into the middle distance, and let us travel back to a time when the world was lit by the flickering, uncertain glow of gas lamps, and the damp, heavy fogs of old London clung to the cobblestones like a shroud. Imagine a grand, decaying estate nestled deep within the brooding valleys of the English countryside, a house known as Blackwood Manor. For generations, this house had been whispered about in the nearby villages, not merely because of its imposing stone gargoyles or its suffocating silence, but because of a curse that seemed to hang over its heirs like a persistent draft. This was the curse of the Headless Beast, a nighttime terror so profound that it had driven men to madness and women to early graves. It is here that our story begins, in the intersection of ancient relics, nocturnal dread, and the brilliant, eccentric mind of Maurice Clare, the dream detective. Let us first immerse ourselves in the chilling legend that haunted the lineage of the Blackwood family. The story of the Headless Beast was not a mere fable told to frighten children into obedience. It was a heavy, palpable horror that lived in the very mortar of the estate. Generations ago, an ancestor of the house, Sir Arthur Blackwood, had returned from the deep, uncharted regions of the Far East, carrying with him an ancient, misshapen relic. It was a carving of dark, cold stone, depicting a crouching, muscular entity that possessed no head, but rather a yawning, empty cavity where its neck should have been. Accompanying this relic was a curse, written on crumbling parchment, warning that the beast would walk the halls of the house whenever the bloodline was weakened by greed or betrayal, seeking a head to replace the one it had lost. To understand the weight of this legend, let us look at a cinematic moment in the history of the manor. Picture a cold November night, 50 years before Maurice Clare ever set foot on the creaking floorboards of the estate. The young heir at the time, Richard Blackwood, sat alone in the vast, drafty library. The wind howled through the chimneys, sounding like the wailing of lost souls. On his desk sat the ancient stone relic, its surface absorbing the meager light of his single candle. Richard, a practical man of science, scoffed at the old family superstitions. Yet, as the clock struck midnight, a suffocating atmosphere descended upon the room. The air grew freezing cold, thick with a scent of stagnant water and decaying earth. From the long, dark corridor outside the library door, a sound arose. It was a heavy, uneven dragging noise, followed by a wet, sickening thud, drag, thud, drag, thud. Richard felt his heart seize in his chest. His breathing became shallow, and his fingers clawed at the armrests of his leather chair. He wanted to stand, to lock the door, but his limbs felt as heavy as lead, paralyzed by a primal, ancestral fear. The door slowly creaked open. In the dim light of the hallway stood a massive, shadowy form. It was broad-shouldered and muscular, but where its head should have been, there was only a jagged, black void. A low, vibrating hum resonated through the room, shaking the glass panes of the bookcases. The entity took a step forward, raising a pair of pale, claw-like hands toward Richard. The young heir screamed, a sound of absolute, soul-shattering terror, before collapsing into a state of catatonia from which he would never fully recover. Why does this classic dynamic of the family curse and the nocturnal monster hold such a powerful grip on our collective subconscious? When we analyze this psychologically, we find that the headless beast represents the unintegrated shadow of our ancestors. The head is the seat of intellect, consciousness, and moral judgment. A headless monster is an entity driven entirely by primal, instinctual urges, unchecked by reason or compassion. It is the symbol of raw, unbridled greed, anger, or lust that has been repressed and buried by previous generations, only to rise again in the dark of night. When we refuse to look at the dark aspects of our family history, when we pretend that our ancestors were without flaw, we build a reservoir of psychic energy that eventually bursts through our defenses in the form of nightmares and anxiety. If you find yourself carrying a heavy, unexplained weight in your own life, a persistent feeling of dread or a repeating pattern of self-sabotage that feels older than you are, you may be dealing with your own version of the headless beast. To begin healing this ancestral shadow, your first step is to gently and without judgment identify the repeating patterns in your family history. Is there a history of sudden financial ruin, of broken relationships, or of unexplained, paralyzing anxiety? Write these patterns down on a piece of paper. By naming them, you begin to separate your own identity from the inherited curse. You are not the monster. You are the observer of the monster. As a practical exercise, sit quietly in a comfortable chair, close your eyes, and imagine yourself standing before a heavy, closed door representing your family past. Take a deep, calming breath, and say to yourself, I acknowledge the pain and the shadows of those who came before me, but I choose to leave their burdens at this door. I walk forward into my own light. Now, let us turn our attention to the arrival of the one man who could pierce through this veil of darkness. Maurice Clare was a figure of striking eccentricity and profound sensitivity. He did not look like a traditional detective. He was a tall, stooped man who wore a long, faded frock coat that smelled faintly of verbena and old paper. His eyes, watery and pale, seemed to look not at a person, but through them, reading the invisible energetic signatures that we all leave behind. Claw believed that thoughts were real, tangible things that could be photographed by the sensitive plate of the human mind during sleep. He did not search for muddy footprints or discarded cigarette butts. He searched for the psychic residue of emotions. When Clore arrived at Blackwood Manor, he was met by Julian Blackwood, the latest heir to the estate and a man on the very brink of madness. Julian was young, but his face was lined with the deep grooves of sleeplessness, and his eyes were wide and bloodshot, darting constantly to the shadows in the corners of the room. Clore stood before him in the damp parlor, holding a small spray bottle of verbena water, which he periodically misted into the air around him to clear his own mental palate. Describe Claw's interaction with this terrified young man. Julian's voice was a whisper, trembling with a desperation that broke the heart of the old detective. He told Claw of how, every night since his father's death, the headless beast had visited him. It did not speak, but it stood at the foot of his bed, its chest rising and falling in a silent, mocking breath, slowly drawing the life force out of him. Julian confessed that he had slept with a loaded pistol beneath his pillow, but whenever the entity appeared, he found himself utterly unable to move a finger, let alone pull the trigger. He felt as though he were being slowly crushed by an invisible, suffocating weight. Clore listened with absolute, non-judgmental empathy. He did not laugh at the young man's fears, nor did he dismiss them as mere hallucinations. Instead, he stepped closer, placing a warm, dry hand on Julian's trembling shoulder. He looked deep into the young man's terrified eyes and spoke in a voice that was low, resonant, and incredibly soothing. "My dear sir," Clore murmured, "your fear is real, but the beast is only as strong as the silence you keep. We shall find the source of this shadow, and we shall shine a light so bright upon it that it will have no choice but to dissolve." Claw understood that to heal the mind, one must first validate the reality of the suffering. This interaction holds a profound lesson for us all. When we are gripped by intense anxiety or fear, the worst thing we can do is to scold ourselves, to tell ourselves that we are being foolish or irrational. This inner critic only increases our sense of isolation and vulnerability. The frightened heir within each of us needs a compassionate witness, someone who can sit with us in our terror without trying to immediately fix it or explain it away. The subconscious mind does not speak the language of logic. It speaks the language of symbols, feelings, and safety. To apply this to your own life when you feel overwhelmed by a wave of nighttime anxiety or an inexplicable sense of dread, you must learn to become your own Morris Clore. Do not fight the fear. Instead, welcome it with a spirit of gentle curiosity. Place a hand over your heart, feel the warmth of your skin, and say to yourself, "I feel you, fear. I see how tired and terrified you are. You are safe here with me. I will not leave you." Take a slow, deep breath, inhaling for a count of 4, holding for 4, and exhaling for a count of 6. This simple, conscious act of self-compassion shifts your brain out of the fight-or-flight response and allows the logical, protective part of your mind to come back online. You are holding space for your own vulnerability, just as Clore did for Julian. Let us now delve into the third key aspect of this mystery, which is the agonizing, slow-paced dread of the dream sleep phase, the very arena where the headless beast made its appearances. To understand this, we must explore the soundscape of the night and the physiological transition that occurs when we cross the threshold from wakefulness into sleep. At Blackwood Manor, the nights were long and agonizingly quiet. In the absence of daily distractions, Every sound in the old house was magnified 1,000-fold. The steady, hypnotic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall sounded like a heavy hammer striking an anvil. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Each second was a slow drip of water on a stone, eroding Julian's resolve. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, the hour often referred to as the witching hour, Julian would enter the state of hypnagogia, that fragile borderland between waking consciousness and dreaming sleep. In this state, the body's motor functions are naturally paralyzed to prevent us from acting out our dreams, but the mind remains partially awake. For Julian, this was the moment of supreme vulnerability. He would lie in his grand, four-post bed, staring up at the canopy, his ears straining for the slightest sound. And then, it would begin. A low, rhythmic breathing that did not belong to him. A soft, rustling sound, like heavy cloth dragging over the Persian rug. The pacing of this experience was agonizingly slow. The creature did not rush into the room. It crept, savoring the anticipation of terror. Julian would watch the heavy velvet curtains of his bed slowly part. The air would grow so cold that his breath formed white plumes in the darkness. Through the opening, a massive, headless shape would slowly emerge, silhouetted against the pale, watery moonlight filtering through the window. Julian would try to scream, but his vocal cords were frozen. He would try to sit up, but his chest felt as though a massive block of stone had been placed upon it. This was the phenomenon of sleep paralysis, a state where our deepest subconscious terrors are projected onto the physical world around us, creating an experience that feels terrifyingly, absolutely real. Let us pause and analyze what happens to our minds during these moments of nocturnal dread. In the silence of the night, our ego defenses, which keep our anxieties at bay during the day, naturally lower. The subconscious mind uses this opportunity to process unresolved emotional conflicts. If we have been suppressing our anger, our grief, or our fears of inadequacy, they will manifest in our dreams as monsters, pursuers, or headless entities. The feeling of paralysis is not just a physiological state. It is a psychological metaphor for our waking life, representing a situation where we feel completely powerless, trapped, or unable to speak our truth. To navigate this nocturnal dread in your own life, you must understand the geography of your sleep cycle. If you wake up in the middle of the night with your heart pounding and a sense of impending doom, remember that this is a natural physiological spike in cortisol and adrenaline, often triggered by a sudden dip in blood sugar or a brief pause in breathing. It is not a sign of madness, nor is it a premonition of disaster. To soothe your nervous system in these moments, use the grounding technique known as the 5-4-3-2-1 method, yakted for the dark. Lie perfectly still and identify 5 things you can feel against your skin, such as the weight of the blanket, the softness of the pillow, or the cool air on your face. Then, identify 4 distinct sounds you can hear in the quiet, like the hum of a refrigerator, the distant rustle of leaves, or the rhythm of your own breathing. Next, notice 3 things you can perceive with your eyes even in the dim light, such as the outline of a dresser or a shadow on the wall. Identify 2 things you can smell, perhaps the scent of clean laundry or lavender. Finally, take 1 deep, conscious breath, feeling the air expand your abdomen. This simple process anchors your mind firmly in the physical reality of the present moment, breaking the spell of the dream world projection. This brings us to the climax of our story, the moment where Morris Claw, using his unique methods, deconstructed the illusion of the headless beast and revealed the true, human monster lurking behind the supernatural facade. Claude did not believe in ghosts in the traditional sense, but he believed in the terrible, destructive power of human greed. He knew that the legend of the headless beast was a powerful weapon, one that could be used by a clever and ruthless mind to drive an unstable heir to self-destruction. To uncover the truth, Claude did something extraordinary. He decided to sleep in the very bed where Julian had been tormented, using his own mind as a photographic plate to capture the thoughts of the intruder. He prepared his mind with a spray of verbena and settled into the dark chamber, his eyes open, his ears tuned to the slow, heavy rhythm of the house. As the clock struck 3, the temperature in the room plummeted. The door creaked open, and the massive, headless shape emerged from the shadows, dragging its feet, raising its pale hands in a menacing gesture. But Maurice Claude did not panic. He did not freeze. With a quick, decisive movement, he reached not for a pistol, but for a powerful, hidden electric lantern. With a click, a beam of brilliant, white light cut through the gloom of the chamber, illuminating the entity in all its grotesque detail. The light did not reveal a supernatural demon from the depths of hell. It revealed a man, wearing a heavy, padded leather suit that rose above his shoulders, with a black, hollow cowl designed to conceal his head in the darkness. The pale, claw-like hands were nothing but painted gloves. The man beneath the disguise was Julian's own uncle, a bitter, detritus relative who stood to inherit the vast Blackwood fortune if Julian were to be declared insane or die of a sudden heart attack. He had used the old family legend, combined with a secret passageway behind the library bookcases and a chemical compound introduced into Julian's evening tea to induce paralysis, to create a terrifyingly effective illusion. The headless beast was not an ancient curse. It was a projection of cold, calculated human greed. This revelation is perhaps the most profound lesson of our journey. How often in our own lives do we project our fears into monstrous, insurmountable obstacles, only to find, when we finally muster the courage to shine a light on them, that they are made of very ordinary, human elements? We fear failure, we fear rejection, we fear the unknown, and we build these fears into towering, supernatural giants that paralyze us. But when we dismantle the illusion, we find that these monsters are usually made of simple, unmet needs, unresolved grief, or the desperate, misguided attempts of our own ego to protect us from pain. To apply this profound truth to your own life, you must learn to unmask your own personal monsters. Think of a major fear that is currently holding you back from pursuing your dreams or finding peace of mind. Perhaps it is the fear of speaking your mind, the fear of leaving an unhealthy relationship, or the fear of financial insecurity. Write this fear down on a piece of paper as if it were a terrifying beast. Now, like Maurice Claude with his lantern, begin to deconstruct it by asking yourself 3 critical questions. First, what is the worst-case scenario that I am actually projecting? Second, is this projection based on absolute, current truth, or is it an old story I inherited from my past or my family? Third, what is the simple, practical action I can take right now to address the human reality of this fear? By breaking the monstrous illusion down into small, manageable, real-world tasks, you strip the beast of its terrifying power. You realize that the ghost is just a man in a costume, and you are the one holding the lantern. Let us now summarize the beautiful, transformative journey we have taken through the dark corridors of Blackwood Manor. We have explored the deep-seated nature of ancestral curses, understanding how the unresolved traumas of our family tree can manifest as terrifying shadows in our own lives. We have watched Maurice Claw interact with the terrified Julian Blackwood, reminding us of the absolute necessity of self-compassion, gentle validation, and holding space for our own vulnerability. We have traveled through the slow, agonizing pacing of the night, learning how to anchor our nervous systems when the grip of sleep paralysis and nocturnal dread threatens to overwhelm us. And finally, we have witnessed the triumphant unmasking of the headless beast, realizing that the most terrifying monsters are often nothing more than human greed, fear, or insecurity masquerading as the supernatural. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us feel a sense of deep peace wash over us. The shadows of the past may be long, and the nights may sometimes feel cold and uncertain, but you carry within you an inextinguishable light. You are not a helpless victim of your family's history or your own deepest fears. You are the detective of your own dreams, the master of your own soul, and you possess the courage to shine a bright, unwavering light into the deepest corners of your mind. Let us now transition gently, with a sense of quiet anticipation, toward our next exploration. In our next chapter, we shall journey from the damp, ancient halls of Blackwood Manor to the dusty, sun-drenched chambers of an old London museum, where a mysterious, sleeping priestess holds the key to a secret that has remained hidden for thousands of years. As the fog begins to clear from the valleys of Blackwood, feel your breathing become slow, steady, and peaceful. Sleep well, dear listener, and remember that no matter how dark the night, the dawn is always waiting to reclaim the world. As we step forward into this new territory, let the lingering echoes of the headless beast remind you that every shadow is simply a proof of the existence of light. When we look at a shadow, our eyes are naturally drawn to the dark patch on the ground, but if we raise our gaze, we inevitably find the brilliant source of illumination that cast it. In your life, whenever a dark feeling, a heavy memory, or a sudden burst of anxiety appears, do not look only at the darkness. Look for the light. Look for the strength, the resilience, and the profound capacity for love that allowed you to survive to this very moment. You are here, you are breathing, and you are whole. Imagine a beautiful, soft golden light beginning to rise from the horizon, casting its warm, comforting rays over the ancient stone walls of the manor. The cold mist is evaporating, revealing the vibrant, green life of the earth beneath. The heavy iron gates of the estate, which once seemed like a prison, now swing wide open, welcoming you to step out into a world of endless possibility, freedom, and deep, lasting peace. Carry this feeling of triumph with you as you walk through your days and as you rest through your nights. You have unmasked the beast, you have claimed your power, and the path ahead of you is clear, beautiful, and filled with light. Let the rhythmic ticking of your own heartbeat become a source of comfort now. A steady, life-affirming drumbeat that says, I am here, I am safe, I am moving forward. With every breath you take, feel yourself inhaling peace, clarity, and courage, and with every breath you exhale, release the old, inherited fears, the tension in your shoulders, and the worries of tomorrow. The journey of the dream detective is not just a story of solving mysteries in the outer world. It is the sacred quest of awakening to the truth of who we are in the inner world. You are the author of your own story, and the next chapter is about to begin. Let us step together into the heavy, mist-shrouded corridors of Blackwood Manor, where our next great mystery unfolds. Picture a grand estate of cold stone and decaying ivy, a place where the air itself seems to hold its breath in anticipation of some inevitable ruin. Here lived Julian Vance, a young man who inherited not just a vast fortune, but a terrible, suffocating legacy. When I first met Julian, he was a shadow of a man, his eyes hollowed out by months of sleeplessness, his hands shaking so violently that the tea in his porcelain cup spilled over the rim like tears of silver. He spoke to me in whispered, frantic fragments about the ancient family relic, the obsidian eye, a dark gemstone set into an ornate, tarnished scepter that sat in the locked vaults beneath his home. With the relic came a curse, a grotesque legend whispered through generations, the headless beast. Julian confessed that every night, the moment his eyelids grew heavy, the nightmare would begin. He could hear the wet, dragging sound of heavy hooves on the wooden floorboards outside his bedroom door, followed by a low, guttural breathing that had no throat to form it. To understand Julian's terror, we must descend together into the very rhythm of his nights. Imagine lying in a massive four-poster bed, surrounded by shadows that stretch and warp in the dying embers of the fireplace. The grandfather clock downstairs chimed the midnight hour, each strike resonating through the floorboards like a slow, deep heartbeat. Tick-tack, tick-tack. With every second that slipped away, the silence grew heavier, thicker, pressing down on Julian's chest until breathing became an act of sheer will. He tried to stay awake, drinking bitter black coffee, pinching his own skin until it bruised, but the human mind can only resist the pull of sleep for so long. As the dream sleep phase claimed him, the ambient sounds of the night began to distort. The wind rattling the window panes became a chorus of weeping voices, and the settling of the old house sounded like bones snapping under immense weight. In this state of heightened vulnerability, the dream detective must step softly, matching the slow, agonizing tempo of the dreamer's panicked heart. I sat beside Julian's sleeping form, monitoring the rapid flutter of his eyelids and the sudden, tense jerking of his limbs. Through our shared subconscious connection, I slipped into his dreamscape, a dark, surreal mirror of Blackwood Manor where the walls bled black ink and the air smelled of ozone and ancient decay. I found Julian cowering in a corner of the grand library, clutching his knees to his chest, his eyes wide with a primal, paralyzing dread. I knelt beside him, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. My voice was a calm, grounding anchor in the midst of his tempest. I whispered to him, reminding him that this was his mind, his domain, and that the monsters we encounter in the dark only have the power we surrender to them. Yet, the air grew freezing cold, and the heavy oak doors of the library groaned as something massive began to bash against them from the outside. The doors splintered, and there it stood, towering in the doorway. It was a creature of nightmares, a colossal, misshapen form with a torso of scarred, dark leather, completely devoid of a head, yet possessing a gaping, toothless maw situated directly in its chest, gasping for breath. The sight was enough to freeze the blood in one's veins, a manifestation of pure, unadulterated horror. But as a dream detective, one must look past the terrifying visage and search for the underlying truth. I watched the beast closely, noticing how its movements, though threatening, were strangely repetitive, almost mechanical. I saw the faint, shimmering threads of light that connected its limbs to the ceiling, like a puppet controlled by an invisible hand. I turned to Julian, urging him to look closer, to see beyond the fear. Together, we began to deconstruct the illusion. We analyzed the heavy scent of bitter almonds that filled the air, recognizing it not as a supernatural odor, but as a chemical compound, a hallucinogenic vapor designed to induce vivid, terrifying waking dreams. The beast was not an ancient curse at all. It was a carefully constructed masquerade, a projection of human greed cloaked in the guise of a legendary monster. Behind the curtain of Julian's terror stood his own uncle, Sealers, a man consumed by a desperate desire to possess the valuable obsidian eye and claim the estate for himself. Sealers had been secretly dosing Julian's evening tea with a rare, mind-altering botanical extract, while utilizing hidden passageways, bellows, and crude mechanical puppets to stage the haunting of the headless beast. The curse was a weapon forged in the fires of avarice, designed to drive the young heir to madness or a self-inflicted end. When Julian realized this, the fear in his eyes transformed into a fierce, burning clarity. The terrifying, towering beast began to dissolve into harmless gray smoke, its grotesque form scattering like dust in the wind. The heavy chains of the ancestral curse shattered, leaving behind nothing but the quiet, peaceful dawn of a mind finally set free. This case reminds us that so many of the monsters we flee from in our lives are not born of the supernatural, but of the very real, very human shadows of greed, betrayal, and unhealed family trauma. When we face our beasts, when we dare to look them in the eyes or where their eyes should be, we often find that they are merely illusions created by those who wish to keep us small, weak, and afraid. By untangling the threads of this bizarre family curse, Julian did not just save his own life. He reclaimed his autonomy, his inheritance, and his peace of mind. As you listen to this, reflect on the headless beasts that may be stalking your own quiet hours. What are the inherited fears, the ancestral burdens, the shadows of others' greed that you have allowed to haunt your inner sanctuary? Remember that you possess the key to dismantle these illusions, to shine the bright, unforgiving light of truth upon the dark corners of your soul, and to stand victorious in the morning sun. Chapter 3: The Temple of Isis. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey deep into the labyrinth of the human soul, a place where the boundaries between the waking world and the shadow realm of dreams dissolve into mist. Close your eyes, let the weight of your day fall away, and allow your breathing to slow, finding a calm, steady rhythm. Today, we step across the threshold of time and space into a sanctuary of whispers, secrets, and ancient mysteries. We are entering the third chapter of our exploration, a chapter titled The Temple of Isis, from the legendary chronicles of the dream detective, Maurice Clore. Before we walk through those heavy, bronze doors, let us reflect on a truth that has haunted humanity since the first fire was lit in the depths of a prehistoric cave. What is it within us that yearns so desperately for the divine, for the mystical, that we are willing to surrender our own minds to find it? We wander through our modern lives, surrounded by concrete and the cold, mechanical hum of progress, yet our souls remain ancient. We are, at our core, seekers of magic. We long for a voice that promises to make sense of our pain, to heal our deepest wounds, and to offer us a glimpse of the eternal. But this profound human vulnerability, this beautiful, aching search for meaning, is also a doorway. And when that doorway is left unguarded, someone, or something, will inevitably slip inside to claim the throne of our subconscious. Take a deep breath, and let your mind drift back to the foggy, gaslit streets of Edwardian London. It is an autumn evening, cold and damp, with a yellow shroud of smog clinging to the cobblestones of Wimpole Street. But as we step off the street and descend a flight of worn stone steps into the basement of an unassuming Victorian townhouse, The cold air of London vanishes. In its place, a heavy, suffocating warmth wraps around us, carrying with it a scent so thick and exotic that it feels almost physical. It is the scent of Kaifi, the sacred incense of ancient Egypt, a complex blend of honey, wine, myrrh, sweet rush, and broom, burned to appease the gods of the Nile. This is the Temple of Isis, a sanctuary created not in the desert sands of Gezer, but in the heart of the British Empire, designed to capture the imaginations of London's wealthy, bored, and spiritually starved elite. The room is draped in heavy, midnight blue velvet that absorbs all sound, creating an eerie, unnatural silence. At the far end of the chamber stands a colossal statue of the goddess Isis, her gilded wings outstretched in a gesture of maternal protection, her face carved in an expression of inscrutable, divine peace. Before her, a bronze brazier glows with a dying, crimson ember, sending thin, spiral ribbons of blue smoke curling into the shadows. Enter Maurice Clore. He does not fit the description of a typical hero. He is a massive, lumbering figure, dressed in a faded, greasy frock coat that looks as though it has survived a century of dust. His beard is a wild, untamed thicket of gray, and his eyes, magnified behind thick, pebble-glass spectacles, seem to blink with a mixture of childlike innocence and terrifying, piercing intelligence. He carries with him a battered tin canister of verbena water, which he periodically sprays into the air to clear his sinuses of what he calls the psychic congestions of the world. Maurice Clore is not a man who seeks the spotlight. He is a scavenger of the unseen, a collector of lost thoughts, a believer in the odic force, that invisible ether which retains the energetic photographs of everything that has ever transpired in a room. Beside him stands a young woman, Valerie Vance, her pale face illuminated only by the flickering glow of the brazier. Her eyes are wide, glassy, and unfocused, moving with a slow, mechanical rhythm. She is a puppet suspended by invisible threads of suggestion. She has come to this temple seeking solace after a great tragedy, the loss of her beloved fiancé at sea. In her grief, she was vulnerable, and it was in this state of profound emotional shattering that she met the high priest of the temple, a man who calls himself Father Antep. Antep is a master of the human psyche, a charlatan who wears the robes of an initiate but possesses the cold, calculating mind of a predator. He understood that a mind broken by grief is a fertile soil for the seeds of illusion. Let us listen closely as Maurice Clore begins to unravel the web that Antep has woven around this young woman's soul. Clore moves through the temple with a slow, deliberate stride, his heavy boots making no sound on the thick oriental rugs. He bends down, his bulbous nose sniffing the air, not for the perfume of the goddess, but for the chemical reality of the manipulation. He speaks in his rumbling, eccentric voice, a voice that sounds like grinding stones, yet carries a deep, comforting warmth. He says, "They tell us, my dear, that the gods speak in whispers, but I find they often speak in the chemist's shop." He reaches out a chubby, ink-stained finger and touches the residue on a small, silver burner near the altar. He sniffs it, blinks his large eyes behind his spectacles, and nods to himself. Yes. Cannabis indica, mixed with the dried petals of the blue lotus, and just a hint of belladonna to dilate the pupils and make the world seem wider, stranger, and far more terrifying than it is. To understand the tragedy of Valerie Vance, we must understand the terrifying power of hypnotic suggestion when it is married to environmental cues. During her visits to the temple, Valerie was instructed to lie upon a low, alabaster couch, beneath the watchful eyes of the gilded Isis. As she lay there, suspended between waking and sleeping, the air was filled with a rhythmic clatter of the sistrum, an ancient metal rattle, and the low, resonant chanting of Antep. Let us hear the shift in the atmosphere, the way the voice of the manipulator sounds when it slips past our conscious defenses. Imagine a voice that is low, smooth, and utterly devoid of sharp corners. It is a voice that sounds like warm oil pouring over stone. Sleep, my child, the voice whispers, echoing in the quiet chambers of the mind. Sleep, and let the heavy waters of the Nile rise to meet you. The world of waking is a world of pain, of loss, of cold brick and bitter rain. Here, there is only the golden light of the goddess. You are safe here. You are drifting. Your thoughts are not your own. They are the whispers of Isis. When you wake, you will remember only the peace, and you will know that the priest is your only guide, your only protector, the only hand that can pull you from the drowning dark. This is the hypnotic state, a state where the critical faculty of the mind, that watchful guardian at the gate of our consciousness, is lulled to sleep by scent, sound, and rhythm. When that guardian sleeps, any suggestion planted by the hypnotist is accepted not as an external command, but as our own deepest, most authentic truth. Let us explore a real-world example of this dynamic, a story that echoes across the centuries to show us how easily we can fall prey to the same illusions. Consider the story of Elena, a brilliant, highly educated woman living in a bustling modern city. Elena had everything: a successful career in law, a beautiful apartment, and a wide circle of friends. But beneath her successful exterior, she carried a deep, unhealed wound, a profound sense of isolation and a lifelong fear of being abandoned. After the sudden ending of a long-term relationship, Elena found herself drowning in grief. The modern world offered her no comfort, only cold advice to move on and keep busy. In her desperation for connection, she attended a weekend retreat led by a charismatic spiritual teacher named Julian. Julian's sanctuary was beautiful, nestled in a quiet forest, filled with the scent of cedarwood and jasmine. He spoke of ancient wisdom, of letting go of the ego, and of finding a spiritual family. He had a way of looking into Eleanor's eyes that made her feel, for the first time in her life, completely seen. Over the next few months, Julian began to introduce subtle suggestions into his teachings. He would speak to the group in a low, rhythmic cadence, often late at night when they were exhausted from hours of meditation. He would say, "The people in your old lives do not understand your light. They are asleep, trapped in their egos. If you wish to grow, you must distance yourselves from those who pull you back down into the dark." Elena did not realize that her mind, vulnerable from grief and exhausted by the rigorous schedule of the retreat, was absorbing these suggestions without filter. She began to see her family and friends as obstacles to her spiritual evolution. She quit her job, invested her life savings into Julian's community, and moved into the forest sanctuary. When her sister tried to intervene, Elena reacted with cold hostility, believing her sister was an agent of the dark forces Julian had warned her about. It was only years later, after the community disbanded under a cloud of financial and psychological abuse, that Elena woke up as if from a long, deep sleep. She looked around at the wreckage of her life and wondered, "How did I let this happen? How did I give away my power so completely to a man who did not care for my soul, but only for my devotion?" Why does this classic dynamic matter so deeply to us? What is the profound psychological mechanism at play here? To understand this, we must look into the mirror of our own subconscious. The human mind is not a single, unified entity. It is a complex, multi-layered ecosystem. At the surface lies our conscious mind, the rational, logical self that makes decisions, analyzes data, and navigates daily life. But beneath this surface lies the vast ocean of the subconscious, a realm of primal fears, unexpressed desires, and deep-seated emotional wounds. The subconscious mind does not understand logic. It speaks in the language of symbols, metaphors, emotions, and sensory impressions. It is also highly suggestible. When we experience trauma, grief, or extreme physical exhaustion, our conscious mind becomes overwhelmed. It is like a city whose power grid has failed. In that moment of darkness, the subconscious mind stands wide open, desperately searching for a way to restore order and safety. If a manipulator enters our life at this precise moment, offering a beautifully crafted symbolic reality, our subconscious will seize upon it like a drowning person seizing a life raft. The manipulator does not need to use physical force. They only need to manipulate our environment, our senses, and our emotions. By using exotic scents, rhythmic sounds, and a hypnotic cadence of speech, they create an altered state of consciousness where our critical defenses are bypassed. They plant their suggestions directly into the fertile soil of our deeper mind, where those suggestions grow into beliefs that we mistake for our own. This is why we must never underestimate the power of our environment. The places we inhabit, the scents we breathe, the sounds we listen to, and the people we surround ourselves with are constantly whispering to our subconscious mind. If we are not conscious of these whispers, we will find ourselves living a life that was written for us by someone else. How do we protect ourselves from this subtle invasion? How do we reclaim our sovereignty and stand as the guardians of our own mental sanctuaries? Let us look at the practical, step-by-step guidance that Maurice Clore would offer us, spoken with a gentle, guiding hand of a mentor who has seen the darkest corners of the human heart and still believes in the light. First, you must develop an acute awareness of your emotional state, particularly during times of transition, grief, or vulnerability. When you are hurting, your desire for relief is a beautiful, natural response, but it is also the time when you must be most vigilant. If you find yourself drawn to a teacher, a group, or even a philosophy that promises quick, easy answers to your deepest pain, take a step back. Ask yourself, am I being invited to think, or am I being invited to feel without thinking? A true spiritual guide will always seek to empower your intellect and your personal responsibility, never to diminish it. Second, pay close attention to the sensory inputs in your environment. Just as Maurice Clore identified the chemical manipulation in the Temple of Isis, you must identify the subtle cues in your daily life. What are you consuming before you sleep? What music are you listening to? What are the scents in your home? Your mind is incredibly receptive in the moments just before you fall asleep and just after you wake. This is the hypnagogic state, a natural twilight zone of the mind. If you spend this time scrolling through social media, absorbing images of perfection, conflict, or fear, you are planting those suggestions directly into your subconscious. Create a digital sanctuary in your bedroom. Let your last thoughts be thoughts of peace, gratitude, and self-sovereignty. Third, practice the art of conscious questioning. When a thought or belief arises in your mind, particularly one that causes you to feel anxious, inadequate, or isolated. Do not accept it as absolute truth. Ask it, where did you come from? Are you my voice, or are you the voice of an expectation, a fear, or an external authority that I have internalized? By questioning your thoughts, you activate your critical faculty and shining the light of consciousness into the dark corners of your mind. Now, let us return to our story in the Temple of Isis, where Morris Claw is preparing to break the spell that has bound Valerie Vance. He knows that a direct confrontation with the High Priest, Antep, is not enough. To free a mind that is hypnotized, one must speak to it in the same language it was captured in, the language of the subconscious, but with a message of truth instead of illusion. The door to the inner sanctum creaks open, and Father Antep steps into the chamber. He is a tall, elegant man, dressed in flowing robes of white linen embroidered with gold thread. His eyes are dark and piercing, carrying an intensity that seems to vibrate with a quiet, dangerous energy. He looks at Morris Claw with a mixture of amusement and disdain. Who are you that dares to disturb the sanctuary of the Mother Goddess? Antep's voice rings out, deep and resonant, filling the chamber with a theatrical gravity. This place is sacred. Only those who have been purified may stand before her. Morris Claw does not flinch. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out a dirty silk handkerchief, and wipes his bald, glistening head. He blinks through his thick spectacles, a faint, wry smile touching his lips. Yes, he rumbles, his voice dry and devoid of any mystical pretension. The Mother Goddess Isis. A very beautiful lady, no doubt. But I think, my dear sir, that she would be very displeased to find that her temple is being used as a parlor for cheap tricks and sleeping draughts. Antep steps forward, his eyes flashing with anger. You speak of things you do not understand, old man. This young woman has found peace here. She has heard the voice of the goddess. Claw shakes his head slowly, his eyes turning to Valerie, who stands like a marble statue, her gaze fixed on the glowing embers of the brazier. She has not heard the goddess, Claw says softly, his voice suddenly losing its eccentric edge and taking on a deep, resonant quality of absolute truth. She has heard only the echo of her own broken heart, amplified by your cunning words and the smoke of your silver burners. You have stolen her grief, sir, and you have used it to build a cage around her mind. Claw steps closer to Valerie. He does not shake her, nor does he shout. He knows that to wake a sleepwalker too violently can cause deep psychological trauma. Instead, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small, glass vial filled with a clear, amber liquid. It is his own special preparation of verbena, a clean, sharp, citrus scent that cuts through the heavy, cloying fog of the Kaifi incense like a shaft of morning sunlight through a dark forest. He sprays a fine mist of the verbena water into the air directly in front of Valerie's face. The sharp, clean scent hits her senses, and she gasps, her chest rising and falling in a sudden, spasmodic breath. The glassness in her eyes begins to shatter, replaced by a flicker of confusion. Now, Morris Claw speaks to her. His voice is no longer the voice of the eccentric book dealer. It is the voice of a gentle father, a wise protector who has walked through the valley of shadows and knows the way back to the light. He speaks slowly, his words carrying a rhythmic, soothing power that matches the beating of her heart. Valerie, he says, his voice deep and warm, comforting as a wool blanket on a winter night. Listen to my voice. The long night is ending. The smoke is clearing. The air is fresh and cold, like the wind off the sea. You are not in the desert of Egypt, my child. You are in London. You are safe. The grief you feel is real, yes, but it is your own. It is the love you have for the one who is gone, and no one has the right to take it from you or to use it to keep you in the dark. Wake up, Valerie. Look at the light. A tear escapes from Valerie's eye, sparkling in the dim light as it runs down her pale cheek. Her lips tremble, and she looks around the room as if seeing it for the first time. The heavy velvet drapes, the gilded statue, the glowing brazier, all of it suddenly looks cheap, theatrical, and empty. She looks at Antep, and a shudder passes through her body. The spell is broken. The illusion has collapsed. She falls forward, her legs giving way, but Morris Claw is there to catch her with his large, strong arms. He holds her gently, like a father holding a frightened child, as she begins to sob great, cleansing tears of release that wash away the poison of the suggestions she has lived under for so long. Antep realizes that his power in this room has vanished. He watches them for a moment, his face contorted in a mask of silent rage, before slipping back into the shadows of his inner sanctuary, knowing that the police will soon be summoned and his lucrative temple of illusions is no more. Let us pause here, dear listener, and feel the profound relief of that moment. The moment when the illusion crumbles and we are returned to the simple, beautiful, sometimes painful reality of our own lives. It is a moment of deep emotional catharsis. This brings us to a crucial understanding of the human subconscious, a concept that Morris Claw called the dream mind. During our waking hours, we are constantly bombarded by thousands of sensory inputs, sights, sounds, smells, and interactions. Our conscious mind acts as a filter, sorting through this deluge of information, selecting what is important and discarding the rest. But when we sleep, this filter is turned off. The dream mind takes over, and it does not discard anything. It processes every single cue, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, that we encountered during the day. If you sleep in a room that is cluttered, dark, and filled with the lingering energy of conflict, your dream mind will incorporate these cues into your sleep. If you sleep in a place where you do not feel entirely safe, your dreams will be anxious, fragmented, and exhausting. The dream mind is like a highly sensitive photographic plate, capturing the subtle otic forces of our environment. To illustrate this, let us look at another storytelling example, the story of Marcus, a young writer who found himself trapped in a cycle of terrible, exhausting nightmares. Every night, Marcus would dream of being chased through a subterranean labyrinth by a formless, shadow beast. He would wake up drenched in sweat, his heart pounding, feeling as though he had not slept at all. His waking life began to suffer. He was constantly exhausted, anxious, and unable to focus on his writing. He tried everything, sleeping pills, meditation, exercise, but nothing worked. Finally, he consulted a wise old therapist who, much like Morris Claw, understood the language of the subconscious. The therapist did not start by analyzing Marcus's childhood. Instead, he'd asked Marcus to describe his bedroom in meticulous detail. Marcus explained that he lived in a small, basement apartment. His bed was pushed against a damp, cold brick wall. On the shelf directly above his head, he kept his collection of vintage horror novels and a collection of old, tarnished African tribal masks that he had bought at a flea market because they looked interesting. He also admitted that he worked on his laptop in bed, writing dark, suspenseful thrillers until the moment he closed his eyes to sleep. The therapist smiled and said, "Marcus, your dream mind is merely reacting to the stage you have set for it. You are sleeping in a dark, damp basement, beneath masks that represent ancient, fearful spirits, and you are filling your mind with thoughts of suspense and terror right before you close your eyes. Your subconscious believes you are in a state of constant danger, and it is waking you up to save your life." The therapist gave Marcus a simple set of instructions. He told him to move his bed away from the damp wall, to remove the horror novels and tribal masks from his bedroom entirely, and to stop working in bed. Instead, he told Marcus to place a small plant on his bedside table, to paint the walls a soft, warm cream color, and to spend the last 30 minutes of his day reading poetry or listening to gentle, classical music. Marcus followed the advice, though he was skeptical, but the results were almost immediate. Within 3 days, the nightmares stopped. His dreams became peaceful, filled with images of open spaces, light, and flowing water. He woke up feeling rested, his anxiety vanished, and his creative energy returned. This is the power of environmental suggestion on the dream mind. We are not separate from our surroundings. We are in a constant, silent conversation with them. Let us now go deeper into the psychological analysis of this phenomenon. Why do we, as human beings, possess a mind that is so vulnerable to these subtle influences? To find the answer, we must look to our evolutionary past. For hundreds of thousands of years, our ancestors lived in a world of constant physical danger. Survival depended on their ability to detect the slightest change in their environment, a rustle in the grass that might indicate a predator, a change in the wind that brought the scent of rain, a subtle shift in the social hierarchy of the tribe. The subconscious mind evolved to be an incredibly sensitive radar system, constantly scanning the horizon for cues that could mean life or death. In our modern world, we no longer have to worry about saber-toothed tigers, but our biological radar system remains exactly the same. It is still scanning, still absorbing every cue, still trying to protect us. But because our environment is now filled with artificial sights, sounds, and messages, our radar system is constantly overloaded. It gets confused. It mistakes the blue light of a smartphone for the morning sun, preventing the production of melatonin. It mistakes the anxious energy of a news broadcast for an immediate physical threat, flooding our bodies with cortisol and adrenaline. When we do not consciously curate our environment, we leave our biological radar at the mercy of forces that do not have our best interests at heart. Advertisers, politicians, and manipulative individuals understand this evolutionary vulnerability. They know that if they can bypass our conscious, logical minds by appealing directly to our primal fears and desires through sensory suggestion, they can guide our behavior without us ever realizing we are being controlled. This is why reclaiming your subconscious sovereignty is not just a spiritual luxury. It is a vital act of self-defense. Let us walk through the practical, step-by-step process of cleaning and protecting your psychic sanctuary, guided by the wisdom of our dream detective. First, you must perform a sensory audit of your living space, particularly your bedroom. Walk into your room with fresh eyes, as if you are a detective entering a crime scene. What is the first thing you smell? Is the air stale, damp, or heavy? If so, open the windows and let the fresh air circulate. Use natural scents to clear the energy. A few drops of lavender, chamomile, or, as Morris Claw preferred, verbena, can have a profound, calming effect on your nervous system. These scents send a chemical signal to your brain that says, you are safe. You can let down your guard. Second, examine the visual environment of your sleeping area. What is the last thing your eyes rest upon before you close them? If it is a television screen, a pile of unpaid bills, or a cluttered workspace, you are sending messages of stress and obligation to your dream mind. Clear away the clutter. Create a visual field that is simple, clean, and peaceful. Let the objects around your bed be things that bring you joy, a sense of peace, or a connection to your highest self. Third, look at the auditory landscape of your life. We live in a world of constant, low-frequency noise, traffic, hum of appliances, distant sirens. While we may not consciously notice these sounds, our subconscious mind still hears them, and they can keep us in a state of low-grade, chronic alertness during sleep. Consider using white noise, pink noise, or the gentle sound of rainfall to mask these disruptive environmental sounds. This creates an auditory cocoon, shielding your subconscious from the chaotic vibrations of the outside world. Fourth, establish a sacred transition ritual between your waking day and your sleep. Just as the ancient priests of Isis used rituals to transition from the mundane world to the divine, you must use ritual to transition from the world of doing to the world of being. This does not need to be complicated. It can be as simple as washing your face with warm water, consciously imagining that you are washing away the expectations and energies of the day. As you lie down, place your hands over your heart and take 3 deep, conscious breaths. With each exhale, say to yourself, I release this day. I reclaim my energy. My mind is my own sanctuary. By practicing these simple steps, you are not only ensuring a deeper, more restful sleep, but you are also building a strong, resilient barrier around your subconscious mind. You are becoming the priest or priestess of your own inner temple, ensuring that no manipulative force can enter without your consent. Let us reflect on the journey we have taken in this chapter. We have stood in the dim, perfume-heavy air of the temple of Isis. We have seen how easily a vulnerable soul can be captured by the clever illusions of a charismatic predator. We have watched Maurice Clare use his eccentric, yet profound wisdom to cut through the smoke and mirrors, bringing a young woman back to the healing reality of her own life. We have explored the deep psychology of the dream mind, understanding how our environment shapes our inner world, and we have learned practical ways to guard and purify our own mental sanctuaries. The story of the Temple of Isis is not just a tale from a forgotten book of detective stories. It is a map of the human condition. It reminds us that our search for meaning, our capacity for deep feeling, and even our vulnerability in times of grief are beautiful, essential parts of what makes us human. But they must be guided by wisdom, guarded by awareness, and rooted in the clean, fresh air of truth. As we prepare to leave this chapter behind, let us carry these lessons in our hearts. Remember that you are the author of your own dreams. Your mind is a sacred temple, and you hold the key to its gates. Do not allow the incense of illusion to blind you to the beauty of your own strength. And now, as the candles in the temple of Isis flicker and die, and the heavy drapes are drawn closed, we must prepare for what lies ahead. Our journey with the dream detective is far from over. In our next chapter, we will leave the smoke of the temple behind and travel to a place of a very different kind of danger. We will enter the cold, wind-swept halls of a grand country estate, where a family curse, a mysterious painting, and a whisper from the past threaten to drive a young heir to the brink of madness. What secrets lie hidden in the brushstrokes of a portrait painted in blood? How does the mind of an artist project its dark desires across generations, leaving an energetic imprint that can kill from beyond the grave? And how will Maurice Clore, with his tin of verbena and his theory of the odic force, unravel a mystery that seems to defy the very laws of nature? Take one more deep, peaceful breath. Let the warm, comforting rhythm of this narration carry you forward. Rest deeply, dream wisely, and let your soul prepare for the next adventure. The night is quiet, the path is clear, and the dream detective is waiting for us in the shadows of the next chapter. Sleep well, dear listener, and remember, the truth is always waiting to be found in the light of day. Chapter 4: The Haunting of the Red Tavern. We are not the first to tread upon these floorboards, nor shall we be the last to leave our invisible footprints upon the dust of time. Have you ever entered a room, my dear listener, and felt an instantaneous, inexplicable shiver run down your spine, as though the air itself were holding its breath? Have you ever stood in an old, unfamiliar house and known, with an absolute, quiet certainty, that the walls were whispering secrets just beyond the range of your conscious hearing? The spaces we inhabit are not merely empty voids contained by plaster and wood. They are vessels. They are silent recorders of our deepest agonies, our wildest ecstasies, and our most desperate, hidden acts. In this chapter, which we call The Haunting of the Red Tavern, we step alongside the enigmatic dream detective, Maurice Clore, and his beautiful, dark-eyed daughter, Isis, into a realm where the past is not dead, where indeed, the past is not even past. We find ourselves exploring a desolate stretch of the English coast, where the fog rolls in from the sea like a heavy, gray shroud, swallowing the land and isolating the living from the rest of the world. Here stands the Red Tavern, an ancient, weather-beaten inn with a roof that sags like a tired shoulder and windows that stare out into the mist like the hollow eyes of a skull. It is a place steeped in rumors of blood, betrayal, and a historical murder mystery that has remained unsolved for over a century. But for Maurice Clore, a crime is never truly buried. To him, the physical environment is a photographic plate, and the intense emotions of a dying man are the chemical agents that burn an indelible image into the very fabric of the room. Let us pause for a moment and allow ourselves to sink into this atmosphere. Feel the dampness in the air, the chill that clings to your skin, and the quiet, rhythmic thrumming of your own heart. For as we journey into the depths of the Red Tavern, we are not merely observing a historical investigation. We are looking into the mirror of our own conscious minds, confronting the hidden chambers of our souls where our own unresolved ghosts reside. To truly understand the mystery of the Red Tavern, we must first immerse ourselves in its cold, damp atmosphere. Imagine a place far removed from the comforting bustle of modern life. The tavern sits on the edge of a lonely, wind-swept cliff, where the salt spray of the sea mixes with the decaying scent of wet earth and ancient wood. The walls are constructed of dark, heavy oak timbers, warped by centuries of dampness and stained by the soot of 1,000 long-dead fires. When the wind blows, the entire structure groans and creaks, like an old wooden ship navigating a treacherous ocean of shadows. It is an environment of profound isolation, a place where the barrier between the physical world and the spiritual realm feels exceedingly thin. Consider a cinematic example of this atmospheric weight. Imagine a traveler arriving at the Red Tavern late on a stormy night. The rain beats a frantic, erratic rhythm against the window panes. As he steps through the heavy oak door, the warmth of the roaring fire in the hearth does not comfort him. Instead, it casts long, dancing shadows that seem to stretch and reach toward him like skeletal fingers. The air is thick with the smell of stale ale, wet wool, and something else, something subtle and deeply unsettling, like the metallic tang of old copper or dried blood. He sits by the fire, but the cold seems to radiate from the very floorboards beneath his feet, rising up through his boots to settle in his bones. He feels an overwhelming urge to look over his shoulder, convinced that someone, or something, is standing just behind him in the shadows, watching his every move with silent, hungry intensity. He is not alone, yet there is no one else in the room. This is the sensory reality of the Red Tavern, a physical manifestation of a psychological trauma that has never been allowed to heal. Why does such an atmosphere hold such a powerful grip on our subconscious minds? Psychologically, a cold, damp, isolated setting represents the state of emotional neglect and unresolved grief. When we repress our deepest fears, our anger, or our sorrows, we create a cold, dark space within our own minds. We isolate ourselves from others, building walls of defense that keep out the light of understanding and connection. The Red Tavern is a metaphor for the neglected corners of our own psyche, the places we avoid visiting because we are afraid of what we might find lurking in the dark. By understanding how this atmosphere affects us, we can begin to apply a profound lesson to our own lives. When you find yourself feeling emotionally cold, isolated, or haunted by past regrets, do not run away from these feelings. Instead, act as your own gentle mentor. Acknowledge the dampness and the chill of your inner landscape. Step into that cold room of your mind, not with fear, but with a warm light of self-compassion. Ask yourself what old memories or unresolved pains are causing this internal winter. By shining the light of conscious awareness onto your hidden fears, you begin to warm the cold spaces within, turning a haunted ruin into a sanctuary of healing. This brings us to the core of Maurice Claw's philosophy, the concept of residual psychic energy. Claw does not view hauntings as the interventions of supernatural entities or restless spirits seeking vengeance. To him, a haunting is a scientific phenomenon, a form of natural recording. He believes that when a human being experiences an incredibly intense emotion, particularly during a sudden and violent death, they release a massive burst of psychic energy, a force he calls the odic envelope. This energy is absorbed by the surrounding physical matter, such as the wood of the walls, the stone of the fireplace, or the fibers of the carpet. Under the right conditions, this stored energy can be replayed, much like a needle tracing the grooves of a vinyl record, creating the illusion of a ghost. Let us explore a deeply touching, real-world example of this phenomenon. Think of a house where a loving couple lived for 50 years. Even long after they have passed away, visitors to the home often remark on the incredible feeling of warmth, peace, and love that permeates the rooms. The walls have absorbed decades of laughter, quiet conversations, gentle touches, and shared dreams. Conversely, think of a room where a terrible tragedy occurred, a place where fear and despair reigned supreme. Even when the room is cleaned, repainted, and refurnished, people still feel an instinctive desire to leave, sensing a heavy, suffocating sadness that seems to hang in the air. This is residual psychic energy in its most common form. It is the emotional footprint we leave behind us, a testament to the power of our minds to shape our physical reality. From a psychological perspective, This concept is incredibly profound. It teaches us that our thoughts, emotions, and actions do not simply vanish into nothingness once we have experienced them. They leave a lasting imprint on our lives, our relationships, and our environments. When we harbor anger, resentment, or guilt, we are constantly radiating a negative psychic energy that infects our surroundings and the people we love. We become the authors of our own hauntings, trapped in a cycle of replaying our past mistakes and traumas over and over again. We wonder why we feel stuck, why the same negative patterns keep repeating themselves in our lives, without realizing that we are the ones keeping the record spinning. To break free from this cycle, we must learn to clear our own psychic energy. This is a practical, step-by-step process of emotional house cleaning. First, identify the rooms in your mind or your life that feel haunted by negative energy. This could be a past relationship that ended badly, a professional failure that still stings, or a lingering sense of unworthiness. Second, allow yourself to fully feel the emotions associated with these memories, without judgment or resistance. Let the sadness or the anger wash over you, recognizing that these are merely old echoes, not your current reality. Third, consciously choose to forgive yourself and others involved. Forgiveness is the ultimate eraser of residual psychic energy. It lifts the needle off the old record, allowing the music of your life to finally fall silent, clearing the space for a beautiful, new melody to begin. Now, let us enter the heart of the mystery as Maurice Claw prepares to reconstruct the crime scene through his unique dreamscape observations. Claw is not your ordinary detective. He does not search for muddy footprints or examine ash under a magnifying glass. Instead, he carries with him a highly unusual tool, a flat, circular pillow filled with a secret blend of dried herbs, dominated by the sweet, soothing scent of verbena. Claw believes that sleep is the ultimate gateway to the subconscious, the state in which the conscious mind steps aside, allowing the dream detective to tune his mental receiver to the residual vibrations of the room. Imagine the scene as Claw prepares for his night of dreaming in the Red Tavern. The room he has chosen is the very chamber where, 100 years ago, a wealthy traveler was brutally murdered for his fortune, his body hidden away so well that it was never found. The room is cold, the dark paneling reflecting the dim light of a single tallow candle. Claw, a large, eccentric figure with a high, domed forehead and eyes that seem to pierce through the veil of reality, settles himself onto the hard bed. Isis, his loyal daughter, stands beside him, her dark eyes filled with a mixture of concern and absolute trust. She sprays a mist of verbena into the air, the sweet, clean scent cutting through the musty, damp odor of the room. Claw places his head upon the special pillow, closes his eyes, and surrenders himself to the deep, heavy sleep of the dream state. As Claw sinks into sleep, his conscious ego dissolves, and he enters the dreamscape, a fluid, shifting reality where past, present, and future coexist. In his dream, the cold room of the Red Tavern begins to change. The dark oak panels glow with a faint, phosphorescent light. The shadows resolve into human shapes. Claw is no longer a passive observer. He is an invisible witness to a terrible tragedy. He sees the door of the chamber creep open. He watches as a figure slips into the room, a knife glinting in the pale moonlight. The sleeping traveler stirs, sensing danger, but it is too late. There is a desperate, silent struggle. Claw feels the victim's terror, the sudden, sharp shock of pain, the fading warmth of life, and the final, overwhelming wave of despair as the darkness closes in. He watches as the killer, breathing heavily, drags the limp body across the floor, lifting a secret floorboard beneath the heavy oak wardrobe to conceal his horrific deed. Claw absorbs every detail, every emotion, every sensory impression, etching them into his subconscious mind. This dreamscape reconstruction is a beautiful and terrifying metaphor for the journey of self-discovery. To heal our deepest wounds, we must be willing to descend into the dreamscape of our own subconscious. We must be willing to face the shadows, to witness the moments where we were hurt, betrayed, or where we ourselves acted out of fear and anger. This requires immense courage, for the subconscious mind speaks in a language of symbols, intense emotions, and vivid, sometimes frightening imagery. Yet, it is only by diving into these deep waters that we can uncover the truth of who we are and what has shaped us. How can you apply Claw's dreamscape method to your own journey of self-understanding? You do not need a magical pillow of verbena, though creating a soothing ritual before sleep can be incredibly beneficial. To begin, practice the art of conscious dreaming and active imagination. Before you fall asleep each night, set a clear intention to connect with your subconscious. You might ask a simple question, such as, what part of myself needs healing tonight? Or what hidden truth am I refusing to see? When you awaken, do not immediately jump out of bed. Lie still for a few moments, letting the fragments of your dreams float back to the surface of your mind. Write down everything you remember, no matter how nonsensical or trivial it may seem. Over time, you will begin to see patterns, symbols, and messages from your deeper self, guiding you toward a profound understanding of your own life's mystery. We now reach the climax of our narrative, a moment of intense suspense and emotional truth, the confrontation. Armed with the knowledge obtained from his dreamscape observations, Morris Claw awakens. He knows the secret of the Red Tavern. He knows where the body is hidden, and he knows the identity of the person who has gone to desperate lengths to keep this secret buried. The atmosphere in the tavern is electric, charged with a sudden, sharp tension that is almost palpable. The scene unfolds in the dead of night, in the dark, wood-paneled parlor of the inn. A single lantern casts a dim, flickering light across the faces of those assembled. Morris Claw stands tall, his eccentric garments flowing around him, his eyes shining with a strange, hypnotic intensity. Isis stands at his side, her gaze steady and unwavering, her presence a source of calm strength. Across from them stands the current keeper of the Red Tavern, a man whose family has held the inn for generations. He is a man consumed by fear, his face pale and sweating, his hands trembling as he grips a heavy iron poker from the fireplace. He realizes that Claw has discovered the truth, that the century-old secret is about to be dragged into the light of day. Claw speaks, his voice a low, resonant baritone that seems to echo from the very walls of the tavern. He does not speak with anger or condemnation, but with a profound, sorrowful understanding. He describes the crime in vivid, agonizing detail, reconstructing the final moments of the murdered traveler as if he had been there himself. He points to the heavy oak wardrobe, instructing Isis to move it aside and reveal the secret floorboards beneath. The tavern keeper panics, raising the iron poker, his eyes wide with the desperate, cornered madness of a man who sees his entire world crumbling. But Claw does not flinch. He steps forward, his gaze locking onto the keeper's eyes, using the sheer weight of his psychological presence to disarm him. He speaks of the burden of carrying a secret, the psychological torment of living in a house built on a foundation of blood and lies. The keeper's strength suddenly deserts him. The iron poker clatters to the floor, and he sinks to his knees, weeping tears of bitter release. The haunting of the Red Tavern is over, not because a ghost has been banished, but because the truth has finally been spoken. This dramatic confrontation represents the ultimate psychological breakthrough. In our own lives, the culprit we must confront is often our own ego, the part of ourselves that desperately tries to keep our secrets, our weaknesses, and our past mistakes hidden from the world and from ourselves. We build elaborate defenses, we lie, we distract ourselves, and we strike out in anger at anyone who threatens to expose our vulnerabilities. But this constant state of defense is exhausting. It drains our vital energy, leaving us feeling anxious, hollow, and perpetually haunted. The step-by-step application of this confrontation in your own life is a call to radical honesty. To free yourself from the haunting of your past, you must be willing to have a confrontation with your own shadow. First, stop running. Sit quietly in a space where you will not be disturbed. Second, bring to mind the secret, the mistake, or the pain you have been hiding from. Look at it directly, without making excuses, without blaming others, and without falling into self-pity. Third, speak the truth of what happened, either aloud to yourself, in the pages of a private journal, or to a trusted, loving friend. Let the tears fall if they must. Let the anger rise and dissipate. By bringing your secrets into the light, you strip them of their power to haunt you. You will find, just as the tavern keeper did, that the moment of exposure is not the end of your world, but the beginning of your true freedom. Let us now reflect on the journey we have taken through the dark corridor of the Red Tavern. We have explored the cold, damp atmosphere of isolation, understanding how our physical surroundings can mirror the state of our subconscious minds. We have delved into the profound concept of residual psychic energy, realizing that our emotional footprints leave a lasting mark on the world around us. We have traveled into the dreamscape with Morris Claw, learning to use the power of our dreams to uncover hidden truths. And we have witnessed the powerful confrontation that occurs when secrets are finally brought into the light of conscious awareness. The story of the Red Tavern is a timeless reminder that we cannot build a healthy, beautiful life on a foundation of unresolved trauma and hidden pain. Every secret we keep, every grief we refuse to feel, and every anger we repress becomes a ghost that haunts our steps, turning our personal sanctuaries into cold drafts of anxiety and regret. But we are not helpless victims of our past. Like Morris Claw, we possess the tools of curiosity, courage, and deep empathy. We can choose to step into the dark rooms of our lives, to listen to the whispers of our subconscious, and to bring healing warmth to the coldest corners of our souls. Take a deep breath, my dear listener. Let the warmth of this understanding fill your chest, radiating outward to every part of your being. You are capable of facing your shadows. You are worthy of a life free from the ghosts of your past. You have the strength to open the hidden doors, to lift the floorboards, and to let the fresh air of truth and self-compassion wash through your soul. As we prepare to close this chapter, the fog outside the Red Tavern begins to lift. The first golden rays of the morning sun break through the gray clouds, casting a warm, beautiful light across the damp cliffs and the sparkling sea. The ancient inn, once a place of dread and heavy silence, seems to sigh with relief, its long-held burden finally lifted. Morris Claw and Isis step out into the crisp morning air, their footsteps light upon the path. But their journey is far from over. For in the distance, another mystery calls, another quiet whisper from the unseen world waiting to be understood. In our next chapter, we shall follow the dream detective into an even deeper, more labyrinthine mystery, a puzzle that will challenge the very boundaries of reality and test the limits of Claw's extraordinary powers. We will explore the delicate thread that connects our sleeping minds to the collective unconscious of humanity, discovering that we are all, in our own unique way, dream detectives searching for the truth in a world of shadows. Sleep deeply, dream wisely, and remember that the light is always waiting just beyond the dark. As the morning sun struggles to pierce the heavy, leaden clouds, we find ourselves traveling alongside Morris Claw and Isis toward the jagged cliffs of the northern coast, where the Red Tavern stands like a solitary sentinel of forgotten grief. The transition from the crisp morning air of our previous journey into the suffocating atmosphere of this ancient shoreline is a stark reminder of how quickly the world of the living can turn cold and inhospitable. The Red Tavern, a weathered structure of dark, salt-stained timber and crumbling granite, has sat perched above the crashing waves for over 2 centuries. Its name, spoken in hushed tones by the local fishermen, is a testament to a dark history that time has refused to wash away. The air here does not merely feel cold. It feels heavy, carrying a dampness that clings to the skin like a wet shroud and seeps deep into the bones. It is a place where the wind does not just blow, but seems to moan through the warped floorboards, carrying the phantom echoes of long-dead voices. To understand the mystery that lies locked within these damp, rotting walls, we must first understand the profound concept of residual psychic energy. Morris Claw has often explained to his daughter that her house, much like a human mind, can suffer from trauma. When an event of immense terror, hatred, or sorrow occurs within a confined space, the physical matter of the building, the wood, the stone, the lime plaster acts as a primitive photographic plate. The intense emotional energy of the moment acts as a chemical catalyst, searing a permanent impression onto the surrounding environment. This is not a haunting in the traditional sense of a conscious spirit lingering in the halls, but rather a psychic recording, a tragic loop of human suffering that plays over and over again whenever the conditions are right. For decades, guests at the Red Tavern have reported a suffocating sense of dread in the dead of night, the phantom smell of burning tallow, and the sound of a desperate struggle coming from the locked room at the end of the east corridor. It is into this atmospheric tomb of memory that Claw and Isis step, their senses heightened and their minds prepared for the heavy burden of the past. The current caretaker of the tavern, a bitter, reclusive man named Jonathan Vance, watches them from the shadows of the hearth with eyes full of suspicion and unspoken terror. Jonathan is the last descendant of the tavern's original founders, and he carries the psychological weight of a generational curse that has rotted his family from the inside out. He claims to want the haunting stopped, yet every movement of his trembling hands betrays a deep, paralyzing fear of what Claw might uncover. To solve this historic murder mystery, Claw must descend into the very heart of the trauma. In the damp chill of the locked room, where the air is thick with the scent of mildew and ancient dust, Claw prepares his mind for the dreamscape reconstruction. He spreads his purple silk handkerchief upon the sagging mattress of the old bed, placing his delicate, sensitive hands upon his temples as he prepares to surrender his conscious mind to the physical memory of the room. Isis stands vigil by the door, her own psychic sensitivity keeping her alert to the shifting energies of the house. As Claw's breathing slows, his mind slips beneath the surface of the present, diving deep into the collective unconscious of the Red Tavern. In the dreamscape, the room transforms. The damp smell of decay is replaced by the sharp, metallic tang of fresh blood and the sweet, cloying aroma of cheap gin. Claw observes the scene not as a participant, but as a silent, invisible ghost of the future. The year is 1842. He sees a young traveler, a scholar carrying a heavy leather satchel, sitting by the meter fire. The traveler's face is etched with exhaustion, yet his eyes hold a spark of hope. But the atmosphere of the room in the past is identical to the present, cold, predatory, and suffocating. From the shadows of the doorway, a figure emerges. It is Jonathan Vance's ancestor, driven by a desperate, greedy malice. Claw watches with a heavy heart as the tragedy unfolds in slow, agonizing detail. The whisper of steel, the sudden, violent struggle, and the young traveler's final, desperate gasp as his life force is violently severed from his body. The killer hides the body beneath the heavy oak floorboards, sealing the crime away from the eyes of the world, but forever locking the emotional agony of the victim into the physical fabric of the tavern. The psychic shock of the reconstruction ripples through the dream, threatening to pull Claw into the abyss of the victim's final terror. He awakens with a gasp, his eyes wide in the darkness of the room, only to find that the past and the present are about to collide. The door of the room creaks open, and there stands Jonathan Vance, a heavy, rusted iron poker clutched in his white-knuckled grip. Driven to the brink of madness by the fear of exposure and the malevolent influence of the residual energy that has poisoned his mind for years, Jonathan intends to silence the dream detective forever. The atmosphere in the room is electric with tension, the silence broken only by the sound of the wind howling outside and the heavy, ragged breathing of a desperate man. Isis does not flinch. She steps forward, her voice calm and steady, acting as a grounding wire for the chaotic energy in the room. Morris Claw rises slowly from the bed, his voice soft, warm, and filled with an immense, paternal sorrow rather than anger. He does not threaten Jonathan. Instead, he speaks directly to the wounded, terrified soul of the man standing before him. Claw explains that the guilt Jonathan carries is not his own, but a poison inherited from an ancestor who chose greed over humanity. He paints a vivid picture of the crime he just witnessed, describing the young scholar's final moments not to condemn Jonathan, but to offer him a path to liberation. Claw's psychological precision is devastating yet tender. He explains that by hiding the truth, Jonathan has kept himself a prisoner in the very tomb his ancestor built. Slowly, the tension drains from the room. The iron poker slips from Jonathan's fingers, clattering loudly against the floorboards as he collapses to his knees, weeping tears of profound relief and exhaustion. The truth, though painful, has finally broken the cycle of silence and torment. The residual energy of the tavern, once a suffocating weight, begins to dissipate like fog under the morning sun. Through this deeply dramatic and emotional journey, we are reminded of a powerful lesson. The ghosts that haunt our lives are often nothing more than the unaddressed traumas of our past, the secrets we keep, and the grief we refuse to acknowledge. By facing the shadows with courage, empathy, and a desire for understanding, we can heal the deep wounds of history and find peace in the present. As Morris Claw and Isis prepare to leave the Red Tavern, the air feels lighter, the wind gentler, and the ancient wood seems to sigh with a quiet, peaceful gratitude. We must carry this understanding forward into our own lives, knowing that no matter how deep the darkness of the past may be, The light of truth and compassion is always ready to restore harmony to our souls. Chapter 5: The Whisper of the Mummy. Welcome, dear listener. Take a deep, slow breath, and let the clamor of the outside world gently recede into the background. Allow yourself to settle into this space of quiet contemplation, where we dare to explore the shadowy corridors of the human mind. Tonight, we embark on a journey through the 5th chapter of our exploration, a chapter titled The Whisper of the Mummy. This is not merely a tale of ancient dust and forgotten tombs. No, this is a deep dive into the very fabric of our modern existence, an exploration of how the quietest sounds can carry the heaviest weights, and how the echoes of our past can manifest as terrifying whispers in the dead of night. Have you ever lain awake in the absolute stillness of the early morning hours, when the rest of the world is asleep, and felt a sudden, inexplicable tightening in your chest? Have you ever listened so closely to the silence that it began to hum, to vibrate, to take on a voice of its own? In our modern, hyperconnected world, we have constructed massive fortresses of concrete, glass, and steel to keep the wilderness at bay. We have filled our lives with constant stimulation, with the endless scroll of screens and the perpetual hum of white noise, all in an attempt to drown out the quiet. But silence is a persistent force. When the lights go out, and the distractions fade, the mind is left alone with itself. It is in this vulnerability, this transitional state between waking consciousness and the deep ocean of sleep, that our deepest anxieties, our unacknowledged guilt, and our secret terrors find their voice. To understand the whisper of the mummy, we must first understand the phenomenon of orbitary hallucinations and sleep-induced paranoia in a modern setting. It is easy to dismiss the stories of haunted houses and ancient curses as the superstitious nonsense of a bygone era. We pride ourselves on our scientific progress, our rationality, and our technology, yet the human brain has not changed. The same neural pathways that once trembled at the sound of a rustling leaf outside a cave now tremble at the subtle creak of a high-rise floorboard. When we are exhausted, stressed, or carrying a heavy burden of unresolved conflict, our brain's threat detection system goes into overdrive. It begins to search the silence for patterns, to find meaning in the static, and to project our inner turmoil outward into the physical world. Let us begin our exploration with a deep dive into our first key concept: how subconscious guilt manifests as external voices. There is a profound psychological truth in the idea that what we refuse to confront within ourselves will eventually confront us from the outside. When we commit an act that violates our own moral code, or when we carry the shame of a past mistake, our conscious mind often tries to bury it. We push it down into the dark recesses of the subconscious, hoping it will dissolve in the passage of time. But the subconscious does not forget. It is an active, living library of every experience, every choice, and every regret we have ever accumulated. When we sleep, the conscious guard lowers, and these buried emotions seek expression. They cannot always rise as clear thoughts, for our conscious ego would reject them. Instead, they disguise themselves. They take on the form of external stimuli, transforming internal self-condemnation into an audible voice that seems to come from the dark corner of the bedroom. Imagine, if you will, the story of Julian. Julian was a man of immense ambition, a brilliant antiquarian who had clawed his way to the top of the competitive London art market. To the world, Julian was a success, a man of refined taste who lived in a spectacular, minimalist penthouse overlooking the Thames. His home was a sanctuary of glass and steel, insulated from the noise of the city by triple-glazed windows. Yet, Julian was a man haunted. Months earlier, in his relentless pursuit of a rare, Middle Kingdom Egyptian amulet, Julian had crossed a line. He had knowingly purchased the artifact from a desperate, impoverished collector who had stolen it from a family estate. Julian had lied about its provenance, falsified documents, and sold it to a private museum for a staggering profit. The original collector, ruined and disgraced, had taken his own life shortly after. Julian had told himself it was just business, that the collector's fate was not his responsibility. He had rationalized his actions with cold, hard logic. But the mind knows the truth. 3 weeks after the transaction, the whispers began. It started on a Tuesday, precisely at 3:15 in the morning. Julian woke abruptly, his skin cold with sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs. The penthouse was silent, save for the distant, rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock. And then, he heard it. It was a sound so faint, so dry, that it seemed to brush against his ear like a dead leaf scraping across stone. It was a sibilant, parched whisper, uttering a single, unintelligible word. Julian sat up, switching on the bedside lamp, his eyes scanning the empty room. There was nothing there. He told himself it was a dream, a hypnopompic hallucination born of exhaustion. But the next night, at the exact same hour, the whisper returned. This time, it was clearer. It sounded like the rustle of ancient linen, a dry, choked voice rasping from a throat that had not tasted water in 3,000 years. It spoke his name, Julian. It whispered, Julian, return what is not yours. This story illustrates the profound psychological mechanism of projection. Julian's conscious mind refused to feel guilt. He had built a fortress of rationalization to protect his self-image as a successful, righteous man. Because his ego could not accept the internal accusation of theft and complicity in a man's death, his mind took that internal voice of condemnation and projected it outward. The voice became an external entity, a phantom mummy whispering from the shadows, demanding justice. By turning his internal guilt into an external threat, Julian could focus his fear on a supernatural curse rather than facing the agonizing truth of his own moral failure. Why does this classic dynamic matter to us? And what does it do to our subconscious? When we experience these projections, whether they manifest as actual auditory hallucinations, persistent nightmares, or a generalized, free-floating paranoia, they act as a mirror. They are showing us, in the most dramatic way possible, where our soul is fractured. They hold us back by trapping us in a cycle of fear and avoidance. We spend our energy trying to banish the ghost, trying to soundproof our rooms, or trying to medicate the anxiety, when the ghost is actually a messenger from our own depths. Until we recognize that the voice is our own, we remain powerless to silence it. If you find yourself haunted by the whispers of your own past, if you feel the weight of unresolved guilt or fear keeping you awake in the dark, let me offer you a soothing, practical path forward. The first step is to stop running from the whisper. When you hear that voice of self-doubt, anxiety, or guilt in the quiet hours of the night, do not try to drown it out with distractions. Instead, lean into it with gentle curiosity. Sit quietly and ask yourself, if this voice were trying to protect me, what would it be trying to say? What is the unresolved truth I am avoiding? Write down these thoughts without judgment. Acknowledge the pain or the regret you are carrying. By bringing these buried emotions into the light of conscious awareness, you strip them of their power to haunt you from the shadows. You transition from a victim of a phantom to a conscious author of your own healing. Now, let us turn our attention to the second key point of our journey, the intricate sound design cues for the whispering voice in our narrative. In the realm of audio storytelling, and indeed within the theater of our own minds, the physical characteristics of a sound dictate how we respond to it emotionally. A loud, sudden noise triggers our primal startle reflex, causing a rush of adrenaline. But a soft, persistent whisper triggers something far deeper, far more insidious. It bypasses our logical defenses and speaks directly to our amygdala, the ancient brain structure responsible for processing fear and survival. To create the auditory illusion of a supernatural presence, sound designers use specific acoustic textures. The whispering voice of our mummy is not a booming, theatrical specter. It is a dry, sibilant sound, dominated by high-frequency consonants like S, T, and H. It lacks the warm, low-frequency resonance of a living human voice, which suggests a lack of breath, a lack of blood, a lack of life. It is the sound of friction, of parched vocal cords vibrating without the support of lungs. It is often panned slightly to one side, or designed to sound as if it is originating from directly behind the listener's head, exploiting our natural evolutionary vulnerability to threats we cannot see. Consider the experience of Clara, a sound designer working on a documentary about ancient Egyptian tombs. Clara spent weeks in a windowless studio, wearing high-end headphones, editing field recordings of tomb chambers and the dry wind blowing across the desert sands. She began to experiment with binaural recording techniques, which mimic the way human ears receive sound in three-dimensional space. One evening, deep into the night, Clara was testing a track where she had layered the sound of dry papyrus being gently rubbed together with a low-frequency white noise generator set at 19 Hz. 19 Hz is known as the infrasound frequency, a tone just below the threshold of human hearing that can cause physical sensations of dread, hyperventilation, and even visual distortions. As Clara listened to the track in the dark studio, she felt a sudden, icy chill run down her spine. The hair on her arms stood on end. Even though she knew she had created the sound herself, her body reacted as if there were a predatory presence standing right behind her chair. She heard a dry, sibilant rustle that seemed to move from her left ear, across the back of her neck, to her right. It was a physical sensation of sound, a whisper that felt like a cold breath on her skin. Clara's logical mind knew it was an acoustic illusion, but her ancient, mammalian brain was screaming at her to run. This experience taught Clara the immense power of sound design. It showed her that the brain does not merely hear sound. It translates sound into a physical, emotional, and spatial reality. This matters profoundly because our daily lives are filled with subtle acoustic triggers that we barely register consciously, yet they shape our emotional state. The hum of an air conditioner, the high-pitched whine of an old electronic device, or the distant rumble of traffic can all contribute to a state of chronic, low-grade paranoia and stress. When we are already psychologically vulnerable, these mundane sounds can be interpreted by our subconscious as something threatening, feeding into our sleep-induced anxieties. How can we apply this knowledge to find peace in our own environments? You can become the sound designer of your own life. Start by conducting an auditory audit of your sleeping environment. Pay close attention to the ambient sounds in your bedroom. Are there high-pitched hums, irregular clicks, or distant vibrations that might be triggering your subconscious threat detection system. Consider introducing intentional, soothing soundscapes, soft, organic sounds like the gentle fall of rain, the steady wash of ocean waves, or pink noise, which mimics the natural frequencies of the womb, can mask disruptive ambient noises and signal to your brain that it is safe to let go of its vigil. By consciously shaping your acoustic environment, you create a sanctuary where the mind can rest without fear of interruption. This brings us to our third key point, the fascinating figure of Maurice Claw, the dream detective, and his unique combination of scientific skepticism and occult knowledge. In the annals of detective fiction, Maurice Claw stands as a towering, eccentric monument to the duality of the human intellect. He is a man who operates in the borderlands between the seen and the unseen, the rational and the mystical. With his towering height, his rumpled frock coat, his bald head fringed with long, wild hair, and his constant companion, a beautiful, quiet daughter named Isis, Claw presents an image of an ancient alchemist lost in the modern world. He is often smelled before he is seen, carrying with him the refreshing, antiseptic scent of verbena, which he sprays liberally to clear what he calls the psychic atmosphere. Claw's investigative methodology is a beautiful dance between rigorous scientific observation and a deep, intuitive understanding of the occult. He does not dismiss the supernatural out of hand, nor does he accept it blindly. Instead, he views the supernatural as an unexplored branch of science, a set of natural laws that have not yet been catalogued by the rigid minds of his contemporaries. His primary tool is what he calls the odic force, a concept borrowed from 19th century psychic research. Claw believes that every human action, every intense emotion, leaves a physical, energetic residue on the walls and furniture of a room, much like light leaves an image on a photographic plate. To solve a mystery, Claw does not merely look for fingerprints or muddy boots. He sleeps in the very room where the crime occurred, using his own highly sensitive subconscious mind as a sensitive plate to capture the lingering odic impressions of the past. Imagine a scene where Maurice Claw is called to investigate Julian's haunted penthouse. Claw enters the sleek, modern room, looking entirely out of place among the minimalist Italian furniture and high-tech gadgets. Julian, hollow-eyed and trembling from weeks of sleep deprivation, looks at Claw with a mixture of desperation and doubt. Claw does not immediately search for hidden microphones or secret passages. Instead, he walks slowly around the room, his eyes half-closed, sniffing the air. He takes out his small atomizer of verbena and sprays it into the corners, the fine mist catching the light. "My dear sir," Claw rumbles in his deep, resonant voice, his accent a rich, untraceable blend of European tones. "You think you are being haunted by a mummy, by the angry spirit of a pharaoh's servant. The modern mind is so quick to fear the ancient, yet so slow to understand it. Let us not rush to conclusions. The universe is a vast laboratory, and what we call magic is often but the science of tomorrow. This room is heavy, yes. It is heavy with the odd of fear, with the lingering vibration of a guilty conscience. But let us see what the physical world has to say to our psychic senses." Claw then begins a meticulous examination of the room, using a magnifying glass to inspect the dust on the window ledges, the alignment of the air vents, and the electrical wiring behind the plaster. He explains to Julian that while spirits do exist, they rarely have the vocal cords to whisper in English at 3:15 in the morning. He notes that the whisper is too regular, too precise in its timing, pointing toward a human agency that is exploiting Julian's psychological vulnerability. Claw's genius lies in this perfect balance. He uses his occult theories to understand the victim's psychological state, and his scientific skepticism to unmask the material reality of the crime. This duality is a powerful model for our own lives. We often find ourselves trapped in one of two extremes. We either become hyper-rational skeptics, dismissing our intuition, our dreams, and our emotional nudges as meaningless chemical firings in the brain, or we fall into superstitious thinking, blaming external, unseen forces for our misfortunes and feeling powerless to change them. When we strike the balance that Maurice Claw champions, we honor both our intellect and our intuition. We recognize that our feelings, our dreams, and our deep-seated anxieties are real and valuable indicators of our internal state, but we also use our logical minds to navigate the external world with clarity and strength. To apply Claw's wisdom in your own life, practice what we might call the dream detective's inquiry. The next time you face a situation that fills you with a sense of dread or confusion, approach it with both your inner scientist and your inner mystic. First, ask the scientist, what are the objective, physical facts of this situation? What can I see, measure, and prove? Lay out the dry, hard reality. Then, turn to the mystic. What is my intuition telling me about this? What does this situation feel like in my body? What symbolic meaning does it hold for my life journey? By bringing these two perspectives into conversation, you will find a deeper, more holistic understanding of your path, allowing you to act with both wisdom and practical effectiveness. This leads us to our fourth and most dramatic key point: confronting the blackmailer using Maurice Claw's psychological trap. In the story of The Whisper of the Mummy, the supernatural horror is ultimately revealed to be a very human, very calculated conspiracy. A rival antiquarian, a man named Richard, had discovered Julian's illicit purchase of the amulet. Knowing Julian's superstitious nature and his secret guilt, Richard decided to drive Julian to the brink of madness, forcing him to sell his valuable collection at a fraction of its worth, or risk public exposure and ruin. Richard had installed a highly sophisticated, directional parametric speaker inside a hollow decorative beam in Julian's ceiling. This technology allows sound to be projected in a tight, laser-like beam, meaning it can only be heard by someone standing or lying in a specific spot, leaving the rest of the room completely silent. Richard had also obtained a key to the penthouse, entering while Julian was out to place a trace amount of a mild, hallucinogenic compound into Julian's evening decanter of scotch. The drug, combined with the targeted, high-frequency whispers and the low-frequency infrasound, created a perfect storm of sleep-induced paranoia. Julian was convinced he was losing his mind to an ancient curse, making him entirely malleable to Richard's blackmail demands. But Maurice Claw saw through the illusion. He did not confront Richard with physical evidence, which could have been easily destroyed or denied. Instead, Claw laid a psychological trap that turned the blackmailer's own weapons against him. Claw knew that a blackmailer's greatest strength is their victim's secrecy and shame. By bringing the secret into the light, and by playing on the blackmailer's own greed and paranoia, the power dynamic is completely reversed. Claw instructed Julian to invite Richard to the penthouse under the pretense of capitulating to his demands. Julian was to offer Richard the entire collection, including the stolen amulet, in exchange for a signed release. When Richard arrived, confident and smug in his victory, the room was dimly lit. smelling strongly of Claw's verbena. Claw himself was hidden behind a heavy velvet curtain, his mind focused, holding a photographic plate in his hands, symbolic of his intent to capture the truth. As Richard reached for the documents, Julian, following Claw's script, did not act afraid. Instead, he looked at Richard with deep, sorrowful pity. "Richard," Julian said, his voice calm and resonant, "I am glad you have come. The whisper told me you would. It said that the hunger of the amulet cannot be satisfied by one man alone. It needs both of us now." Richard laughed, a harsh, dismissive sound. "What rubbish are you talking about, Julian? Just sign the papers." But as Richard spoke, the lights in the penthouse began to flicker. A low, vibrating hum, the very 19 Hz frequency Richard had used to terrify Julian, began to resonate through the room, but this time, it was amplified, shaking the glass ornaments on the table. And then, from the dark corners of the room, a whisper began. But it was not the dry voice Richard had recorded. It was a chorus of voices, echoing from multiple directions, repeating Richard's own name, accusing him of his own hidden crimes, his own secret betrayals. Claw had rewired the parametric speaker, routing it through a feedback loop that analyzed the acoustic properties of Richard's own voice and reflected them back as a distorted, haunting echo. Claw had also slipped a harmless, but bitter, psychotropic stimulant into Richard's glass of water. As the drug took effect, and the acoustic trap closed around him, Richard's confidence shattered. The predator became the prey. He began to sweat, his eyes darting frantically around the room, convinced that the ancient force he had manufactured had somehow become real, and was now coming for him. In a panic of superstitious terror, Richard confessed to the entire plot, begging Julian to turn off the sound and keep the amulet away from him. This dramatic confrontation illustrates a profound psychological truth. Those who use our secrets and our shame to control us are often themselves driven by an even deeper, more fragile insecurity. Manipulation thrives in the dark. It relies on the victim's willingness to keep the secret, to carry the burden alone, and to believe that they are powerless. When we find the courage to speak our truth, to expose the manipulation to the light, and to confront our tormentors with a calm, unshakable self-awareness, the illusion of their power vanishes like mist in the morning sun. If you are facing a situation in your life where you feel manipulated, controlled, or blackmailed by someone else's expectations, demands, or emotional threats, let us construct a psychological trap of your own. The key is to refuse to play by their rules. A manipulator expects you to react with fear, anger, or defensiveness. Instead, respond with radical transparency and calm curiosity. When they attempt to use your guilt or your past mistakes against you, do not deny it or hide it. Say, "Yes, I made that mistake, and I have learned from it." What is your goal in bringing it up now? By owning your past and refusing to be shamed by it, you strip them of their leverage. You shine a bright, steady light on their behavior, forcing them to stand in the reality of their own actions. Let us pause for a moment, and let these ideas settle into your heart. We have journeyed through the dark waters of guilt, the intricate physics of sound, the brilliant mind of the dream detective, and the triumphant reclamation of personal power. This chapter, The Whisper of the Mummy, is not just a mystery solved. It is a profound lesson in the architecture of our own minds. It teaches us that our fears are often the shadows cast by our own unacknowledged truths, and that the key to unlocking our freedom is already in our hands. In summary, We have explored how subconscious guilt can manifest as external voices, using the story of Julian to show how the mind projects its internal self-condemnation into the physical world. We have analyzed the sound design of dread, understanding how specific acoustic frequencies and textures can bypass our logic and trigger our primal survival instincts. We have met Maurice Claw, the dream detective, learning how to balance scientific skepticism with intuitive occult knowledge to find a deeper, more holistic truth. And finally, we have witnessed the dramatic confrontation of the blackmailer, demonstrating how bringing our secrets into the light and refusing to be shamed can dismantle the power of those who seek to manipulate us. As we bring this chapter to a close, let the image of Maurice Claw's penthouse fade. Feel the weight of your own body resting peacefully, supported by the ground beneath you. The whispers of the night no longer carry terror, for you now know that they are simply invitations to look closer, to heal deeper, and to step into your own light. But our journey does not end here. The night is still young, and the dream detective's notebook is filled with many more mysteries waiting to be solved. As you drift closer to the edge of sleep, or as you prepare to move forward into your day, carry this quiet strength with you. In our next chapter, we will venture into an even deeper realm, exploring the strange, hypnotic power of ancestral memories and the mysteries that sleep buried within our very blood. Sleep deeply, dear listener, and remember, the truth is always waiting to be found in the quiet. Let us linger a moment longer in this gentle space, letting the soft, warm waves of relaxation wash over you. Every breath you take is a release of tension, a softening of the edges of your mind. Picture the mist of verbena settling over the turbulent waters of your thoughts, bringing clarity, bringing peace, bringing an exquisite, profound stillness. You are safe. You are whole. You are free. As the silence deepens, imagine yourself walking down a long, elegant corridor of an ancient library. The walls are lined with countless leather-bound volumes, each one holding the stories of a human life, a human struggle, a human triumph. The air is cool, carrying the scent of old paper, polished wood, and a faint hint of lavender. This is the library of the collective subconscious, a place where all our stories are preserved, understood, and forgiven. You walk slowly, your footsteps silent on the thick, velvet carpet. You feel a deep sense of belonging here, as if every step you take is a return to a home you had forgotten. You realize that the whispers you feared were not accusations, but the gentle rustle of these pages turning, telling the stories of how we fall, how we learn, and how we rise again. In this library, there are no secrets that can harm you, no shadows that cannot be dispelled by the soft, golden light of the lamps. You find a comfortable armchair near a tall, arched window. Outside, the night sky is a deep, velvety blue, dusted with a million brilliant stars. You sit down, letting your body sink into the soft cushions, feeling completely supported, completely at peace. From this high vantage point, the worries of your waking life seem small, like distant lights on a far-off shore. You see them clearly, but they no longer have the power to pull you under. They are simply parts of the landscape, beautiful in their own way, but separate from the core of who you are. You are the observer, the reader, the dream detective of your own destiny. With a long, slow exhale, you let go of the last remaining threads of tension in your shoulders, your jaw, your forehead. Your breathing is slow and steady, like the rise and fall of the gentle tide. You are ready to explore the deeper mysteries of the self, knowing that whatever you find in the dark is simply a part of the beautiful tapestry of your soul. Listen carefully to the silence now. It is no longer an empty, frightening void. It is a rich, fertile soil, pregnant with potential, waiting for you to plant the seeds of your dreams. It is a gentle, comforting embrace, holding you close, whispering to you in a voice that is soft, warm, and infinitely kind. It is the voice of your own deep wisdom, telling you that everything is exactly as it should be, and that you are exactly where you need to be. Let this gentle feeling of safety and clarity carry you forward. Whether you are stepping into a deep, restorative sleep or returning to the world of waking action, you carry this sanctuary within you. The whisper of the mummy has been transformed from a phantom of terror into a song of liberation. As the music of our thoughts begins to quiet, let us prepare to transition into the next phase of our journey. The path lies open before you, lit by the steady, warm glow of your own awareness. Walk it with confidence, work it with peace, and know that you are never alone in the quiet. Now, take one more deep, nourishing breath. Feel the life and the energy flowing through you, clear and bright. When you are ready, let us gently turn the page and begin our descent into the next mystery, where the secrets of the past and the dreams of the future meet in the quiet chambers of the heart. Chapter 6: The Veil of Shadows. Welcome, traveler of the inner landscape, to another journey into the deepest recesses of the human soul. Take a slow, deep breath, and let the busy chatter of the external world fade into a soft, distant hum. Just your posture. Find a place of absolute comfort, and allow your mind to open. Today, we step together into the misty streets of Edwardian London, a world of flickering gaslight, damp cobblestones, and heavy, rolling fog that seems to carry the secrets of 1,000 forgotten dreams. We are embarking on a profound exploration of identity, memory, and the unseen threads that bind our conscious thoughts to the vast, swirling ocean of our subconscious. We are entering Chapter 6, The Veil of Shadows, from the classic chronicles of the dream detective, Maurice Clore. To lose one's wealth is a tragedy. To lose one's physical health is a deep misfortune. But to lose the very boundary of who you are, to watch your own identity dissolve like salt in a dark, nocturnal sea, is a terror that lies beyond the reach of ordinary human language. The ancient philosophers often whispered that we are not single, solid entities, but rather a collection of shifting shadows held together by the fragile thread of memory. What happens when that thread is deliberately severed? What happens when another hand reaches into the dark machinery of your mind and begins to turn the gears in secret? In this chapter, we confront the ultimate vulnerability, the theft of the self. We will watch as Maurice Clore, with his strange blue eyes, his scent of dried verbena, and his mysterious, oddly active photographic plates, tracks a phantom not through the physical alleys of London, but through the labyrinthine corridors of a broken mind. Let us begin our descent. Imagine, if you will, a grand, stone-fronted mansion in the heart of Belgravia. Outside, the autumn wind howls through the bare branches of the elms, and a persistent, icy drizzle beats against the tall window panes. Inside, sitting by a dying fire that casts long, grotesque shadows across the velvet drapes, sits Inspector Grimsby of Scotland Yard. He is a practical man, a man of facts, boots, and ironclad logic. Yet tonight, his face is pale, his fingers tremble as he holds his glass of whiskey, and his eyes betray a quiet, creeping dread. He has come to the eccentric antique shop in Wapping, seeking the one man in all of England who looks at the world not with the eyes of the flesh, but with the eyes of the sleeping soul. The problem that baffles Scotland Yard is a double identity puzzle of the most exquisite and agonizing nature. Arthur Sinclair is a man of impeccable standing, a gentle philanthropist whose life has been dedicated to the relief of the poor and the study of ancient texts. He is quiet, soft-spoken, and deeply loved by his young daughter, Clara. Yet, for the past 3 months, a shadow has fallen over his name. A series of daring, cold-blooded burglaries and blackmail schemes has paralyzed the wealthy elite of London. The perpetrator is a ruthless, brilliant underworld mastermind known only as Julian Vance. Vance is a man of violence, of sharp, mocking laughter, and uncanny intelligence. Here is the nightmare that keeps Grimsby awake. The physical evidence, the fingerprints, the eyewitness testimonies, and even the unique, limping gait of the criminal all point to one undeniable, impossible truth. Arthur Sinclair and Julian Vance are the same man. Yet Sinclair has an absolute, unbreakable alibi for every single crime. During the hours when Julian Vance was terrorizing his victims, Sinclair was asleep in his own bed, monitored by his devoted daughter and his trusted personal physician, Dr. Felix Mordaunt. He slept a deep, unbroken, almost death-like sleep, waking in the morning exhausted, pale, and complaining of terrible, chaotic dreams of running through wet streets with hands stained in blood. The Yard is paralyzed. Is Sinclair a master actor, a criminal genius playing the ultimate double game? Or is there a deeper, more sinister force at play, a psychic fracture that has split one man into two warring souls? To understand this puzzle is to understand the terrifying plasticity of the human mind. Let us look closely at this first key point, the double identity puzzle that baffles the authorities. The Yard looks at the surface of things. They see the physical body, the matching fingerprints, the external actions. But Maurice Clore, sitting in his cluttered sanctuary surrounded by relics of dead civilizations, understands that the body is merely a coat worn by the spirit. When Clore speaks, his voice is a soft, hypnotic purr, carrying the wisdom of a man who has looked behind the curtain of reality. He tells Grimsby that the mind is not a single room, but a vast mansion with many locked doors, and sometimes a stranger can find the key. Let us explore a cinematic, deeply touching example of this dynamic. Consider a man named Thomas, a modern-day equivalent of Sinclair. Thomas is a dedicated father, a quiet accountant who lives a life of rigid, painful compliance. He never raises his voice, never expresses anger, and swallows his own grief to keep the peace in his family. But at night, Thomas begins to walk in his sleep. In his somnambulistic state, he does things he would never dare to do awake. He rearranges the house. He writes angry, poetic letters to people who hurt him decades ago. And once, he was found miles from home, staring at the dark waters of a river, speaking in a voice that was deep, resonant, and entirely foreign to his family. When Thomas wakes, he remembers nothing but a heavy, suffocating pressure on his chest and a sense of profound, inexplicable guilt. His family is terrified of him. They look at him not with love, but with suspicion, wondering which version of Thomas they are speaking to at any given moment. The tragedy is that Thomas is entirely innocent of conscious malice, yet he is condemned by his own actions, trapped in a trial where he is both the defendant and the silent witness. He is a stranger to himself, caught in a psychological crossfire that threatens to destroy everything he has built. Why does this classic dynamic of the split identity matter so deeply to us? Why does it resonate with the darkest corners of our subconscious? It is because, deep down, we all fear that we are not entirely whole. We carry within us what the great psychologist Carl Jung called the shadow, the repository of all our unexpressed desires, our hidden rage, our wild, untamed instincts, and the pain we have pushed deep into the dark soil of our minds because it was too heavy to carry in the light. When we refuse to look at our shadow, when we pretend we are only the gentle, polite persona we present to the world, the shadow does not disappear. Instead, it grows stronger in the dark. It waits for the moments when our conscious guard is down, when we are tired, stressed, or asleep, and it begins to act out. The terror of the double identity is the terror of losing control, the fear that one day, the mask we wear will slip, and the world will see the wounded, angry creature we have tried so hard to hide. It holds us back because we spend an enormous amount of energy trying to repress our true feelings, leaving us exhausted, anxious, and fragmented. If you find yourself feeling divided, if you feel as though you are living one life for others and another in your secret thoughts, there is a gentle, step-by-step way forward. The mentor's hand reaches out to you now, urging you to stop fighting your shadow. The first step is acknowledgement. Sit quietly in a space of safety, close your eyes, and ask yourself, what part of me am I trying to hide from the world? What anger, what grief, or what wild, creative desire have I buried because I feared it was too much? The second step is non-judgmental observation. When these hidden feelings arise, do not push them away or condemn them. Treat them like a frightened, angry child who has been locked in a dark room for too long. Welcome them into the light of your awareness. Speak to them. Say, I see you, I hear you, and you are safe now. The third step is conscious integration. Find healthy, creative outlets for your shadow. Let your anger become the fuel for setting strong boundaries. Let your grief become the source of your deepest empathy. Let your wildness become your artistic expression. By bringing the shadow into the light, you rob it of its power to control you in the dark. You become whole, unified, and truly free. Now, let us return to Maurice Claw as he prepares to investigate this dark mystery. He knows that traditional physical clues will not suffice to untangle this web. He must capture the invisible. He must photograph the soul. This brings us to our second key point, Claw's use of dream photography to capture the suspect's mental state. To the modern ear, the idea of dream photography sounds like pure fantasy, a beautiful, poetic myth. But to Maurice Claw, it is a precise, albeit esoteric, science. He believes in the existence of the odic force, a subtle, etheric substance that emanates from all living things, carrying the precise vibration of their thoughts, emotions, and memories. When a person sleeps, their conscious mind retreats, and the subconscious projects this odic force outward, painting the invisible air with the vivid colors of their dreams. By using specially prepared, highly sensitive photographic plates, treated with rare chemicals and kept in absolute darkness, Claw believes he can capture these fleeting, psychic projections. Let us enter the cinematic space of Claw's darkroom. Picture the scene with all your senses. The room is small, windowless, and bathed in a dim, eerie ruby-red light that makes the shadows in the corners seem to breathe. The air is heavy with the sharp, acidic smell of silver nitrate, mingled with the sweet, soothing scent of dried verbena that always clings to Claw's clothes. On the wooden table sits a massive, brass-bound camera, its lens staring like a great, a blinking eye into the dark. Claw has spent the night at the bedside of the sleeping Arthur Sinclair. While the gentle philanthropist tossed and turned in a feverish, sweat-drenched sleep, Claw sat in absolute silence, his white forehead gleaming in the dark, his hand resting on the psychic camera. He did not watch Sinclair's body. He watched the air above the sleeping man's head, waiting for the subtle, shimmering distortion in the atmosphere that signaled the release of the otic force. With a soft, mechanical click, he exposed the plate. Now, in the red glow of his dark room, Clor gently rocks the glass plate in a shallow tray of chemical developer. The silence is absolute, save for the slow, rhythmic dripping of water from a tap and the heavy, measured breathing of the detective. Slowly, agonizingly, an image begins to materialize on the glass. It does not look like a normal photograph. It is a swirling vortex of light and shadow, a chaotic tapestry of psychic energy. As the image clarifies, Clor leans closer, his blue eyes wide with intense, intellectual curiosity. There, on the plate, is the face of Arthur Sinclair, but it is distorted, torn in two. One half of the face is soft, weeping, and surrounded by a gentle, pale aura of light. The other half is a jagged, dark silhouette, with sharp, predatory eyes and a sneering mouth, surrounded by heavy, black tendrils that seem to reach out like strangling vines. But the most terrifying detail is a faint, glowing cord that wraps around the dark silhouette's neck, leading off the edge of the plate, as if this second, monstrous personality is being guided, controlled, and manipulated by an unseen puppeteer standing in the dark. This profound image reveals a deep psychological truth about the human mind as an archive of energy. Our thoughts and emotions are not merely fleeting, insubstantial things that vanish the moment we stop thinking them. They are real, powerful forms of energy that imprint themselves upon our nervous system, our bodies, and the very spaces we inhabit. When we experience trauma, when we are subjected to prolonged stress or manipulation, our minds create energetic defense mechanisms. We compartmentalize our pain, creating separate mental enclaves to house the feelings we cannot process in the moment. The dream photography of Maurice Clore is a metaphor for the modern process of deep, somatic self-inquiry. It represents our ability to look beneath the surface of our daily lives and capture the true state of our inner world. Often, we go about our days convincing ourselves that we are fine, that we have moved on, that the past has no power over us. But our dreams, our sleep patterns, and our physical symptoms tell a very different story. They are the psychic photographs of our subconscious, showing us the fractures, the shadows, and the unseen influences that are quietly directing our behavior. To apply this wisdom to your own life, you do not need an esoteric camera or a chemical darkroom. You carry the camera of self-awareness within you. Your practical step-by-step guidance begins with a practice of dream capturing. Keep a journal and a pen directly beside your bed, within arm's reach. The moment you wake, before you open your eyes fully, before you let the thoughts of the coming day rush in, lie perfectly still. Let your mind drift back into the twilight zone between sleeping and waking. Ask yourself, what was the landscape of my sleep? What colors, what feelings, what symbols did I leave behind in the dark? Do not worry about narrative logic. Write down fragments, emotions, physical sensations. If you woke with a tight chest, write that down. If you dreamt of a high wall, write that down. Over time, you will begin to see patterns emerge. You will see the visual language of your subconscious, showing you where your energy is blocked, where you are feeling trapped, and where your soul is crying out for healing. The second step is the somatic check-in. At 3 points during your day, pause what you are doing. Close your eyes and take 3 deep breaths. Scan your body from the top of your head to the soles of your feet. Where are you holding tension? Is it in your jaw, your shoulders, your stomach? This tension is the physical manifestation of your unexpressed emotions, the odic force trapped in your muscles. Breathe into those tight spaces, and as you exhale, consciously release the grip. By doing this, you prevent the accumulation of the shadow energy that leads to mental fatigue and fragmentation. Let us now turn our hearts to the emotional core of this mystery, the third key point. The emotional stakes of the innocent victim caught in the conspiracy. Behind every great crime, behind every grand psychological puzzle, there is always a human heart that is being slowly, systematically broken. In this case, it is the heart of Clara Sinclair, Arthur's young daughter. Clara is a creature of light, of gentle grace and fierce, unwavering loyalty. She has watched her father, who was once her rock, her protector, and her guide, degenerate into a trembling, terrified shadow of his former self. She has sat by his bed as he cried out in his sleep, begging for mercy from a phantom she could not see. She has stood between her father and the cold, suspicious officers of Scotland Yard, shielding him with her own fragile body, swearing his innocence even when the evidence seemed insurmountable. Picture Clara as she visits the antique shop in Wapping. The rain has soaked her dark woolen cloak, and her pale face is framed by wet curls of golden hair. She sits in the velvet chair across from Maurice Clara, her hands clasped so tightly that her knuckles are white. Her eyes, wide and heavy with unshed tears, seek out the detective's face, searching for a single ray of hope in a world that has turned entirely dark. She speaks, her voice trembling but resolute. She says, "Mr. Clara, they say my father is a monster. They say he is Julian Vance, a man of blood and greed. They show me the papers. They show me the things they found in his study. But I know his soul. I know the man who held me when I was sick, the man who spent his life lifting up those who had fallen. A man cannot change his very nature overnight. He is being destroyed, Mr. Clara. Something is stealing him away from me, piece by piece, and if you cannot find it, I fear he will be lost forever, and I will be left alone in the dark. The pain of watching someone you love lose their mind, or watching them be slowly destroyed by forces they cannot control, is one of the heaviest burdens a human being can bear. It is the pain of profound helplessness. Clara is caught in a conspiracy of the most cruel kind. She is being gaslit by the circumstances, forced to question her own memory, her own senses, and her own love. The conspirators, who seek to destroy her father to seize his vast fortune, are not just stealing his money. They are stealing his sanity, and in doing so, they are stealing Clara's future. This tragic dynamic speaks directly to our own experiences of codependency, gaslighting, and the emotional wounds we suffer when we are caught in the chaotic wake of another person's unaddressed trauma. Many of us have been in Clara's position. We have loved someone who was deeply hurt, someone who was battling their own demons, or someone who was being manipulated by toxic influences. We have tried to save them. We have poured our own energy, our own love, and our own peace into the void of their pain, only to find ourselves drained, confused, and losing our own sense of self in the process. We learn from this that love, while it is the most powerful force in the universe, cannot heal another person if they are trapped in a system of manipulation that they are not ready or able to see. When we try to carry the burden of another person's healing, we often end up enabling their destruction and ensuring our own. The pain of the innocent victim is the pain of forgetting where we end and the other person begins. If you are currently walking through this valley of shadows, if you are watching someone you love struggle, or if you are recovering from the pain of a toxic relationship where your reality was constantly questioned, hear these words of gentle guidance. The first step is to establish your own emotional sanctuary. You must realize that you are not responsible for saving anyone else's soul. Your primary responsibility is the preservation of your own light. You cannot pour from an empty cup, and you cannot pull someone out of a quicksand pit if you do not have a firm, solid footing on the shore. The second step is to practice radical reality anchoring. When you are surrounded by confusion, gaslighting, or emotional chaos, find a trusted friend, a therapist, or a spiritual mentor who can act as your anchor. Talk to them. Share your experiences without shame. Let them validate your reality. If you do not have anyone you can trust, write down your truth in a journal. Write, I know what I saw. I know what I felt. My feelings are valid, and my memory is sound. This simple act of writing down your truth acts as an anchor, preventing your mind from being swept away by the storm of other people's confusion. The third step is the setting of loving, firm boundaries. You can love someone deeply while still saying, I cannot walk this path with you if it means destroying myself. You can step back from the chaos not out of anger, but out of a profound commitment to life. By doing this, you actually create the space where true healing can occur. You show them that the current dynamic is unsustainable, and you model the self-respect and strength that they will need to find within themselves if they are to heal. Now, let us gather our strength and prepare for the intellectual and spiritual climax of our story. The fourth key point: the resolution of the mystery with a fast taste. Brilliant intellectual climax. Morris Claw is not a man to sit idly by while a gentle soul is destroyed and a young woman's heart is broken. Armed with a revelation from his dream photograph, the glowing cord that wrapped around the dark silhouette of Julian Vance, he begins to trace the physical end of that psychic thread. He knows that the cord represents a powerful, external mental suggestion, a hypnotic tether. The question is, who holds the other end of the leash? Claw conducts a silent, meticulous investigation, not of the crime scenes, but of the relationships surrounding Arthur Sinclair. His focus lands upon Dr. Felix Mordaunt, the family physician who has been treating Sinclair for his insomnia. Mordaunt is a man of cold intellect, a student of the obscure neurological schools of Paris, and a man who has lost vast sums of money in failed colonial speculations. He is the one who has been administering a nightly sleeping draft to Sinclair, a draft that Claw suspects is not her medicine, but a powerful, mind-altering concoction made from rare Eastern herbs that paralyze the conscious will while leaving the motor centers of the brain highly suggestible. The climax takes place in the grand library of Sinclair's home. The air is tense, charged with the static energy of an impending storm. Sinclair sits in a deep leather chair, looking frail and hollowed out, his eyes vacant. Clara stands beside him, her hand resting on his shoulder, her face a mask of quiet determination. Dr. Mordaunt stands near the fireplace, his hands behind his back, a polite, condescending smile playing on his lips. Inspector Grimsby waits by the door, his hand resting on the heavy iron cuffs in his pocket. And in the center of the room stands Morris Clore, his tall, stooping figure commanding the space, his blue eyes flashing with a wild, brilliant intensity. He holds in his hand a velvet-lined case containing the developed psychic plate of Sinclair's dream. Clore begins to speak, his voice rising and falling like a powerful tide, weaving a spell of absolute truth that commands the attention of everyone in the room. He details the mechanism of the crime with devastating clarity. He explains how Dr. Mordaunt, using his position of trust, administered the drug to Sinclair each night. Once Sinclair was plunged into a deep, suggestible trance, Mordaunt did not let him sleep in peace. Instead, he sat by his bed and whispered into his ear, day after day, week after week, building, shaping, and breathing life into a second, monstrous personality, Julian Vance. Mordaunt programmed this artificial persona with his own criminal desires, his own cunning, and his own greed. Under the influence of the drug and the post-hypnotic suggestion, Sinclair would rise from his bed, dress in the dark clothes of Vance, and go out into the London night to commit the burglaries, entirely under the mental control of the doctor. When the crimes were done, he would return to his bed, slip back into sleep, and wake with no memory of his actions, only the terrible, residual horror of the dreams that Mordaunt had planted in his mind. Dr. Mordaunt laughs, a cold, dry sound. He says, "A fascinating fairy tale, Mr. Clore. But where is your proof? What court in England will believe this nonsense of psychic chords and dream photography? The law demands facts, not mysticism." But Clore is prepared. He steps forward, his eyes locking onto Mordaunt's. He says, "The proof, doctor, is not in the court. The proof is in the mind of the victim, and in the very trap you have built. For you see, the mind is a temple, and though you may despoil its altars, you cannot destroy the divine spark that dwells within." With a sudden, dramatic movement, Clore reveals the photographic plate, catching the light of the fire. At the same moment, he speaks a resonant, ancient word of command, a word he had discovered in his studies of the Eastern mysteries, a word designed to shatter hypnotic suggestion. He forces the dazed Sinclair to look upon the plate, upon the image of his own divided soul. The effect is instantaneous and spectacular. Sinclair gasps, his body stiffening as if struck by an electric current. His eyes, previously dull and vacant, suddenly ignite with a fierce, brilliant light. The two halves of his mind, the weeping saint and the roaring beast, are brought face to face in the mirror of his own consciousness. The illusion is shattered. The mental cord that bound him to Mordaunt's will snaps with a silent, psychic crack that seems to vibrate through the very walls of the room. Sinclair stands up, his posture straight, his voice strong and unified. He looks at Mordaunt not with fear, but with the majestic anger of a man who has reclaimed his kingdom. He says, "I remember. I remember the whispers in the dark. I remember the taste of the bitter medicine. I remember the streets, the cold iron, and the face of the man who drove me there. It was you, Mordaunt." The doctor's face turns pale as ashes. He steps back, his confidence evaporating in the face of this sudden, miraculous resurrection of the will. He turns to flee, but Inspector Grimsby is already there, his heavy hand clamping down on Mordaunt's shoulder, the iron cuffs clicking shut around his wrists. The conspiracy is broken. The innocent are vindicated, and the monster is cast down. This thrilling climax is more than just a satisfying ending to a detective story. It is a profound demonstration of the power of truth and self-awareness to break the most sophisticated chains of mental manipulation. We learn from this that no matter how deeply we have been hurt, no matter how much we have been lied to, and no matter how fragmented we may feel, our core self, our divine spark, can never be truly destroyed. It is always there, waiting in the silence, ready to be awakened by a single moment of absolute honesty and courage. The resolution of the mystery represents the process of psychological integration. When we bring the light of awareness to the hidden influences in our lives, the chains of our past patterns simply fall away. We realize that the voices that told us we were weak, worthless, or broken were not our own voices, but the whispers of the manipulators, the critics, and the traumas of our past. By recognizing them as external suggestions, we reclaim our power to write our own story. The step-by-step application of this intellectual climax to your own life is a process of mental reclamation. The first step is to identify the whispers. What are the repetitive, negative thoughts that run through your head? The thoughts that say, "You are not good enough. You will fail. You are destined to be alone." These are your Julian Vance whispers. The second step is to question their origin. Ask yourself, whose voice is this? Is it my voice? Or is it the voice of a critical parent, a toxic ex-partner, or a society that profits from my self-doubt? Realize that these thoughts are post-hypnotic suggestions, programmed into your mind over years of exposure to external conditioning. They are not your truth. The third step is the active declaration of independence. When these negative whispers arise, do not argue with them. Instead, speak your truth with authority. Say, "This thought does not belong to me. I release it back to where it came from. I am the sole master of my mind, and I choose thoughts of peace, strength, and wholeness." By doing this, you snap the psychic cords of your past conditioning and step into the fullness of your authentic power. Now, as our journey through Chapter 6 begins to draw to its natural close, let us gather by the warm hearth of our understanding and summarize the rich, transformative landscape we have traversed today. We began our exploration in the foggy streets of London, confronting the deep, philosophical terror of the double identity puzzle. We saw how easily the human mind can be divided when we refuse to face our shadow, and we learned how to gently integrate those hidden parts of ourselves to achieve true wholeness. We then journeyed into the ruby-red light of Morris Claw's dark room, witnessing the esoteric beauty of dream photography. We discovered that our minds are living archives of energy, and we learned how to capture and read the visual language of our own dreams and physical bodies, using self-awareness as our camera to heal our deepest blockages. Next, we touched the tender, emotional heart of the story, walking beside Clara Sinclair in her hour of deepest grief. We explored the pain of codependency and gaslighting, and we received the gentle, mentoring guidance needed to set firm boundaries, anchor our own reality, and protect our inner light from the chaos of others. Finally, we stood in the library of Belgravia, watching the brilliant, fast-paced climax where Clore shattered the hypnotic chains of Dr. Mordaunt. We learned that our true self can never be destroyed, and we discovered the practical steps to silence the negative whispers of our past and reclaim our mental sovereignty. Take another deep, cleansing breath. Feel the solidity of the ground beneath you. Feel the warmth of your own breath, the steady, rhythmic beating of your own heart. You are whole. You are integrated. You are the master of your own journey. As we prepare to leave the world of Morris Claw for now, let us look forward to the next chapter of our journey. The fog of London is beginning to shift, carrying us away from the heavy drapes of Belgravia toward a new, even more mysterious horizon. In our next exploration, we will step into Chapter 7, where we will confront a mystery that challenges the very boundary between life and death. We will enter a silent, ancient manor where a grandfather clock ticks backward, where the shadows on the walls seem to whisper the secrets of the future, and where Morris Claw must face his most formidable adversary yet, a crime committed not in the physical world, nor in the depths of sleep, but in the twilight space of a dying breath. Sleep well, traveler, or walk forward into your day with a clear mind and a courageous heart. Until we meet again in the twilight, remember that the veil of shadows is thin, and the light of your own awareness is the most powerful compass you will ever possess. Good night, and peace be with you. Chapter 7: The Final Awakening. Welcome, seeker of secrets, to the quietest hour of the night. Close your eyes, let the heavy dust of the waking world settle around you, and breathe in the cool, still air. We are standing together on the threshold of the deep mind, where the boundaries between reality and shadow begin to dissolve. What is a dream, after all, but a shadow cast by a reality we are too blind to perceive in the harsh, unforgiving light of day? Tonight, we journey into the heart of the labyrinth. We are entering the sanctuary of Morris Claw, the dream detective, as he prepares to face his ultimate trial. This is Chapter 7, The Final Awakening. Listen closely to the silence. Outside the tall, narrow windows of the old antique shop in Wapping, the London fog presses its damp, yellow face against the glass. It is a thick, choking mist that smells of coal smoke and the dark, slow-moving waters of the Thames. Inside, the only light comes from a single, dying ember in the grate and the flickering, blue-green flame of a spirit lamp. The air is heavy, saturated with the scent of dried lavender, crumbling parchment, and the sharp, clean sting of verbena. Morris Claw sits in his high-backed armchair, his massive, round head lolling slightly to one side. His eyes, usually hidden behind thick, magnifying spectacles, are closed. His breathing is slow, so slow that a casual observer might think he had passed from this life into the next. But Morris Claw is not dead. He is descending. He is diving into the deepest, coldest currents of the human subconscious to face a mind as vast, as dark, and as brilliant as his own. To understand the weight of this moment, we must first look into the mirror of our own lives. Have you ever felt a sudden, inexplicable shiver in a warm room? Have you ever woken with your heart hammering against your ribs, carrying the fading memory of a face you have never seen in waking life, yet feel you have known for 1,000 years? We all carry a secret architecture within us, a hidden house built of forgotten conversations, suppressed desires, and the quiet tremors we thought we had buried. Morris Claw's life has been dedicated to mapping this architecture. He knows that when we sleep, we do not merely rest. We wander through a landscape of odic forces, leaving behind footprints of emotional energy that can be read by those who know how to see. But tonight, the hunter has become the hunted. A master conspirator, a criminal mastermind who understands the dream space as intimately as Claw himself, has woven a trap. It is a web designed to catch Claw's mind in the state of deep sleep, to tear his consciousness apart and leave him a hollow, breathing shell. Let us bring together all of Claw's legendary techniques for this high-stakes psychological battle. You may remember his peculiar method of sleep photography, where he uses his own brain as a sensitive plate, absorbing the psychic residue left behind in places of violence or tragedy. He does not merely look for physical clues. He looks for the emotional scent, the lingering perfume of fear, greed, or despair. But in this final confrontation, these techniques cannot be used in isolation. He must synthesize them. He must become the camera, the plate, the developer, and the subject all at once. He must hold the entire universe of his own mind in perfect, fragile equilibrium while an external force attempts to shatter it. Consider the cinematic tragedy of the old clockmaker, a story that Claw often recalled when explaining the fragility of the human mind. The clockmaker, a quiet man named Thomas, had spent 40 years building a grand, intricate clock that was meant to replicate the movements of the stars. It was a masterpiece of brass gears, ruby bearings, and delicate springs. But Thomas had a rival, a man who envied his genius and wished to steal the secret of the clock's perfect mechanism. One night, the rival did not break into the shop to steal the clock. Instead, he slipped a single, microscopic grain of sand into the mainspring housing. He knew that as the clock ran, that single grain of sand would slowly grind against the gears, wearing away the teeth, throwing the timing off by mere fractions of a second, until eventually, with a violent, self-destructive snap, the entire mechanism would tear itself to pieces from the inside out. The human mind is that delicate clock, and the master conspirator Claw faces is the one who knows exactly where to place the grain of sand. This is why Claw's vulnerability is so terrifying. To catch this killer, Claw cannot stand on the safe shores of waking logic. He must deliberately swallow the poison. He must risk his own sanity in a deep sleep experiment, plunging into an induced coma where his protective barriers are completely down. He must lie on his silk pillow, spray his verbena into the dark air, and allow his mind to become completely receptive to the killer's invasive thoughts. Why does this classic dynamic of vulnerability matter so deeply to us? Why are we drawn to the image of the brilliant detective risking his very soul? It is because, in our daily lives, we are constantly building walls to protect ourselves from being hurt, from being seen, from being vulnerable. We wear armor of cynicism, of busy work, of superficial smiles. We tell ourselves that if we keep our minds occupied and our hearts guarded, we will be safe. But the psychological truth is far more demanding. By closing ourselves off to the possibility of pain, we also close ourselves off to the possibility of profound transformation. We become like a fortress that has never been attacked, but has also never let in the light. Maurice Claw teaches us that the only way to truly understand the darkness is to walk through it, naked and unarmed, trusting that our inner light is strong enough to guide us back. If you wish to apply this wisdom to your own life, you must learn the art of conscious vulnerability. This is not a call to be reckless with your emotions, but rather an invitation to stop running from your own internal shadows. When you feel a wave of anxiety, of sorrow, or of fear rising within you, do not immediately reach for a distraction. Do not pick up your phone. Do not drown the feeling in work or noise. Instead, do as Claw does. Sit quietly. Breathe in the scent of your own present moment. Let the feeling wash over you. Treat it not as an enemy trying to destroy you, but as a messenger trying to deliver a crucial piece of information from your subconscious. Ask yourself, what is this fear trying to show me? What part of myself have I neglected? By allowing yourself to feel the vulnerability, you take away its power to harm you. You turn the grain of sand into a pearl. As Claw sinks deeper into his trance, the scene shifts from the physical reality of the whopping antique shop to the vast, shifting sands of the dream space. In this realm, there are no walls, no linear time, no comforting laws of physics. There is only a swirling vortex of color, sound, and raw, unfiltered emotion. Claw finds himself standing in a great, gray cathedral made of mist and memory. The pillars are carved from his own past regrets, and the stained glass windows show scenes of his childhood, his lost love, and the many faces of the dead he has sought to avenge. The silence here is deafening, broken only by the sound of his own slow, rhythmic heartbeat, echoing like a giant drum in the darkness. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the mist. It is not a monstrous demon or a cloaked figure of malice. It is a man dressed in an elegant, perfectly tailored gray suit. He is handsome, with calm, intelligent eyes and a smile that is both warm and chillingly familiar. This is Julian Vance, a respected scholar, a philanthropist, a man who has sat at Claw's own table and discussed philosophy over tea. He is the master conspirator, the brilliant mind who has orchestrating a series of seemingly unrelated crimes across London, using his knowledge of the dream space to drive his victims to madness and suicide before they could expose him. He is the enemy hiding in plain sight, the wolf who has lived among the sheep for so long that he has forgotten how to be anything else. The meeting between Claw and Vance in this dream cathedral is not a physical battle of fists and weapons. It is a clash of pure willpower and psychological dominance. Vance smiles, his voice echoing in Claw's mind without his lips moving. He speaks of the futility of Claw's search, of how easy it is to manipulate the weak, sleeping minds of humanity. He tells Claw that the subconscious is a dark, chaotic ocean, and that he, Vance, is the only one who has learned to rule its tides. He offers Claw a choice: to join him, to combine their immense psychic talents and rule from the shadows, or to be crushed beneath the weight of his own memories, lost forever in the deep sleep from which there is no awakening. This revelation of the conspirator hiding in plain sight is a profound psychological metaphor that speaks directly to our deepest human struggles. How often do we find that the greatest obstacles to our happiness are not external enemies, but the habits, beliefs, and relationships we have nurtured and trusted for years? The most dangerous saboteurs of our dreams are often the voices within our own heads that sound like our own logic. They are the voices that say, "You are not ready, you are not good enough, it is safer to stay where you are, do not risk failure." These thoughts hide in plain sight, masquerading as protective instincts when they are actually the very things keeping us imprisoned in our own limitations. To break free from these hidden saboteurs, we must practice the step-by-step application of self-inquiry. The first step is identification. You must become the detective of your own thoughts. Write down the negative patterns that repeat in your life, the moments when you felt closest to success only to find yourself pulling back or making a self-sabotaging choice. Look at these moments closely. Who is the quiet voice whispering in the background of your mind just before you give up? Once you identify this voice, the second step is disidentification. Realize that just because a thought exists in your mind does not mean it is true, and it does not mean it is you. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that observes them. When the voice of self-doubt speaks, address it as Claw addresses Vance. Acknowledge its presence, understand its origin, but refuse to let it dictate your actions. The final step is integration. Do not try to fight or destroy the negative thought, for what you resist persists. Instead, embrace it with compassion. Understand that this voice is often just a wounded, frightened part of yourself trying to protect you in the only way it knows how. By offering it understanding instead of anger, you disarm its power and bring it into harmony with your true self. In the Dream Cathedral, Clark does not attack Vance with anger or hatred. He knows that anger is an emotional energy that Vance can easily manipulate and turn against him. Instead, Clark closes his eyes and breathes in. He summons the scent of verbena, a clean, sharp fragrance that acts as a beacon of pure, waking logic in the shifting chaos of the dream. The scent cuts through the gray mist like a sword of light. The pillars of regret begin to crumble. The stained glass windows shatter, letting in a blinding, golden light that is the light of Claw's own indomitable soul. Vance's smile falters. The elegant gray suit begins to fray, revealing the hollow, terrified child hiding beneath the facade of the criminal mastermind. Vance realizes, too late, that Claw's vulnerability was not her weakness, but a trap of its own. By opening his mind completely, Claw did not allow Vance to destroy him. Instead, Claw pulled Vance into a space where his illusions could not survive. In the presence of Claw's absolute honesty, Vance's lies and manipulations are exposed for what they are: fragile, empty structures built on fear. Let us reflect deeply on this final, philosophical resolution. The ultimate power of the human subconscious is not its capacity for darkness, but its infinite capacity for healing and integration. When we allow ourselves to fully wake up, when we face our deepest fears and our most hidden enemies with courage and compassion, we realize that the dream space is not our place of terror, but a temple of self-discovery. We are all dream detectives, searching for the truth of who we are in the shadows of our own lives. The final awakening is not about escaping the dream, but about learning to walk through it with open eyes and a fearless heart. Consider the beautiful, quiet moment when Maurice Claw finally opens his eyes in the physical world. The wrapping fog is still pressing against the window, but the air in the shop feels lighter, cleaner, as if a great storm has passed and washed the world clean. He looks down at his hands, old and trembling, yet filled with a quiet, steady strength. He reaches for his verbena spray, gives a short, sharp hiss of a spray into the room, and smiles. The battle is won, not through violence, but through the profound, quiet power of a mind that has dared to face itself in the deepest dark. But as the morning sun begins to break through the yellow mist, painting the ancient, dust-covered treasures of the shop in shades of rose and gold, we are left with a lingering sense of mystery. For every awakening, there is another dream waiting to be understood. Every ending is merely the quiet prelude to a new beginning. As we prepare to leave the dream detective in his well-earned peace, we must ask ourselves, what secrets are still waiting for us in the shadows of the next chapter? What voice will speak to us when the night grows deep once more, and the fog rolls in from the river, carrying the whispers of things yet to come? Let us linger here for a moment longer in the quiet, dusty warmth of Claw's sanctuary. Feel the slow, comforting rise and fall of your own breath. You have traveled far tonight. You have looked into the dark mirror of the dream space. You have seen the fragile mechanism of the mind, and you have discovered the hidden power that lies dormant within your own subconscious. Carry this peace with you as you prepare to return to your waking life. Remember that whenever the world grows too loud, or the shadows of your own fears begin to press too close, you have the power to step back, to breathe, and to seek the truth with the quiet, fearless heart of a detective in the dark. And now, as the golden light of the morning fills the room, casting long, soft shadows across the floor, we must softly turn the page. The air is still, the fire in the grate has gone out, but the scent of verbena remains, a lingering promise of clarity and truth. In the chapters that lie ahead, we will journey even deeper into the mysteries of the human heart, exploring the hidden currents of memory, the quiet power of intuition, and the beautiful, complex patterns of the soul. Rest deeply now, sleep well, and prepare yourself for the next great journey into the light. The transition from the deep, quiet halls of Morris Claw's dream space back to the waking world is not a sudden jolt, but a slow, gentle rise, like a diver ascending through cool, clear water. As the light of day grows stronger, the shadows of the antique shop begin to retreat, hiding themselves in the corners of ancient chests, beneath the faded velvet of old armchairs, and within the yellowed pages of books that have not been opened for a century. The grandfather clock in the corner, which had seemed to tick with a heavy, ominous rhythm during the dark hours, now has a cheerful, steady pace, counting down the seconds of a brand new day with comforting predictability. But we must not forget the lessons of the night. The peace that Morris Claw found was not won easily. It was forged in the fire of absolute self-confrontation. When we think of the criminal mastermind, Julian Vance, we must realize that he was not merely an external adversary. In a larger, more spiritual sense, Vance represents the ultimate temptation that faces every seeker of truth. The temptation to use our knowledge, our intellect, and our sensitivity to control others, to build a fortress of superiority around ourselves, and to deny our own vulnerability. Vance was brilliant, yes, but his brilliance was cold and sterile, like the light of a dead star. He could manipulate the dream space, but he could not live in it with joy. He could see the weaknesses of others, but he could not see his own need for love and connection. Claw, on the other hand, chose the path of the heart. His oddities, his eccentricities, his constant spraying of verbena, and his reliance on his daughter Isis, are all signs of his deep, beautiful humanity. He did not seek to be a god of the dream world. He sought only to be its servant, helping those who had lost their way in the dark. This is the true meaning of the final awakening. It is the realization that our intellect and our psychic sensitivity are not weapons to be wielded for personal power, but tools to be used in the service of compassion and healing. As you prepare to face your own day, think of the small, simple things you can do to bring this sense of awakening into your everyday routine. When you interact with others, look past their physical appearance, their words, and their social standing. Try to see the deeper, hidden currents of their lives. Notice the subtle signs of their fears, their hopes, and their unexpressed sorrows. Speak to them not from your head, but from your heart. In doing so, you become a source of comfort and clarity in a world that is often confused and dark. You become, in your own quiet way, a detective of the human spirit. Let us think also of the beautiful daughter, Isis, who has stood by Claw's side through all his trials. She is the anchor that connects him to the physical world, the gentle hand that pulls him back from the brink of the abyss when his deep sleep experiments go too far. We all need an Isis in our lives. We all need someone, or something, that grounds us, that reminds us of the simple beauty of the waking world when we get too lost in the complex labyrinths of our own minds. It may be the partner, a friend, a beloved pet, or simply a daily habit of walking in nature, feeling the cold wind on our face and the solid earth beneath our feet. Cultivate these anchors. Treasure them. They are the lifelines that keep us safe as we explore the vast, untamed oceans of our inner world. The fog outside the shop is finally beginning to lift. It rolls back in great, slow waves, revealing the busy streets of Wapping, the masts of the ships on the Thames, and the distant, reassuring rumble of London waking up to its daily tasks. Maurice Clore stands up from his chair, his old joints cracking slightly in the morning air. He stretches his arms, looks out the window, and takes a deep, clean breath. The air is fresh, cold, and full of promise. He walks over to a small table, picks up a clean cloth, and begins to gently dust a beautiful, ancient statue of the Egyptian goddess Isis that stands in the corner. His movements are slow, deliberate, and filled with a quiet, meditative grace. He is no longer the weary detective who fought for his sanity in the Dream Cathedral. He is simply an old man who loves beautiful things, living his life with peace and gratitude. But even as we watch him in his quiet routine, we feel a subtle, exciting pull towards the future. The world of Maurice Clore is vast, and there are still many mysteries left unsolved, many dark corners of the human mind that have not yet been explored. The Dream Detective's journey is far from over, and neither is yours. As we prepare to close this chapter, let us do so with a sense of excitement and wonder. Let us carry the quiet strength of Maurice Clore in our hearts, knowing that whatever challenges we may face, we have the inner wisdom, the courage, and the deep, resilient power of our own subconscious mind to guide us through. And so, we bid farewell to the quiet shop in Wapping, to the scent of verbena, and to the dream detective who showed us how to find light in the deepest darkness. The path ahead is clear, the morning sun is bright, and a new adventure is waiting just beyond the horizon. Let us step forward together into the next chapter, with open minds, compassionate hearts, and a fearless spirit, ready to discover the beautiful, unfolding mysteries of our lives. As the morning light grows brighter and the sounds of the waking city become a steady, familiar hum, let us take a moment to deeply examine the nature of Clore's triumph over the master conspirator. This was not a victory achieved through force, but through a profound, quiet alignment with the natural laws of the universe. In the Dream Cathedral, when Julian Vance presented his illusions, Clore did not fight them. He knew that to fight an illusion is to give it reality. Instead, he simply brought the truth into the room, and the illusion vanished like morning mist before the sun. This is a powerful lesson for us in our modern world, where we are constantly told that we must fight for what we want, that we must struggle against our obstacles, and that life is a constant, exhausting battle. Maurice Clore shows us a different way. He shows us the way of non-resistance, the way of deep alignment with our inner truth. When we stop fighting our circumstances and instead bring our full, conscious awareness to them, we find that many of our problems begin to dissolve on their own. The obstacles that seemed like solid stone walls are revealed to be nothing more than shadows cast by our own fears. Let us look at the symbol of the verbena spray, which Clore uses so consistently. To many, it seems like a mere eccentricity, a charming quirk of an old man. But to those who understand the deeper, psychological meaning, the verbena is a powerful symbol of mindfulness. It is a sensory anchor that immediately pulls claw back to the present moment, cutting through the confusing, hallucinatory currents of the astral plane. In our own lives, we can create our own verbena sprays. We can find our own anchors that pull us back to the peace of the present moment when our minds begin to spiral into anxiety or regret. It could be the simple act of taking 3 deep, conscious breaths. It could be the feeling of your feet pressing firmly into the floor, grounding you in the physical reality of the present. It could be the sound of a chime, the taste of a cup of tea, or the sight of a beautiful flower. Whatever it is, find your anchor and use it often. Whenever you feel yourself getting lost in the storms of your thoughts, spray your virtual verbena, breathe in the fresh air of the present moment, and let the illusions fade away. Think of the old clockmaker's clock once more. The rival tried to destroy it by introducing a grain of sand, hoping to cause a violent, self-destructive snap. But what if the clockmaker had been aware of the sand? What if he had designed the clock with a self-cleaning mechanism, a way to gently isolate and expel any foreign matter before it could cause harm? Our minds have that very mechanism. It is called self-awareness. When we practice mindfulness, we are constantly cleaning the gears of our minds, gently removing the grains of sand, the negative thoughts, the toxic beliefs, the old resentments before they can throw our lives out of balance. We do not have to live in fear of the sand. We only need to remain aware and gentle with ourselves. As we look ahead to the next phase of our journey, we must also recognize the beauty of the slow, unfolding process of self-discovery. Maurice Clore did not become the dream detective overnight. It was the result of decades of study, of quiet contemplation, and of daring to look into the dark places that others avoided. Do not be impatient with your own progress. Healing, growth, and self-awakening are not events that happen in a single, dramatic moment. They are slow, quiet, organic processes, like the growth of an ancient tree or the steady carving of a canyon by a river. Trust the process of your own life. Every step you take, no matter how small, is bringing you closer to your own final awakening. Listen to the quiet rhythm of the world around you. The day has fully begun, yet within your heart, you can still hold the peaceful, spacious silence of the night. You can carry the wisdom of the dream detective into the busy, active hours of your day, moving through the world with a sense of calm, steady purpose. You are no longer just a passive observer of your life. You are the active, conscious creator of your reality, guided by the deep, wise currents of your own subconscious mind. Let us close this chapter now, not with a sense of ending, but with a profound, beautiful sense of continuation. The story of Maurice Clore is woven into the very fabric of our own search for meaning, and as we turn our faces towards the rising sun, we do so with hearts full of hope, minds clear and bright, and souls ready for the beautiful, mysterious adventures that lie ahead. Rest in this clarity, carry this strength, and step forward into the light of your own awakening. As we linger on the quiet threshold of this new day, let us consider the profound relationship between the conscious and the subconscious minds. They are not two separate entities at war with one another, but two halves of a beautiful, complex whole. The conscious mind is like the captain of a ship, standing on the deck, looking out at the horizon, making decisions, and steering the course. The subconscious mind is the vast, deep ocean beneath, carrying the ship, filled with silent, hidden currents, teeming with life, and holding the memories of all the shores the ship has ever visited. The tragedy of modern life is that so many of us try to sail our ships without ever understanding the ocean. We ignore the currents, we fear the depths, and we pretend that the surface is all that exists. But when a storm rises, or when the ship is pulled off course by a hidden current we did not see, we find ourselves lost and afraid. Maurice Claw's great gift is that he teaches us how to become oceanographers of the soul. He shows us that we do not need to fear the deep waters. If we learn to read the currents, if we understand the tides, we can use the immense power of the ocean to carry us smoothly to our destination. This is the deeper meaning of the high-stakes psychological battle Claw fought with Julian Vance. Vance sought to control the ocean, to manipulate its currents for his own selfish ends, to exploit the depths without ever respecting them. But Claw respected the ocean. He knew that he was not its master, but its partner. In the Dream Cathedral, Claw's victory was not a triumph of control, but a triumph of alignment. He allowed the deep, natural wisdom of the subconscious to flow through him, washing away these unnatural, distorted structures that Vance had built. As you move through your own life, try to build a beautiful, harmonious relationship with your own inner ocean. When you are faced with a difficult decision, do not rely solely on the cold, analytical logic of your conscious mind. Take a moment to quiet the surface noise, look down into the depths, and listen to your intuition. Your subconscious mind has access to a vast storehouse of wisdom, memory, and creative insight that your conscious mind cannot begin to fathom. It knows what you truly need, even when your intellect is confused. By learning to trust this inner guidance, you will find that your life begins to flow with a remarkable, effortless grace. Think of the moments of quiet beauty in your life, a sudden flash of creative inspiration, a deep sense of peace while watching a sunset, a profound connection with a loved one without a single word being spoken. These are all moments when the veil between your conscious and subconscious minds has become thin, allowing the beautiful, golden light of your deeper self to shine through. These are not rare, accidental occurrences. They are glimpses of your natural state of being. The more you practice mindfulness, vulnerability, and self-compassion, the more these moments of deep connection and clarity will become a regular, beautiful part of your daily experience. Let us take one final look at the quiet, antique shop in Wapping, where the old dream detective has returned to his peaceful, daily tasks. The statue of Isis stands in the corner, catching the morning light, a silent symbol of wisdom, mystery, and nature. Claw has put away his spectacles, his verbena spray sits quietly on the shelf, and the scent of fresh morning air has replaced the heavy mist of the night. There is no drama here, no tension, no lingering fear. There is only the simple, profound peace of a man who has looked into the abyss and found himself whole. As we gently close this chapter of our journey, let the peace of Maurice Claw settle deep into your own heart. Feel the absolute certainty that you, too, have the power to face whatever shadows may rise in your path. You are the dreamer, the detective, and the creator of your own beautiful life. Carry this awareness with you as you step fully into the light of the present moment, ready for the next step, the next breath, and the next great awakening. The morning sun has now risen fully above the rooftops of London, clearing away the last remnants of the yellow fog. The busy, lively hum of the city grows louder, filled with the promise of new connections, new opportunities, and new discoveries. The world is awake, and you are awake with it. Go forward now with a light step, an open heart, and a quiet, fearless mind, knowing that you are never truly lost, for the light of your own deep soul is always shining, guiding you home through every dream, every shadow, and every beautiful, unfolding day. The Dream Detective's 7-Day Action Plan. Close your eyes for a moment, and let the clamor of the modern world fade into a distant, insignificant whisper. Listen to the quiet rhythm of your own breathing. It is the very same rhythm that carries you, night after night, into the vast, uncharted ocean of your subconscious mind. In the classical mystery stories of Sax Rohmer, we meet an extraordinary character named Maurice Claw, a self-styled dream detective who operated from a dusty, gaslit antique shop in the heart of London. Claw did not rely on magnifying glasses or fingerprint powder. Instead, he understood that every human action, every intense emotion, and every unspoken secret leaves behind an invisible, atmospheric residue, what he called the odic force. To solve a mystery, Claw would simply sleep at the scene of the crime, allowing his receptive mind to capture these lingering emotional photographs on the sensitive plate of his subconscious. But what if this strange, Victorian concept of dream deduction is not merely a piece of theatrical fiction? What if it is a profound, forgotten technology of the human soul? Every single day, you walk through a world charged with emotional currents. Your home, your workspace, your relationships, and your deepest anxieties leave behind silent footprints in the corridors of your mind. You are haunted not by ghosts, but by the unresolved mysteries of your own life, decisions left unmade, creative blocks that feel like heavy stone walls, and relationships that drift in cold silence. The Dream Detective's 7-Day Action Plan is a highly structured, deeply emotional journey designed to translate Maurice Claw's fictional methods into a practical, transformative psychological practice. It is a roadmap for descending into your own depths, reclaiming the lost sovereignty of your nights, and using the immense, untapped wisdom of your dreams to solve the very real, very painful problems of your waking life. Let us begin our journey on the first and second days, where we learn to stand sentinel at the fragile, watery border between our worlds. This is the phase of establishing your dream journal and capturing your first thoughts upon waking. Think of a man named Arthur. For years, Arthur woke up each morning to the shrill, aggressive scream of a digital alarm clock. Instantly, his heart would race, his adrenaline would spike, and his mind would scramble to assemble his armor for the day. Emails to answer, bills to pay, grievances to nurse. Yet, beneath this frantic surface, Arthur felt a persistent, hollow ache. He felt as though he were forgetting something crucial, something beautiful. Every night, he would dream of a magnificent, flooded library, its ancient leather-bound books floating in crystal-clear water. He would reach down to salvage a volume, only for the alarm to tear him away, leaving him with nothing but a lingering sense of grief that colored his entire day. He was a stranger to his own inner life. On the first night of his practice, Arthur did not place his phone next to his bed. Instead, he laid down a simple, heavy notebook bound in dark linen, with a pen resting across its blank pages. He set his alarm to a gentle, rising chime of wooden bells. When he awoke on the first morning, he did not leap from the mattress. He did not open his eyes to greet the harsh light. Instead, he remained perfectly still, suspended in that soft, twilight state of consciousness known as the hypnopompic zone. In that stillness, he allowed the waters of his flooded library to wash over him once more. Without moving his physical body, which would have instantly engaged his motor cortex and shattered the dream image, He reached out with his mind and grabbed the title of the floating book. It read, The Geography of Forgotten Paths. When he finally opened his eyes, he slowly, almost reverently, reached for his pen and wrote down those words, along with a damp, cool sensation of the water on his skin. Why does this practice matter so deeply on a psychological level? When we wake up, our conscious mind, the ego, is eager to reassert its dominance. It wants to protect us, to keep us safe in our familiar routines, and so it quickly sweeps away the chaotic, symbolic language of our dreams. This is not accidental. It is a defensive mechanism. The dreams challenge our waking illusions. They tell us the truths we are too afraid to face during the day. By refusing to move, by lingering in the silence of those first waking moments, we build a bridge across the chasm of forgetfulness. We signal to our subconscious that we are ready to listen, that we value its cryptic, honest voice. To practice this yourself, you must treat your waking threshold as a sacred space. Prepare your journal the night before. Let it be a physical object that you touch with intention. As you drift to sleep, tell yourself, I will remember. And when the morning comes, do not move. Do not even open your eyes if you can help it. Let your mind float in the wreckage of your dreams. Capture the very first thought, the very first emotion, the very first sensory detail, no matter how absurd or fragmented it may seem. Even if it is just a color, a feeling of warmth, or a sudden memory of a childhood toy, write it down. You are training your mind to hold the camera steady. As we move into the third and fourth days, we must expand our awareness outward. We must learn to map our environmental audit cues and physical surroundings. Maurice Clore believed that objects and rooms possess a memory of their own, absorbing the grief, anger, and joy of the people who inhabit them. In contemporary psychology, we understand this as environmental conditioning. Our surroundings are not neutral. They are complex networks of triggers that constantly shape our mood, our stress levels, and our thoughts. Consider the story of Beatrice. Beatrice was a talented graphic designer who had fallen into a deep, paralyzing creative drought. Every time she sat at her desk in her beautifully decorated apartment, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread and physical exhaustion. She tried coffee, she tried music, she tried pushing through, but her mind remained as blank as her screen. She felt like a failure. On the third day of her action plan, Beatrice decided to view her apartment through the eyes of a dream detective. She stood in the doorway of her study and closed her eyes. She inhaled deeply, paying attention to the heavy, slightly musty smell of the old curtains. She opened her eyes and looked at her desk. It was positioned in a dark corner, facing a blank wall, cluttered with old receipts, half-empty coffee cups, and a stack of unanswered mail. She realized that every time she sat there, her nervous system was registering a subtle, constant threat signal. The physical space was screaming at her to flee, to protect herself from the accumulated stress of the past year. Beatrice began to map her audit cues. She touched the cold, hard wood of her desk. She felt the stagnation in the air. Over the next 48 hours, she systematically altered her environment. She moved her desk to face the window, allowing her eyes to rest on the distant tops of green trees. She cleared away the physical clutter, which was nothing more than an externalization of her mental anxiety. She placed a single, vibrant green plant on the corner of her desk and burned a stick of cedarwood incense, a scent she associated with freedom and childhood hikes in the mountains. The result was almost instantaneous. By changing the environmental cues, she broke the negative feedback loop that had kept her mind in a state of chronic defense. Her creativity began to flow again, not because she had forced it, but because she had cleared the space for it to breathe. This is the profound secret of environmental mapping. Your physical home is a physical representation of your psyche. The dark corners you avoid, the piles of clutter you ignore, the cold, uncomfortable furniture you tolerate, all of these are physical manifestations of internal blockages. When you map your surroundings, you are practicing a form of external psychoanalysis. To implement this in your own life, spend the third and fourth days observing your home with detached, hyper-aware curiosity. Walk through your rooms. Where do you feel a sense of warmth and expansion? Where do you feel your shoulders tighten and your breath shallow? Touch the surfaces of your life. Are they cold and synthetic, or warm and natural? What stories do the objects in your bedroom tell you? Are they stories of past heartbreak, of obligations, or of joy? Begin to consciously manipulate these audit cues. Clear away one area of stagnation. Bring in natural light, fresh air, and scents that evoke a sense of safety and wonder. You are preparing a clean, sacred laboratory for your mind to do its deep work. By the fifth and sixth days, we must prepare ourselves for the descent. We practice sensory isolation and conscious sleep preparation. In a world of infinite connectivity, we are rarely, if ever, truly alone with our thoughts. We are constantly fed a diet of digital noise, notifications, and simulated dramas. This constant stimulation keeps our brains in a state of high-frequency beta wave activity. It is a state of perpetual vigilance, which leaves no room for the delicate, slow delta and theta waves of deep, insightful sleep. Let us look at Julian, a high-performing financial analyst who suffered from chronic, terrifying nightmares. Every night, he would wake up drenched in sweat, his chest tight, fleeing from an invisible, predatory shadow that chased him through endless, winding corridors. He tried sleep medications, but they only left him feeling groggy and disconnected. He was terrified of going to sleep. On the fifth day, Julian decided to enter the crucible of silence. He realized that his nightmares were not random occurrences. They were the desperate attempts of his overloaded brain to process the massive, unexamined stress of his daily life. 2 hours before his bedtime, Julian turned off his television, his computer, and his smartphone. He placed them in another room, locking away the digital sirens that constantly demanded his attention. He darkened his bedroom completely, using heavy curtains to block out the artificial glare of the streetlights outside. Julian then sat in the silence of his room. At first, the quiet was deafening. It felt like a heavy weight pressing against his chest. His mind began to race, throwing up frantic worries about his clients, his savings, his future. This is the moment where most people turn back to their screens. But Julian, guided by the principles of the dream detective, stayed with the discomfort. He recognized that this mental noise was simply the accumulated water draining from the sponge of his mind. He began a conscious sleep preparation ritual. He took a warm bath, feeling the hot water dissolve the physical tension in his muscles. As he lay in bed, in the absolute, velvety dark, he practiced a deep, slow breathing pattern, inhaling for 4 counts, holding for 4, and exhaling for 8. With each exhalation, he mentally whispered the word release. For the first time in years, Julian did not run from the shadow in his dreams. In the quiet darkness he had created, his mind felt safe enough to face the shadow. The shadow stopped chasing him. It stood still, opened its hands, and revealed a glowing, forgotten piece of gold. Julian slept peacefully through the night. The psychological importance of this phase cannot be overstated. When we drown out the world, we allow the subconscious to step out of the shadows. The nightmares we fear are often nothing more than unfinished business, messages written in red ink because we ignored them when they were written in pencil. By isolating our senses, we starve the ego of its distractions and force ourselves to look inward. Your own preparation on days 5 and 6 must be deliberate and uncompromising. Create a digital sanctuary. For at least 90 minutes before you sleep, disconnect from the virtual world. Let the lights in your home go dim. Listen to the silence, or to the natural sounds of the night. If your mind begins to panic or plan, do not fight it. Observe the thoughts as if they are passing clouds, and gently return your focus to your breath. Treat your bed as an altar of transformation. You are not merely going to sleep. You are preparing to cross the river of the night to seek counsel from your deepest self. Finally, we arrive at the 7th day. This is the day of synthesis, the moment when we bring together all the threads we have gathered, the dream fragments, the environmental shifts, the silence, and use them to solve a real-world personal problem. This is where the dream detective completes his investigation. Let us observe how these elements come together in a singular, beautiful moment of clarity. Imagine a woman named Clara. Clara was facing a devastating crossroads. Her 20-year marriage had become cold, distant, and lifeless. She and her husband lived like polite roommates, speaking only of groceries and bills. She felt a profound, suffocating loneliness, but she was terrified of the pain, the financial uncertainty, and the social stigma of a divorce. She felt frozen, unable to stay, yet unable to leave. For 6 days, Clara had followed the action plan. She had kept her journal, noting recurring symbols of cages, locked doors, and dry, cracked earth. She had mapped her home, realizing that her bedroom had become a cold, functional space devoid of any warmth or intimacy. She had embraced the silence of the evening, letting go of the distracting chatter of television. On the 7th night, Clara sat at her desk, which was now clean and illuminated by a soft candle. She reviewed her journal entries from the past week. She looked at the patterns. She saw a clear, unmistakable narrative written by her subconscious. The dreams of cages were not just about her marriage. They were about her own fear of vulnerability. She had locked herself away long ago to avoid being hurt. Her dreams were telling her that she was her own jailer. With this profound insight, Clara formulated a specific, clear question before she went to sleep on the 7th night. She did not ask, "Should I leave my husband?" That was a question of fear. Instead, she asked, "What does my soul need to heal?" She fell asleep in the deep, prepared quiet of her room. That night, she did not dream of cages. She dreamed of a dry, withered garden. In the center of the garden stood her husband, holding a simple wooden bucket of water. He looked tired, aged, and sad. Clara walked over to him, took his hand, and together, they poured the water onto the dry earth. A single green shoot began to break through the soil. When Clara woke up on the 8th morning, she did not feel panic. She felt a deep, quiet resolve. She understood the synthesis. The problem was not simply that her marriage was dead. It was that both she and her husband had stopped watering the garden of their connection out of fear of rejection. The solution was not her hasty divorce, nor was it a continuation of the cold status quo. It was an invitation to vulnerability. That morning, over coffee, Clara did not talk about the bills. She looked into her husband's eyes, showed him her journal, and spoke of her loneliness with absolute, raw honesty. The wall between them did not shatter instantly, but a crack had appeared, and through that crack, the light began to return. This is the power of the seventh-day synthesis. Your subconscious is not a chaotic random generator of images. It is an ancient, highly sophisticated processing system that works tirelessly to resolve your emotional conflicts. When you feed it clear data, when you respect its physical environment, and when you give it the gift of silence, it will present you with a key to your locks. As we close this chapter on the Dream Detective's 7-day action plan, take a moment to reflect on your own journey. You have within you a wisdom that far exceeds your conscious intellect. You are the detective, the crime scene, and the mystery itself. By committing to these 7 days, by learning to listen to the whispers of your threshold, by reclaiming your environment, and by embracing the silent dark, you are taking the first steps toward a life of profound integration and emotional freedom. But our investigation does not end here. The night is vast, and the shadows we encounter are not always gentle. In our next chapter, we will venture deeper into the darker corridors of the mind. We will learn to face the archetypes of our nightmares, those terrifying pursuers and silent watchers that haunt our deepest sleep, and we will discover how to unmask them, revealing the powerful, transformative allies they are destined to become. Sleep deeply, listen closely, and prepare your mind for the mysteries yet to unfold. Epilogue. Awake and aware. Take a deep, slow breath, and let the weight of the day gently slide off your shoulders. We have arrived, you and I, at the quietest corner of our long journey. For 268 minutes, we have walked hand in hand through the shifting, misty corridors of the sleeping mind. We have climbed the steep staircases of ancient nightmares, unlocked the rusted gates of long-forgotten memories, and stood face to face with the phantoms that only dare to speak when our eyes are closed. Now, the clamor of the waking world has softened to a faint, distant hum. The room around you is still. Perhaps there is the soft patter of rain against your window pane, or the gentle, rhythmic sigh of a heater warming the quiet air. In this liminal space, where the boundary between what is real and what is imagined begins to blur, we find ourselves awake, but more importantly, we find ourselves aware. There is a profound, almost sacred truth written by the ancient philosophers that says we do not see things as they are, but rather, we see them as we are. Nowhere is this truth more alive than in the theater of your dreams. As we conclude this journey, I want you to realize that you are no longer the helpless bystander caught in the storm of your own mind. You are the detective. You are the observer. And the mysteries you have spent your life trying to solve in the bright, harsh glare of the daytime are often waiting for you, fully illuminated, in the velvet dark of your sleep. Let us look closely at our first great realization, a truth that binds every chapter of our journey together. Your dreams hold the keys to your deepest waking mysteries. This is not merely a poetic sentiment. It is a biological and psychological reality. When the analytical, hypocritical guard of your conscious mind finally tires and falls asleep, the subconscious rises to the surface like a silent diver from the ocean depths. It brings with it the treasures we have dropped along the way, The memories we were too busy to process, the grief we were too afraid to feel, and the answers we were too distracted to hear. To understand this, let me take you to a narrow, cobblestone street in the heart of Vienna, where a man named Marcus lived. Marcus was a master watchmaker, a man whose entire life was governed by the absolute precision of gears, springs, and escapements. He was a man of logic, of cold, hard facts, yet, for 3 long years, Marcus was haunted by a profound sense of emptiness and an unresolved mystery that threatened to tear his mind apart. His father, also a watchmaker, had passed away suddenly, leaving behind an unfinished masterpiece, a pocket watch of such intricate design that it was said to keep time with the phases of the moon and the tides of the sea. But the final, crucial blueprint, the one that explained how to connect the mainspring to the delicate celestial gears, was missing. Marcus searched every drawer, every floorboard, and every old trunk in his father's workshop, but found nothing. The grief of his loss, coupled with the frustration of this incomplete legacy, began to manifest as a recurring nightmare. In his dream, Marcus found himself lost in an endless, subterranean labyrinth made entirely of ticking brass clockwork. The walls groaned under the pressure of giant, turning wheels. Water was slowly rising from the floor, cold and dark, threatening to drown him. Every night, just as the water reached his chin, he would hear his father's voice echoing through the brass corridors, saying, "Look beneath the weight." Marcus would wake up gasping for air, drenched in sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. For years, he dismissed the dream as stress, a symptom of his grief. But one rainy Tuesday, after listening to the quiet wisdom of his own inner voice, Marcus decided to stop running from the dream. The next time he fell asleep and found himself in the ticking labyrinth, with the cold water rising to his chest, he did not panic. He stood his ground. He looked at the massive, grinding gears around him. He focused on his father's words, "Look beneath the weight." In the dream, he dove beneath the rising water, reaching for the heavy lead weight that powered the central clockwork tower. When he touched it, he woke up instantly. He sat up in bed, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. He ran down to his father's dusty workshop in his nightshirt. He approached the old grandfather clock that stood in the corner, a piece his father had built decades ago. He opened the glass door, reached inside, and lifted the heavy, cast iron weight that hung from the brass chain. There, taped securely to the hollow underside of the weight, was a small, oilskin pouch containing the missing blueprint. The mystery was solved, not by logical deduction in the light of day, but by listening to the symbolic language of his sleeping mind. The water in his dream was his rising grief. The labyrinth was his feeling of being trapped by his father's expectations. And the clue was a direct transmission from his subconscious memory, which had observed his father hiding the papers years ago, a detail Marcus's conscious mind had completely forgotten. This dynamic matters because your subconscious mind is an incredibly sophisticated supercomputer. It registers every sigh, every micro-expression, every fleeting shadow, and every unspoken tension that you encounter during your waking hours. When you are awake, your brain filters out 99% of this information just so you can focus on driving your car, typing an email, or holding a conversation. But that information does not vanish. It is stored in the deep archives of your mind. When you sleep, your brain's filtering system shuts down, and the subconscious begins to piece the puzzle together. It presents its findings to you in the only language it knows, the language of metaphor, symbol, and emotion. When you ignore your dreams, you are throwing away the daily report compiled by the most brilliant detective in the world, yourself. So, how do we apply this to our own lives? How do we hold the hand of this inner mentor? The process is surprisingly simple, yet it requires a gentle, consistent commitment. First, you must create a landing strip for your dreams. Your waking mind is like a vacuum cleaner, ready to suck in the noise of the day the moment you open your eyes. To prevent this, place a journal and a pen on your bedside table tonight. Do not use your phone. The bright light and the sudden influx of notifications will shatter the delicate bridge between your dream state and your waking consciousness. Second, when you first wake up, do not move. Keep your eyes closed. Lie in the exact position in which you awoke. Let your mind float in that warm, hazy space between sleeping and waking. Ask yourself a simple question. What was I just feeling? Do not search for a plot or a storyline first. Search for the emotional residue. Were you anxious? Were you relieved? Were you searching for something? Once you capture the emotion, the images of the dream will begin to stick to it like iron filings to a magnet. Third, write down whatever comes to you, no matter how fragmented or ridiculous it may seem. Even if it is just a single word, like blue, or key, or falling, write it down without judgment. Over time, you will begin to notice patterns. You will see that certain symbols return when you are stressed, while others appear when you are on the verge of a creative breakthrough. You are learning your own personal vocabulary, the unique dialect in which your soul speaks to you. This brings us to our second key point, a warm and deeply human truth that I wish to leave with you as your narrator. You are not broken, and you are not alone. Throughout this audiobook, we have explored some very dark corners of the human psyche. We have talked about the shadow self, the unresolved traumas, and the deep-seated fears that keep us awake at night. It is easy, when looking at these aspects of ourselves, to feel a sense of shame or despair. We wonder why we cannot just be happy, why we cannot just let go of the past, why our minds insist on bringing up old wounds in the dead of night. But I want you to hear me clearly. The nightmares you experience are not a sign of your dysfunction. They are a sign of your mind's desperate, beautiful attempt to heal itself. Just as a physical wound will itch and burn as the skin knits back together, so too does a psychological wound throb in our dreams as our psyche attempts to integrate it. Your mind does not bring up painful memories to punish you. It brings them up because it believes you are finally strong enough to face them, to understand them, and to release them. Let me share the story of Elena, a woman who came to understand this truth through a journey of profound courage. Elena was a successful corporate attorney, a woman who prided herself on her absolute control over her life and her emotions. But every single night, she was terrorized by a dream of a faceless, towering figure that chased her through a dark, decaying forest. No matter how fast she ran, the figure was always right behind her, its cold breath on the back of her neck. She would wake up screaming, her muscles tense, her body exhausted before her day had even begun. She tried sleeping pills, she tried meditation, she tried avoiding sleep altogether, but the faceless pursuer always returned. One evening, exhausted and desperate, Elena realized she could not keep running. She sat on the edge of her bed and made a pact with herself. She decided that tonight, she would not run. When she fell asleep and the dark forest materialized around her, and she heard the heavy, snapping footsteps of the figure behind her. She stopped. She felt the familiar, cold terror gripping her chest, but she forced her feet to stay planted in the damp earth. She slowly turned around to face the towering, faceless entity. With her heart hammering in her throat, she looked up at the shadow and asked, "What do you want from me?" The figure stopped. Its terrifying, oppressive energy seemed to shift and soften. It reached out a hand, and as it did, the darkness around its face began to dissolve. Elena looked, and she did not see the monster. She saw herself, but it was a younger version of herself, the girl she had been before she entered the high-stress, cutthroat world of corporate lore. It was the girl who loved to paint, who loved to laugh, who spent hours lost in her imagination. The younger Elena looked at her with tears in her eyes and said, "Why did you leave me behind?" Elena woke up, not in terror, but with tears streaming down her face. She realized that the terrifying pursuer was not an enemy. It was her own abandoned creativity, her own authentic self, chasing her through the dark, trying desperately to get her attention. She had buried her true passions so deeply in her quest for professional success that they had to dress up as a monster just to make her stop and look. From that day on, Elena began to paint again. She carved out time in her busy schedule to be creative, to play, to be still. And the faceless pursuer never returned to her dreams again. The psychological analysis of Elena's experience is a beautiful demonstration of what the great psychologist Carl Jung called the integration of the shadow. The shadow is not inherently evil. It is simply the parts of ourselves that we have rejected, suppressed, or deemed unacceptable. When we push these parts away, they do not disappear. They wait in the dark corners of our subconscious, growing louder and more distorted the longer they are ignored. A nightmare is often nothing more than a rejected part of yourself knocking loudly on the door of your consciousness, asking to be let back in. When you have the courage to face your fears in your dreams, you are practicing the ultimate form of self-love and self-acceptance. You are saying to yourself, "I am willing to look at the parts of me that are hurt, angry, or afraid, and I am willing to bring them back into the warmth of my embrace." To practice this in your daily life, I encourage you to adopt a technique called active imagination. When you remember a dream, especially a disturbing one, do not just write it down and walk away. Later in the day, when you have a few quiet moments, close your eyes and bring the image of the dream back into your mind. Imagine yourself stepping back into the scene, but this time, do it with a sense of safety and curiosity. Look at the monster, the storm, or the empty house. Speak to the elements of your dream as if they are living entities. Ask them, "Why are you here? What do you need from me? What are you trying to protect me from?" Listen closely to the first thought, feeling, or image that arises in response. You will be amazed at how quickly your mind will provide the answers, and how a dialogue with your subconscious can dissolve years of tension and anxiety. Now, as we prepare to close this chapter, I want to invite you to take one more action, an action that connects your journey to the wider world of seekers and dreamers. If this journey has touched you, if it has brought a sense of clarity, comfort, or curiosity to your life, I encourage you to share this experience. Subscribe to this audio space, leave a thoughtful review, and tell us your own dream mysteries. Why does this matter? Because when you share your dream journey, you are helping to break down the walls of isolation that keep so many of us trapped in our own private worlds. We live in a society that often demands we wear masks of perfection, strength, and constant productivity. But when we share our dreams, we share our rawest, most authentic humanity. We realize that the fears that keep you awake at night are the very same fears that keep someone awake on the other side of the world. By talking about our dreams, we create a quiet, invisible web of empathy and connection that spans the globe. We remind each other that we are all, in our own way, detectives trying to solve the beautiful, mysterious puzzle of being alive. Let us summarize what we have learned in this epilogue, this final resting place of our journey. We have learned that your dreams are not random noise, but a sophisticated, symbolic guide designed to help you solve your deepest waking mysteries, just as Marcus found his father's missing blueprint by decoding his nightmare. We have learned that the terrifying aspects of our dreams are often just neglected parts of ourselves begging for integration and love, just as Elena found her lost creativity in the face of her pursuer. And we have learned that by documenting our dreams, exploring them through active imagination, and sharing them with others, we can transform our sleeping hours from a time of passive escape into a source of active, profound healing. As we reach the very end of our time together, I want you to feel a deep sense of peace. You have done beautiful work. You have listened, you have reflected, and you have dared to look into the mirror of your own soul. The path forward is clear, and you are fully equipped to walk it. Now, let the gentle, atmospheric notes of our outro music slowly begin to swell in the background, a warm, ambient wave of sound that wraps around you like a soft blanket. Let the music carry the last remaining thoughts of the day away. Feel the steady rise and fall of your chest. The journey does not end here. It simply transitions into a new, beautiful phase. Tonight, when you close your eyes and drift off into the quiet dark, remember that you are not just falling asleep. You are entering a realm of infinite possibility, a place of healing, discovery, and deep, restorative peace. You are awake to your life, you are aware of your depth, and you are ready. Sleep deeply, my friend. Sleep well. As the final echoes of our story fade into the quiet of the night, I want to invite you to take a deep, gentle breath with me. We have reached the end of this extraordinary journey, and my heart is overflowing with gratitude. Thank you, truly, for stepping through the doorway of imagination and walking alongside us here at Stories of Crime. Your presence, your listening ear, and your quiet attention have breathed life into these words, turning a solitary tale into a beautiful, shared experience. We are profoundly grateful for the time you have spent with us today. If you felt a connection to the world we explored together, I warmly invite you to become a permanent part of our gathering here. Please consider subscribing to our channel, Stories of Crime, leaving a like on this video, and sharing your thoughts in the comments below. I read your words, you know, and they feel like letters from distant friends. If you know someone who finds solace in the mysteries of the night, please share this journey with them. By doing so, you help our sanctuary grow, ensuring we can continue to bring these timeless treasures to light. The Dream Detective reminds us that the human soul is far vaster and more beautiful than the waking world often suggests. In the quietest hours, when the noise of the day subsides, our dreams whisper the truths we are otherwise too busy to see. There is a profound wisdom in the unseen, a gentle light of human nature that can illuminate even the deepest shadows of doubt and mystery. Remember, my dear friend, that your own mind is a sanctuary of untold wonders, and that truth often speaks in a whisper, not a shout. Until our paths cross again in the next chapter, sleep deeply, dream beautifully, and may you always find peace in the quiet spaces of your soul.